The LEC was forged by countless great moments that forever changed the European landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
It's hard to throw to like a video or something when someone's talking in your ear, isn't it, Gordon?
I mean, definitely. It's something that needs a little bit of a practice. Obviously, the viewers don't know what you're talking about. Yeah,
you're getting there.
I know.
It's great
Slowly
to have
but
you.
surely.
It's great to have you on board for this split of the LEC, and hopefully for many more to come. But for now, let us focus in on the games. Misfits versus Fnatic. Misfits on the blue, Fnatic on the red. Are we going to see the usual retinue of bans? Twisted Fate immediately taken away.
Yeah, Niski was just talking about this pick as well. And you know, I love every time we have Niski on the desk, he's the one who keeps talking about Twisted Fate, especially because he was the guy on Fnatic last year who just kept being a menace on that pick in itself. And they're taking away a lot of these global picks from the mid lane, from Humanoid. We just saw Larsen on the Silas, or Ryze rather, as well. And all in all, Ryze and Twisted Fate are just great champions. Ryze gets to push in mid lane early, he gets to move around. Twisted Fate will be pushed in the early game, but quite often at that level 6, I mean, it's almost global for him with that ultimate, always being able to join bot or top. So far, Arcane AD carry Jinx is still up and available. They've removed the Caitlyn. Fnatic, are you looking that way as well? Is the Gwen we're going to be looking at? Jace is up and available as well, something we know that has risen in priority in the top laners as well. There's loads of power picks still being up and available, and speaking of power picks, it will be the Xin Zhao taken away from Schlatzen. But Hecarim, a champion we've seen a lot of priority on from Misfits as well, and a lot of junglers as well. All in all, is available.
Why are you talking about Hecarim, man? Why are you talking about Hecarim? Look,
I mean,
get your crystal ball
yes,
out.
I know.
Get your crystal ball out.
I know.
Crumble it into fine pieces, because it's powder time! Oh yeah! I'm so hyped for Jinx Aphelios once again.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe not Aphelios. Thresh immediately locked in for Hylissang. Such a strong support for him.
Yeah, and usually we would add, right, yeah, there we go. Finally Hecarim coming through as well. I was going to say, usually we see the second pick being picked up with jungler instead. And we see actually a lot of teams rather on red side be like, oh, we see the Jinx. Let's just take away the Aphelios now. Well, you don't have to do that now. You can do it on 3. You can take multiple power picks. You don't have to rotate on R1 and R2. Now you have the Thresh. That's pairing up nicely with the Aphelios. You have the Hecarim as well, so a strong jungler. And from the side of Misfits, it's looking like they want to play with a safe pick with the Tahm Kench. Now, usually with the laning phase in itself, now that you don't have that gobble pre-6, there actually is a lot of pressure that comes through from a Thresh, and we see what happens when Hilly is allowed to roam around, especially in the early game. So this will be a lane where Hilly already will have a lot of influence in the early game. On the opposite side of Misfits, they rally out with a victor in the mid lane. So 2 Arcane champions now on the side of Misfits, which we know are quite powerful. And moving into the second ban phase, I think we can expect some mid lane ban or top lane ban. Rather, some of the summer solo laners can be hit a bit.
That is one of the risks you run by not picking Aphelios on 1-2 on the red side, is you then dictate the fact you're going to pick Aphelios on 3, meaning the enemy team can pick a mid laner and ban out your mids on the second rotation of bans. It is a little bit of a risk, but Fnatic will be very happy with the Hecarim Aphelios Thresh combination that they have already picked up. Irelia removed from the pool by Fnatic. You're just trying to limit something that Hirit can play. I'm a little surprised they didn't go towards the junglers. Hirit has been predominantly a weak side player for Misfits, and so taking away some of the stronger picks for him isn't always the way that you shut down Misfits.
Yeah, but the thing is as well, Jarvan is already taken off the table. Xin Zhao is already taken off the table. Zlatan's Lee Sin is probably the one that springs to mind. But outside of that, I mean, you're quite happy with having the Hecarim, I think. And on the side of Fnatic, you can just counter pick on 4 for the mid lane. You can get a favorable matchup for the top lane rather, and just R5, the champion for Wunder. So I'd say as a red side draft currently for Fnatic, they're quite happy with the way things are going. So I think maybe ban away the Lee Sin here, and then you're quite happy about it.
I agree with you there, Goldborg. I think the Lee Sin would be a great ban. Instead, the Volibear. Zlatan's most played this season is that Lee. He's won, I believe, 6 of his 7 games on the champ, maybe 5 of his 7. I'm trying to do the mental maths. But he's having a very strong season on it. And when he can help Misfits get ahead in the early game, something they haven't done too often, Misfits very strong when it comes to mid and late game team fights. Fnatic, though, across the board, I think, have looked stronger in the last few weeks. So I very much trust what they are doing so far in this pick ban. LeBlanc, the final ban, you see Misfits get rid of 2 strong mid laners. They say, okay, Humanoid, you're not going to be able to roam around because you don't have Twisted Fate or the Rise. We're not going to give you a lane that can pressure the Victor in the Orianna or the LeBlanc. Where are you going to go next?
Yeah, that's the thing, because you still have champions that can contest Victor in the early game if you want to go for a control mage like the Syndra. I think Orianna is a really smart ban just due to the fact that it pairs up so nicely with the Hecarim. And they actually come out with the Jace here, which I think was speaking to us a little bit in the draft with the Aurelia ban that came out. And other champions are still available. We've seen Hirit be quite fond of just weak-sided on an R recently, and I think it makes a lot of sense because it's actually a champion that can have that side lane presence. We know Hirit quite likes, but also a champion that can accelerate in the team fight setting. So let's see what Misfits decide to round out their draft with now that Hirit had actually been giving counterpick for once, and no, it will actually be the Camille.
Something we saw him on a lot in 2021. Camille, a comfort pick for him. He's played it a couple of times so far this spring, has only won on it as well, 2-0 so far. So, I mean, two games is not the largest sample size, but it's good news for Misfits, of course, as they look to round out this draft. Jungle is where we're going. What are we looking towards? That Lee Sin still rears its ugly head and will be locked in for Misfits immediately, though.
Okay, so that's why we were saving it. That's what they're looking for on Fnatic's side. So they want to be hyper hit. They want to have that backline access. Now, I think Tahm Kench functions really well into Akali because she gets to take away one of the targets that Akali is trying to go on. All in all, with Misfits' composition, I think it's dangerous for them to play towards the bot side in the early game. They can only play from the engage with Tahm Kench, which is not the most reliable one to go for. So that gives you some pressure up towards the top side if you can get it. But all in all, in the early game, a lot of that pressure is going to be in Zlatan and where he can apply his early game pressure on the Lee Sin. On the side of Fnatic, you got that Thresh from Hylissang that can have some influence on the map. I think that Fnatic, they're just going to be looking into pushing the bot lane, have Upset back on 3, and then see how much Hylissang can get done on the map. Facilitate Humanoid on this Akali, because if he takes over the lane, well, it's going to be very difficult to deal with him in a side lane or even around some objectives.
Humanoid, not a player that we would usually look at Akali as a comfort pick. He's played it 19 times across the course of his career. Last time was back in August of last year, I believe, or July of last year, against Schalke. But it is an explosive mid laner, and playing it into VTO is a bit of a statement as well. VTO made his name on this champion alongside Zoe last year, and of course, we saw the comeback against G2 last week, much of it off the back of VTO's Akali. Misfits going very slower composition, you know, lots of control in the team fights. Fnatic a little bit more explosive. Let's see who comes out on top. And on to Summoner's Rift, we dive into the deep and muddied waters that is Fnatic versus Misfits. And the question is giving Hylissang upset? No, that's not the sentence I was going for. It was so tense until I said...
giving Hylissang upset. Yes, back in the day when they were creating the roster, giving Hylissang upset,
I mean, it's
might
worked
have
out well for them.
prompted the best bot lane we have in the league. You're right, Medic. That's a great question. Great management decision from Fnatic, pairing up those two together. You're right. It's a great narrative to run.
I totally agree with you there, Goldborg, and I'm glad I brought it up at the start of this game. And lots of people calling it the best bot lane in the West. Arguable, I think. CoreJJ and Hans Summer have made a name for themselves, but we haven't seen too much of them together on Team Liquid. Ayla subbing in for CoreJJ over the last week or so, and obviously before CoreJJ got his green card. But the question I really wanted to ask is giving Hylissang Thresh a huge mistake on Misfits' past? Because in the past, it has been. You give him either Rakan or Thresh, and he just totally takes over the game.
Yeah, but also at this time, Medic is giving any champion to him at this point. And there's so many threats on Fnatic as well, right? It's not just Hylissang. It's the side of Humanoid, even Razork to some extent as well at times, although not as often. But there is just a lot of threats on the side of Fnatic, and it makes it hard to ban out against these champions. But we'll see. You have the gobble up from Mercer that can deal with a little bit with it. VTO in the mid lane matchup, as we've already highlighted one time today, is making the full extent of having a range control mage into a melee assassin level 1. Usually, you want to be able to chime them out of lane like this. Humanoid not having a good time. VTO quite happy about the laning phase so far.
Humanoid running the door and shield as well for that little bit of extra sustain. Misfits look like they got the push in this bottom lane. Kind of expected. Jinx with the rockets. Really strong at getting early advantages in the lane. This final melee minion will give them 2, so they'll be able to force Hylissang and upset away from that wave, and Hylissang upset giving them the respect they deserve. But I do want to come back to that mid lane matchup, because it is a matchup for the ages right now. I think last year you would have looked at it and said, okay, Humanoid, the more experienced, the more veteran of the two, VTO, the rising star. This year, VTO has made a name for himself, and in on and of his own right, he is in discussions for MVP. Humanoid continues to be one of the best performing mids, if not the best performing mid generally in our league, but VTO is definitely challenging him at the top as Neon is hooked in the bottom lane, uses the heal early there. Upset ignited, ticking away, does have the heal, will wait until the ignite goes down, and then still has the ability to use it after those grievous wounds have fallen off.
Summoner spell advantage for the side of Fnatic here, but Upset is fairly low already, albeit that heal won't be nullified by the ignite's grievous wounds, as you talked about yourself just there. Schlattern is pathing down towards its bot side as well, so big minion wave, and he got the time to work around with it. Hilly, he might just go down in this instance.
Hilly has Flay, He's now got Lantern. There's the TP. Lantern back. Mercer flashes away from the play. Hillesan looking for the chase. He's still got the hook. And Misfits, they saw it. They were hungry for it, but they're not going to be able to take it. Neon hooked as well. Locked up. Schlatten diving forward, but Wonder TP'd in just at the right time. It's 2 already for Fnatic. They're looking to make it 3 as they find one in the mid lane. It all collapses for the bunnies. They are culled by Fnatic.
Beautiful hook from Hillesan in that instance, catching out the champion in the fucking in the bush as well. While Upset is just soloing Mercer. Wonder with the TP because he had the top lane priority of the matchup. Yes, Wonder is going to be losing out waves on top side. Yes, Harriet is going to be getting a little bit, but Razok knew he could walk into the mid lane because he saw the jungle on the bot side. Wonder now on a reset, as you can see on the minimap, is allowed to just TP in. And you gotta say, a little bit indecisive from the side of Misfits. As soon as the auto attack came through from Misfits, TP is channeled from Wonder, and they just scatter. And there you say it, that hook from Hilly, instead of going for the easy kill on Mercer, decides to take the higher risk one because they know Upset can take care of Mercer. B2 caught off guard, already flashing, and with the Ghost combined with even the flash on from Humanoid, they kick up another kill. Razok and Fnatic just dominating the early game here.
Already 1,300 gold ahead, and Fnatic, it's just the presence of mind to react to the push in the bottom lane, to not back off too far, knowing you can have the TP coming in. Wonder did lose a little bit in the top lane. Here it was able to get the wave pushed into the tower, but he actually didn't even lose a plate off that top lane turret. Because of that, Fnatic very much in the driver's seat.
Look at this, Upside is out roaming as well with the Gravitum because he still has the flash. He can just flash into the mid lane and hit a Gravitum, follow up with Hillesan, who's also out roaming. It's not very often we see an entire bot lane roaming. This time we do. Schlatten and Razok.
Yeah, Schlatten has to try and jump away, but Wonder and Razok on the chase here. Hit it low, Schlatten the same. Hit it gets knocked down at the wall dive. Will flash. Schlatten flashes away with the safeguard. Razok smites minion to try and get onto Schlatten, and he will
He's got no mana for the Q.
Have enough mana for the Q. Schlatten survives. Wonder, though, is still looking for it. Fnatic unwilling to let anyone from Misfits get out alive. The shock blast just wide.
It's not clean. 1-for-1 on the side of the top side here. Here it forces out the TP. Upset.
This is big as well,
a lot of minions down towards the bot side.
It's not just the minions, though. You lose maybe 2 plates here. Upset is going to step forward. As you say, he's got the Gravitum, but he really can't deal with Neon and Mercer pushing into him. The second plate will just go...
Hold it.
And stay on the map.
But remember, there's no vision right here, so Razok, he's coming down once again. Upset, he has the Gravitum.
And Mercer pushing forward, but the play's going to pull him back. Thick skin, not enough to save him, and you could see Mercer and Neon, as greedy as I was with my casting, saying that the plate would go down. They stayed around just a second too long for it, and once again, Fnatic are able to find that pick in the bottom side of the map.
You're right, Medic. That was greed for the plate there, and Fnatic, they capitalized on it, find themselves another pick. Razok reset immediately, and they're still looking for this bot side, so while Upset had to forfeit a wave, throwing it right back to Neon, but not feeling ready for a dive. Mercer has respawn as well. Vito actually making his way up towards the top side. Wonder is full HP up here. I mean, but ultimates are ready.
Yeah, here it has the Hexag Ultimatum, which means he can reset the tower aggro. He takes it to start with. There's the Chaos Storm. Hexag Ultimatum not used, but Wonder will fall. VTO can tank 2 shots very healthily, and Misfits are able to find a cross-map play.
Brilliant dive from Misfit here. They utilize the pressure VTO have from the mid lane, move it out to the top side, and we're so used to seeing the rest of the team facilitate VTO this time around. It's him moving up to hear it, and they get the kill on Wonder. No teleport either, so he's going to be losing 1 more wave as well.
And that's what you want to see from Misfits in this sort of situation where everything has gone disastrously in the bottom lane. You looked for that 3-man play early on. You lost 3 kills because of it. You have to start making plays on the other side of the map, because otherwise, a team like Fnatic in the form they're in would just bleed you dry.
Yeah, and this early game, it's nothing but exciting, or boring rather, where we're going to have Rift Tower spawning 10 seconds as well. It looked for a second like Hillesan wanted to make his movement up towards the top side as well. Decides to move down into the bot side as well now that they see Mercer's coming in. So still standard lanes, and I wonder how long that Rift Herald or even Drake will go without contention, because the neutral objective so far has not been prioritized. It's been all about making plays on different lanes.
Fnatic, because of these early plays, have got about 1,000 gold ahead. Wonder still no flash. Probably 7 to 10 seconds on that. And here goes Schlatten, and they timed this perfectly. Schlatten knocked back underneath the tower. Wonder we're able to get a 1-for-1. Razork on his way as well. Has the Onslaught of Shadows. VTO's going to get forced away from the movement he was making up the map, and Razork will start the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good combo in terms of hitting the King, getting the stun immediately, but it actually made so that even when Zlatan focused the Sonic Wave on it, he was still in tower range and unfortunately went down. So Wonder able to trade it 1 for 1. What could they get on the opposite side of the map? Not much. Razork tried to start up the Rift Herald. Now they're going to be taking away some Raptor camps instead, just to be getting a little bit of more gold injection.
But you can see, even though there has been focus from Misfits on the top side, Wonder getting a couple of kills out of it means he's still ahead in gold. He's 300 gold ahead, even though he's been forced off a couple of waves. It looks like here it's still yet to take that first plate, and Fnatic finding advantages across the map. Zlatan able to steal this away with a smite. Razork now stepping into Mercer, but Hylissang's here, level 6 already on him. Humanoid as well. Moving down from the middle lane, it puts Misfits in such a difficult situation. Zlatan has not had a moment to breathe in this game, and every time he's ganked, he's either been counter-ganked or he's died. Fnatic are just working the map so well as a cohesive unit early on.
Fnatic, they're so hyper-aggressive. You even saw that Humanoid drop the wave in the mid lane, let it crash into its mid lane turret just to try and join the bot side skirmisher around that jungle there. And now pushing in the mid lane together as a unit, stacking a wave on top side that Wonder is now crashing. They're going to be starting up the Rift Herald.
There's a big thing that you can see here, though. What Fnatic did was they got bot side control of that bot side jungle. They then moved 4 people up towards this top side and forced Hirid off a wave. Because of that, Upset has to cede pressure in the bottom lane. However, when he was backing away, the wave wasn't at his tower. So he had a free time where he wasn't losing CS, where he could actually just cede any pressure on that bottom side of the map.
But let me add that Misfit coin as well, because they did that with their bot lane just now in response as well, because Neon pushed in the bot side wave, moved up with Mercer. Fnatic realizing that Upset was on a reset down towards the bot side, and then have to forfeit the Rift Herald control as well. So not only are both teams hyper-aggressive in terms of how they try to respond in each other when skirmishes are happening, it's also just about the standard rotation that we're seeing.
Yeah, and it's really smart from both teams to be able to react to what the other one's doing, to allow that sort of the relief of pressure. You know, you get rid of a bit of the steam that's building up on one side of the map, and you start putting the pressure down towards the other side.
And it just keeps going. 4 men from Misfits joins the Herald fight. 4 men from Fnatic comes in after a reset. And it looks like Misfits, they're just going to be forfeiting the objective for now. Mercer is making his way down towards the bot side, seeing if they can inject some more plating into Neon. But you gotta admit, the big play or the big investment should go in the favor of Fnatic with a Rift Herald in the inventory.
And one of the key moments here is where Zlatan is when this counter pressure is exuded on the map, right? If he's starting up the Rift Herald and then doesn't immediately go down towards the bottom side to answer with a Drake, Fnatic in the end come out on top of it, because Upset is willing to give up a wave to this tower. You can see Fnatic just getting a slight edge in these trades, meaning they keep this 1,000 gold lead and they now get the neutral objective on top of it. The question is, will Zlatan now gain control of the bottom side?
Yeah, and even then, just having a look at laners as well, the CS number, I kind of want to highlight it. First, Humanoid staying even in this matchup is actually super impressive.
Yeah.
But also down towards the bot side of the map, it's actually Neon who's been able to take the CS lead against Upset. Neon has been doing a great job.
Upset doesn't get that play.
He does not. And not so much when you have a Jinx, is it for the laning phase. It's about how much gold can you accumulate before you move into the mid game, where you really start seeing the spikes in the team fighting scenario as well.
Oh man, I love this sort of game where it has been explosive. You know, 9 kills in 12 minutes is relatively fast-paced, but after that initial explosion when we saw all those kills, you just see the teams and you can work out what they're thinking at each moment, and sometimes they even surprise you with just how well they're thinking out the next few steps. Hylissang is going to land the hook here, but he doesn't know Mercer and Zlatan are on their way. Razork's going to join the fray as Mercer dives forward, gobbled up. You can see Razork now with the Onslaught of Shadows going in. Mercer with the thick skin, kicked back by Zlatan. Razork though able to heal him up. The double ravage from Root as Mercer goes down. Upset on a killing spree now. Neon will fall as well. VTO a little late to the party, and Humanoid's already helped his team take 2. Zlatan has the flash, and Fnatic once again find the upper hand.
Initially, it's looking like Hylissang's getting caught off guard, and unlike what I would have done, he doesn't flash over the wall. He's just smarter. He waits out the play. Brings Upset in with a Lantern, and Razork joins the fray with Ghost. Humanoid joining as well from the mid lane, and just like that, 4 versus 3 situation in favor of Fnatic before VTO is able to join in. Let's have a look at it once again, because he hooks onto Neon, plays them away, gets the Lantern as we talked about, dodges out of the Mercer knock-up, and just like that, 3v3 situation is going to turn into a 4v3 once Humanoid joins the fray as well. BTO, he's kind of stuck just watching because there's no way for him to join the fight right now.
And those scattered fights is where Akali really shines. You know, we've seen it from BTO in the past. We see it here from Humanoid as well. If you can join the fight a little late, when the cooldowns are used, when the CC is used, you just have free reign to open up hell on your opponents. And every time Misfits have tried to make a play, Fnatic have been there answering. Rift Herald now used in this bottom lane. 2,000 gold the lead for Fnatic. And down to about 1.6k, but it's going to extend as this Rift Herald charges in. Hylissang still has the flash, still has the hook, but it just hits onto Mercer, to the Neon. Wait, did that just skip through Mercer?
I don't know what happened there, but they made a great use of it.
Hylissang's gonna die!
Well, close to being a Dignitas dive. Not what we're going to be getting in this situation, but I mean, you take that. Neon goes down, first turret goes over to the side of Fnatic, and they can just even start up the Ocean Drake now for themselves, picking up that first Drake.
I was just so sure that Mercer was body blocking that hook. Hylissang, a full Angelina Jolie cosplay there from Wanted, just bending the bullet around, managing to hit it onto Neon, and now first dragon of the game for Fnatic. They continue to extend their advantage. Upset 4-0-1 on this Aphelios, still unkilled by 14 minutes in this game, a record he has held, I believe, for the entirety of the season.
It's honestly quite impressive, especially because usually when we see AD carries not dying, it's mostly just because they're just farming, they're not getting much done. But Upset is the catalyst of Fnatic quite often, so the fact that you have a guy who's barely dying, but getting so much damage done, getting so many kills as well, and just all in all, as an individual, is showing so much mechanical prowess. It's just super impressive, and also why we say he's the best in the EU right now as an AD carry.
He definitely is, and I will say he's on his way to a record as well. So far has only died 8 times in the 17 games he has played this spring. Before, well, if he rounds it out by not dying, he will beat Reckless's record of 13 deaths in spring 2018. Upset continues to find advantages, and Fnatic continue to find advantages, and there's the longest lantern you'll see today. Neon falls once again. Slattern trying to do what he can, but Mercer's already dead, and Slattern will be able to dive away for a second, but the 5-point strike finds its mark, as Fnatic have just shut Misfits entirely out of this game.
Completely, and it's just going to get even more dire because Rift Herald, the second one, is just going to be respawning in a couple minutes as well. That's going to be another neutral objective that you're going to be wanting to contest, but actually as Misfits right now, you don't want to, right? You don't have the proper capabilities for it. And while Medic was just talking about Upset, well, let's have a look at what actually happened in the fight in between, because Razok catches Neon. Mercer, he's trying to come in with the Abyssal dive to gobble up Neon for safety, but the rest of Fnatic, they're just so fast. They just get the things done. And Mercer, well, he's just stuck in between 4 members. Slatter will get taken down as well with a beautiful 5-punch strike from Humanoid.
Credit as well to Razok. He's been so on the ball with his positioning. He's been involved in 9 of his team's 12 kills, and has always been in the right position at the right time. As we have a brief moment to breathe, and I say brief, let's talk about exactly what this game means in terms of the total standings, because right now, obviously, Rogue slightly ahead of Fnatic because they've had 1 extra game.
You bring out a graphic, you know a killer's going to come through, Medic. That's how it works.
Hexagon made him going down onto 1. The TP coming in from Fnatic as they look to save their top lane. Humanoid here, Slattern down, hear it next up as he is hit in the face by Wonder. And I think at some point, you know, we talk about the graphics and let the kills happen in the background. You know, Fnatic 14-4. 5,000, 4,500 gold ahead right now.
But, you know, production gave me a tool, and I actually think it's quite fitting right now. If you weren't here, I was talking about the telestrators. This is you for majority of these games. You see your graphic instead. You're like, there's a team fight happening right now, but look at this graphic. Well, it's awfully nice, isn't it? So thank you for production.
Speaking of which, let's have a look at the current standings. So, Rogue in first place. Obviously, they played 1 more game. If Fnatic win this, they tie with Rogue at 13-4. And you might wonder, well, how do we break that tie? Well, do I have the graphic for you? Rogue and Fnatic would tie at 13-4. Their head-to-head is 1-1. Rogue obviously going undefeated in the first half of the season. However, the final tiebreak metric we have is who has won more games in the second half. Currently, Fnatic are 2 games ahead of Rogue in wins in the second half of the season, meaning if Fnatic and Rogue are at the same win-loss at the end of the LEC Spring Split, Fnatic would get the upper spot, and in this case, that would be first.
And I was looking at the Rift Herald play instead there, and it seems like Misfits finally able to pick up a neutral objective, although we said we didn't really feel like it could be a neutral objective contest in that one, but Misfits, they're on the tempo, they get it for themselves. But here's the thing about second Rift Herald. you don't have plating to get that instant injection of gold. Luckily, you have inner turrets to fight for now, which does give you 600 gold. But the problem is, if you're not the team with the tempo advantage, if you're not the one who's pushing in the lanes, you rarely ever get to set up a proper Rift Herald, and you barely ever get the proper gold injection.
It becomes very difficult for Misfits to find a way to use that gold. Obviously, they've already taken the tier 1 in the top lane and the bottom lane as well, so really only the mid lane their option. But how do you push out a mid lane if your support is once again being caught? Thick skin available, flash as well. Neon tries to join the party, but Mercer will flash away. They may turn their attentions over to Neon as the TP comes in for Misfits. They're looking to try and turn this fight around. It will be a 4v3 in a second. Neon almost down. Razork's chasing him out, and he will finally pick up that kill. The Lantern down for him, but the Hexag Ultimatum stops his ability to retreat. 2 for 1 in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, still working out in favor of Fnatic. Schlatter can W over, still has the kick available if they want to look for a fight.
Do you want to fight this? Upset is sitting on a Gale Force, a BF Sword, a Vamp Scepter, and a Quick Cloak. I don't think you do. Misfits agree with me as Humanoid continues to push in a side lane.
I think it's you agreeing with Misfits, to be fair, but on the other side, as you say, Humanoid is attacking the inner turret. Mercer comes down to stop him. Not usually the solo laner we want to see, but once again, it just works out in the favor of Fnatic. And you can already see it. Objective bounties alive. It's about picking up these turrets you can. It's about picking up the Drakes you can get access to as well, because you are 5k behind, nearing the 20-minute mark in the game.
And a lot of that gold and a lot of the kills in this game have come from Fnatic focusing the bottom lane. It's something they did so well in the past. Schlatter is going to get the kick back, and a little bit of a graphical bug there, but Upset did find his maker in the mid lane. Rift Herald now an option as well. Misfits could get this objective bounty, get themselves a little bit more gold as Upset falls, making that 9 deaths this season. 4 more, and he's only tied with Reckless for the least deaths ever in an LEC season.
Honestly, the most brilliant setup you can have there. Huge from Schlatter finding that pick, and Upset honestly a little bit greedy being that far out without the proper vision set around it. They pick up a kill, which was a shutdown. They get value of the Rift Herald, they get the mid lane turret, and they get the neutral objective in the Drake that also gives the objective bounties. And we said just not too long ago, actually 1 minute ago, Fnatic go up 5k. Well, that's only 2k now. Well, 2 and 500. Well, however you want to say it.
Yeah, 2.5k. We'll go with that one. But it's now 3k. But we're going to ignore your maths. We're casters, not mathematicians. Okay. Oh, you're gonna get the well actually face out again?
No, not this time around. But you know, I got it as a threat if I need it.
I will say though, that's 750 extra gold just from the bounties. The mid lane tower gives you 250, an extra dragon gives you 500, I believe. So it's a huge bit of advantage. Actually, might be less than 500 for normal dragons. VTO is caught out. Razork chased him down. Mercer's gonna gobble him up and try and spin him out, but he spins him back into the middle of Fnatic, and the Infernum does its work.
Great hook.
Great hook once again. We've said that many times this game. As Fnatic find 3, and once again the gold lead back up to about 5,000.
It looks good. You get one nice play from Misfits, and then Fnatic is like, okay, time to try out. 5 members, let's go. Okay, boys, get the team fight. Get 3 members taking out, and 21 minutes into the game, uncontested Baron. Fnatic should be running away with the game with this one for sure. Let's have a look at it again, because Razork, he is actually quite cheeky. Not spotted out on any vision. They spot out Mercer, immediately channels the teleport. Rest of the members are around, and it's just so well coordinated. It's a choke point where there's just not a numbers advantage from the side of Misfits, and despite a great kick from Schlatter trying to disengage it, Hilly still manages to find the death sentence for Misfits.
This Fnatic death ball is something we've seen so many times over the years.
They've become so good at it, and it's the reason why I always say that they are the best in EU right now, because once we get to see this team in a best of 5 setting, we get to see this all the time, and it's not only just like, all right, let's have an assassin in the mid lane. Sometimes it's a Twisted Fate. Sometimes it's a control mage as well. There's so many different paths that we've seen this team take. Sometimes it's an enchanter with Renata. Sometimes it's Pyke. Sometimes it's Kraken's weak side top. And I know we're saying this a lot, but this team is just so phenomenally good. I may say that, and then Humanoid just getting caught.
Humanoid went a little bit deep here. Does have to try that strike, but Razork's on the chase as well, and Neon deleted where he stands. Mercer next on the menu. Hexag Ultimatum will lock Humanoid under the tower. Onslaught of Shadows coming out as well. Razork brings him back. The play will do the same, as will the hook. Kick back from Schlatter, and he looks for Hylissang. Upset tanking the tower, still surviving. BTO's going to join the fight a little bit late. Fnatic may have overstayed. Humanoid still alive in this, though, and he will get out with the Dark Passage. Fnatic, they dived a little deep. They were a little greedy, but there was no Balrog awaiting them. Misfits unable to find a kill.
Yeah, and Upset in that situation was actually just stuck auto-attacking the turret. He didn't actually hit the champions. I think that's why they got to live for so long as well, and why the fight became a little bit dicey. But nonetheless, Wonder was able to pick up the inner turret in the bot lane, and it's still more gold being injected into Fnatic. They still have the Baron buff active. They can go for the reset, make their way out on the map once again, and as you can already see, almost 4K has been distributed to Fnatic.
It's a very strong performance from Fnatic against the team that they may very well face in the first round of playoffs. Both these teams, of course, already in the top 4. Fnatic still battling for that first place with Rogue. If they finish on equal win-loss, Fnatic will take first and then get their pick of probably Misfits and G2 of the 2 remaining top 4 teams. And the question is, who do you pick? Do you pick G2 for the storylines? Do you do it for the Kings, for the legacy, for the dynasties? Or do you say, well, we literally just thrashed Misfits in week 8. We can do that again 3 times in a row, and it's a quick and easy day for Fnatic in playoffs. Still, of course, 3 weeks away. We have a short break before we get there, but Fnatic looking very strong. Jack of all trades, it seems, with their composition, master of some. And now Misfits trying to find a way back into this game, but once again, Hylissang.
He's so good.
I mean, he's a great player, but that's not normal. Can we get a computer check?
His PC.
Yeah, someone should check Hylissang's PC.
Maybe he's not hacking, but maybe he's using game deficit.
Yeah, maybe. You never know.
And they're not even playing on 2 lanes. They just know they can siege it down because they have Wunder's poke. They can just go all in with Razork here.
Razork brings VTO back. Mercer will gobble him up and spear him out. Mercer's still alive. Humanoid diving in. Stopwatch used. Inhibitor down. Humanoid will get out with a perfect execution. And the Gale Force from Neon enough to get a shut down. A bit of gold on the Jinx. Never hurt Misfits. And it may hurt Fnatic a little bit on that push.
Yeah, great stuff once again there from Misfits, actually striking back a little bit, and that's kind of been the story, unfortunately, for them this game. It's like they're never the one committing to the correct plays, but they find the punish every now and then. We saw it from Zlatan in the mid lane. We see it now where Fnatic is overstepping a little bit, but all in all, that's copium. Fnatic, they're still getting away with the biggest lead. They pick up the mid lane or top lane inhibitor. Can try and get the reset through, but Misfits might be able to pick up their second dragon of the game, giving them a little bit gold once again with the objective bounties.
Yeah, Razork's on his way. It's 500 gold extra for the dragon. You see everyone pops up with 100 there. And, actually, if you look at it, Neon, he's 1-6-2. And he's only 200 gold behind Upset right now on this Jinx. Almost at that 11k. Mid lane, there's a bit of a deficit. Top lane, there's even more so. 3,000 gold between the 2 top laners, but we'll see how much work Wonder can do with the Shock Blasts in these team fights. Super Minions pushing in the top lane as well makes it difficult for Misfits to respond. You can see Razork down towards the bottom side. He can get to the team very quickly with his Ghost, and obviously being Hecarim, he's a pretty fast horse. Humanoid could be down there as well because he has the teleport, and I actually expect that is a change Fnatic might make in the next couple of moments. For the moment, though, they are going to group as 5, all clustered around this mid lane tier 2. Yeah,
they know they can just commit to a fight even on the tower if they'd like to. We just saw it up into top side. Now they don't have the Baron of minions, but once again, they do have that top side inhibitor, and that means if they're patient enough, well, they are just going to be stacking up. Misfits' attention will be drawn to it. As you mentioned yourself, going for that bot side turret might be good as well. Another thing is with the side lanes, as
we do have a slight pause coming out now at 31 minutes and 1 second. The game was paused by Misfits for a potential connection issue. The league officials are still working to resolve that, and we are pausing at 26:50 to maintain a delay for competitive integrity. We are here and we are ready to continue Fnatic versus Misfits. Fnatic in a very strong lead, but Misfits have been fighting back over the last few minutes.
It's been a few picks here and there, but I would definitely say that Fnatic is still in control of these games that we're going to be entering in just a little bit. I mean, for Misfits, it's very hard. They're pushed into their own base. They need to look for these picks to get some shutdowns to get back into the game. Objective bounties are live for them as well. I mean, the only good thing for Misfits is that Fnatic haven't really stacked up any Drakes, so this is not Soul coming up in just 3 minutes for Fnatic. But either way, you are going to be having to contest around a Baron in just 1 minute.
Let's just quickly remind everyone of where we are. We are 27 minutes into the game. There's an 8,000 gold lead for Misfits. 2 dragons to 1 in Misfits' favor, but Fnatic have control of basically the entire map. 3 items on Upset. Humanoid sitting at 2.5, almost got his Rabadons complete. 3 items as well on Wonder, who has about a 3,000 gold lead over Hirit by himself. Fnatic on the front foot, looking for Neon. Holy! I was about to say a very rude word, and I'm going to hold that one back, but that is a lot of damage onto Neon.
And, you know, that's the thing they're dealing with right now for Misfits. They have to face check, try and get in and get some control right now, but you just take a look at the vision control around the Baron area right now, you know? It's purely Fnatic favored. Pink water coming out from multiple fronts, and there you have it. Thank you, observers. Barely any vision from Misfits. Actually, there's no vision. Let's say it how it is.
None at all. And Upset obviously can play a little bit more aggressively here because he knows he's got Hylissang and that Lantern to get him out of danger. Baron now spawned. Upset with Crescendum. White and green now, but that's just going to do a ton of damage. It's the white one you really want to shred through a Baron quickly. Schlattern in a position to steal this one. 6,000 HP on the Baron. Humanoid a good flank as well. Hylissang on that front line. BTO chucked down to a third of his HP as Razork chases him down. Wonder unstoppable as Mercer falls. And we'll see what BTO can do. Not much is the answer. Humanoid diving forward. Neon chunked out once again. And Powder looking to turn into exactly that, but has the time to open up. Slattern diving back. Neon getting excited. And that's two. The shutdown coming in. Fnatic overstepped. They walked into the Hextech rockets. And Neon, with open arms, welcome them to death.
And just like that, there's 30-second death timers. They have a mid lane minion wave. They can just tank this. No, this doesn't happen 2 times in a row.
There's no way Misfits win it from here. Do you want to know why there's no way Misfits win it from here? Because we know at 31 minutes there was a pause, and we're only 29 minutes into the game.
I hate this. Why'd you have to remind me of that? I got so hyped for a second. Medic, I hate you.
Let's have another look at this fight, though, because it starts off so well for Fnatic.
It really does, and I think in the end, it just ends up being Fnatic over chasing because they've already split apart Misfits completely. Mercer goes down immediately. B2 sure to follow after. And here comes the breaking point where they go too far forward. No one gets access to B2. Slattern, as she says it. Beautiful kick on what may be his signature champion at this point. And then it's just reset after reset with Neon picking up the kills, finding Upset with the slow as well. Double kill, and after that, it's just down to chase Hilly.
And this is the power of Jinx. If she ever gets excited, if she's ever even just a little bit behind in a fight, she can take over a battle. Now only 2,200 gold between these two teams. Fnatic facing down a Baron, facing down a possible soul point. If they lose this dragon, they have once again gained vision control, but there is a single control wall behind them that could be TP2
and
by
Fnatic
BTO
spent so
or
much
Hirit.
time trying to go into the jungle to get Drake control, but they completely forgot about the mid lane wave they had. And they don't have the best wave clear. They have no control mage. Upset is the best one for wave clear. He's not around, and you don't want to walk forward with him either. So Misfits, they should be able to pick up this inhibitor, and with more minion waves coming through, they can still try and siege for the inhibitor if they want to, but they see it. 5 seconds on the Infernal Drake. Soul point, what would be for Misfits. And Fnatic, they're not posturing as if they want to contest it, although they can regroup if they'd like.
Razork not spotted at all here. They knew he may be somewhere in the area, but he wasn't seen by that Scryer's Bloom. TP's come in. Dragon secured. Counter TP used by Misfits. Trying to answer this one. Razork looking for the onslaught of shadows going in. The kick back onto Schlattern. He's low. Humanoid dives onto the back line, but Neon's still very healthy. Stopwatch by Humanoid. Fnatic now advancing. Misfits looking for the re-engage. VTO locked up. He'll be shut down. Misfits lose one, and we just got caught up with that pause. Misfits, though, still have Baron. They got the dragon. They are one dragon away from Infernal Soul. Inhibitor open in the mid lane. And however, Fnatic have the inhibitor open in top.
And at this point in the game, that's where the gold lead really doesn't mean all too much. When it's a 3k gold lead, you have 4 items on Neo. That's more than enough. VTO started to stack up as well, 3 items on him. And if you get caught off guard now as Fnatic with just one member, get kicked into these damage dealers on Misfits, you will just get one shot. This game started out so Fnatic dominated. It looked like they were just going to run away with Misfits despite Misfits finding a few picks here and there. But just like that, Misfit turned the teamfight situation in the mid lane into a Baron, into what we see currently.
And for what feels like the first time this split as well, it's not off the back of VTO. Hirit and Slattern looking to do something in top side, can't get anything, but VTO has been nullified this game. Basically, hasn't been able to influence fights as he usually does for Misfits. It's been Neon, it's been Schlattern, it's been Hirit, it's been Mercer stepping up and really putting VTO in a position where he can survive through fights. If a word were to spring to mind about this Misfits team, it's resilience. You look back to Misfits as a organization, 2017, when they fought SKT at Worlds, it was resilience. They kept fighting and they kept fighting and they got oh so close. Last year in playoffs, they were one game away from making it to Worlds, and here we see again Misfits' resilience coming to the fore. They were down and out against G2. They were down and out in this game, and although they may not look like the best team in the league, somehow they keep managing to fight back from untenable situations. It is only the regular season. They are only fighting for a possible first spot into playoffs. But what a fight they are putting on.
Definitely. This looked like a game they should not be in, but now, 33 minutes into the game, they're sieging down towards the inner turret on the bot side. Mid lane inhibitor still naked, but no one is pressuring. They're 5 members down here. I don't think they can siege it without the Baron, though. Misfits, they need to play 2 lanes in this situation. Inhibitor is open, but they have to scatter after this situation, and just like that, they lose their tempo. It's now on to Fnatic to create the next play. They're going to be pushing out the bot side. They're going to be moving Humanoid into the mid lane. And they're just going to be setting up a little bit of vision. See if they can catch anyone off guard here. Which Razork Sweeper. Just like that, resets are coming through once again for Misfits.
Reset it. You got 1:40 on the Baron. You've got 2 minutes on Infernal Soul for Misfits. And Fnatic perhaps looking a little bit at a game that they had all done and dusted, wondering where it fell wrong. But Fnatic so strong in their own rights. One of our best team fighting teams in the league, in the LEC. They will definitely not be a pushover when it comes towards these next team fights. The question is, can you kill Neon? Alongside that, VTO, although he's 1-4, does have 3 items on this Victor. A good Chaos Storm can be fight-defining.
That's the thing, there's lots of things that can be fight-defining right now. Look at the implications in the inventory as well. Sonya's Hourglass on VTO, Stopwatch on Neon, Stopwatch on Hirit. That means he can just dive in, get the Hectech Ultimatum down on 1, and then just Stopwatch. Try and let the rest of his team pick up a kill, but we're still back to the same situation we were in just 5 minutes ago, Medic. This time around, though, there's a little bit of better vision control for Misfits, but it's still the same situation. It's Baron spawning up in 40 seconds. It's Fnatic pressuring Misfits by keeping them in fog-off war, but luckily, there's going to be a trade-off objective in just 1 minute as well. Infernal Soul will be spawning in about 50 seconds. And you can see Misfits, they are using Slatan right now down towards the bot side. May want to use that to get some vision control themselves as well. It's a tense situation.
It's the same approach from Misfits as they used around that last Baron. However, they have got a beeline to the mid inhib if they want it. Hirit trying to clear out that wave. Fnatic will do the same. Hirit, though, could just walk up mid, still has the TP. He can try and hit that inhibitor, and Fnatic then have to pull the trigger on the Baron very quickly and take it down before Hirit can get the inhib. Hirit's already on it. Baron now has spawned. Fnatic looking to fight around this key objective. Misfits looking to answer. Hirit will take the inhib, has the TP to join this fight. Fnatic on the Baron, 5,000 HP on it. Misfits still fighting back in this game. Super Mega Death Rocket hits onto Razork. Slatan goes in. He doesn't get it. Razork's going to secure it. The GA coming out as well, and now Misfits trying to retreat on Sword of Shadows to the backline, but Neon goes unstoppable, and Neon still untouched. A double for him. Still not dead. Humanoid pops a stopwatch, but he's got no health left to survive. He tries to get the 5-point strike, but Powder is just too damn strong.
4 members of Fnatic have fallen in that team fight. Wunder, the only left man standing. And now 3 members of Misfits are going to be pushing down the mid lane. They have a wave to deal with. Can Wunder stop it? If he breaks the minion wave, he breaks the push. TP comes through now.
What a time for Wunder to stand up for his team. He's had a great split. Last year was a disappointment for him, but here he's locked up, he's rooted, and there's nothing he can do. In the second time in 2 weeks, Misfits take a game from the jaws of defeat and find victory.
You can never count them out. You can just never count them out. They've proven this now 2 times.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
I'm Erik Vesén, also known as Treats, and I'm the jungler for SK Gaming. Throughout my life, I've been a really sporty person. So when I was a kid, I wanted to do everything, from football to skiing to rock climbing. Once I started playing League competitively, grinding the game a lot in general, I noticed that all of my activities took a backseat. I was being less active. I started feeling sluggish and this mental fog started to appear. I felt like there was something missing in my life. After trying a few things, I found that walking was the exercise I enjoyed the most. It gave me this mental clarity. Walking helped me realize that even the smallest bit of physical activity each day makes a big difference. I've had this walking and hiking routine for a long time now, and it's become something I would do before every LEC game. It's allowed me to be calm and relaxed before the competition begins. I think in general, when you're part of a healthy routine, you don't really feel and understand the benefits every day. It's more so that when you stop, you realize the positive effects they had on your life. The biggest tip I would give to League players is knowing when to take a break and not to tilt play. Just getting a small amount of fresh air between games can give you that mental clarity. My advice is, just take a breather and come back to the game when you're ready to play.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 롤팀에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 롤러 박재혁이라고 합니다. 적어도 그냥 최소 10시간 이상은 매일 하는 것 같아요. 울트라 기어가 화질도 되게 좋고 나노 IPS 1ms/s이라서 이제 시야각이 좀 넓은 것 같아서 게임하기 좀 더 편한 것 같아요. TM보다는 좀 IPS가 더 색 표현이 되게 정확하잖아요. 그래서 약간 화질과 속도? 이런 두 마리 토끼를 둘 다 잡을 수 있는 것 같아요.
out which team will follow the footsteps of Excel and lock in the last remaining playoff spot. Is it going to be the super team Vitality or the back-to-back champions, Mad Lions? Ugh, I can't wait to find out. My name is Shax, and I am joined by Goldborg and Lore. Woo!
Yay!
Yay! Awesome, because in this Ready Check, we're not just going to talk about the playoffs, but also about some broadcast things that have been fun this season so far. So, Lore, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for the invite. PGL yesterday, Ready Check this morning. I'm taking over. Right?
Yes, of course, and we love it. So let's take a look at the race for playoffs and the standings. Now, yesterday, Excel finally secured the win they needed over SK and locked themselves into their first ever top 6. Goldborg, they did, however, eliminate SK in the process, but it was a long time coming for Excel.
Yeah, definitely. Although I feel like the way it was done, it felt a little bit awkward because it was a pretty clean game from Excel. There wasn't really that build-up you had where it's like they finally made it, but it's awesome seeing a team like Excel who's been in the league for so long, who's struggled, who's had roster swaps mid-season, not only this year, but also last year as well. And this time around, it finally clicked for them.
It did, and as you said, it was just straightforward for them, and maybe we wanted a bit more drama, Lore, but after how nervous the players were, I think this is better.
I think they had enough drama over the past 7 seasons, but they entered the week with an easy situation, honestly. Just needed this one win to get to playoffs. Didn't happen on the first day, so getting the nerves maybe for the team, but yeah, clean win on day 2. They deserve it.
They deserve it indeed. Unfortunately for SK, it was off the backs of their game, but SK just wasn't able to get everything together in time in order to make that run for the
Yeah,
playoffs.
and it seems like for both pretty much all of our bottom teams, they actually came to a state where they felt competitive once we got towards the end of the split. There was even when Excel lost out against the first day, when they then had to move on to SK the second day, we still had that lingering thought, maybe they will drop it, maybe the curse is real, but no. They finally closed it out.
Exactly. They need to peak at the right time, and maybe that is just the case for the Mad Lions. They stayed alive, have now won 2 of their 3 games here at Super Week. They beat Astralis yesterday, and that, Lore, that was a close game. They actually got put behind tremendously by Astralis, but they fought their way back.
It was a close game indeed, but I mean, Astralis also gave them everything for the Mad Lions composition to shine, not really playing around Armut's Meganar, give them the right opportunities, especially towards the end of the game. But it feels like the way they've been playing lately and the compositions they used fits more their style. Eliolia was saying during the first day that they're playing more comfort champs. We see it with the Gnar, we see it with the Twisted Fate, especially on Reeker, because now he can be available for his teammates on side lanes and he doesn't have to create a big lead by himself.
Yeah, and I want to hone in on that point as well, because I completely agree with Law. Having Reeker and Twisted Fate has put him in a position where he no longer has to be facilitated by Kaiser and by Eliolia. It's more a case where he's the one pulling the trigger with the Destiny and Gate. His team might be calling for some plays, and they're just going for it, as you already mentioned, with the comfort. Like, they seem way more comfortable on these picks, and it's like day and night in terms of how they looked just a couple weeks ago and how they look this weekend.
Yeah, it does look like they have turned a page. I know in the preseason we heard so much about Reeker maybe being even the highest value new player coming into the LEC, and it's taken some time, but both him and Unforgiven have really found their groove. But is it going to be enough? They still need to win today, and then if Vitality loses, of course, Vitality is out, and Mad is in, which is so crazy. Now, earlier, we asked our fans on Discord who they thought would advance to the playoffs, Vitality or Mad, and the fans did go for Vitality with more than 60% of the votes. So, I mean, you can't vote against a super team.
Super team, suboptimal team. I don't know which part you're taking that, but I definitely think we can drop the super team about Vitality after the performance they've had this split. They have to go up against Astralis, and I mean, you want to be able to finish that one.
That's true. We'll see what happens for Vitality, the fans believe. Let's talk about the top of the table then. We have 3 contestants for the #1 spot. Rogue, Fnatic, and Misfits can still all finish in first place. I'm a bit surprised that Misfits can still make that first place, Lore.
I was a bit surprised that Misfits is top 3 right now, but the fact that they can make top 1 is astonishing. Honestly, the way they managed to turn out games in France, we usually say that they're the CEOs of the shutdown meta with the way they managed to turn fights around. But with the way they beat Fnatic yesterday especially, is it still a surprise that they're performing so good? But I mean, when you think about a ranking, I would doubt that maybe they can finish first. We'll see.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I think for sure, even if Misfits ends up as #1 coming into this split, I don't think it was so much in a convincing fashion. I still wouldn't rank them as #1 going into playoffs, but nonetheless, I think you're right. They had some pieces they built around, and they've been quite successful with building around Schlatten and around Mercer too.
Quickly, what's your rankings? 1, 2, 3. Top 3.
Fnatic, Rogue, and Misfits. I mean, Fnatic, we've seen the best from them. Honestly, they look like the strongest team in the LEC right now. Rogue, even though they had some fluke game, I want to say recently, they're still strong around comp, around Malrang especially. And Misfits, well, there's the VTO factor, there's the Schlatten factor because he got stronger, but still, I would rank them third.
And to make it go very quick, I'm going to completely agree with my co-analyst and say
Lovely.
Fnatic, Rogue, and Misfits.
All right, we'll see if that comes true. And it is also a biannual tradition here in the LEC to crown the totally made-up LEC awards at the end of each regular season. So let's waste no time and get right into the fun.
Okay. Getting fancy with the music.
I don't think you're supposed to talk over that, GB.
I know, but I couldn't help it. I was like, wow, I like this. And I like this.
All right, starting off tonight's gala is the category Best Observer Moment. And you all know at home we had a lot of clips to choose from. A shout out also to our wonderful observers. They have been smurfing it this season once again, but here are our nominees.
I love Zoe. I hope she wins.
usually
That's so This is beautiful. It had to be one of the best moments we've
just
had.
got us R-rated.
Everyone was
What is that?
laughing of this.
Q auto attack. Watch this auto attack animation. He just about gets it off, but it gets cancelled. But here comes my favorite arcade series.
Bad chests in the chat. Comp finds it. Caps realizes at the last moment, but it's just too late. Oh no, you didn't have to do this to
The power pose for Jinx as well. I love
Lars
it.
has been playing so well, observers. You didn't have to do this to him.
Look, he's just basing. He's just basing in
That's what
his
you get
brush.
for reading. Play games instead.
The game. We take a look back at the replay here. Clean combos coming in. Yeah, really clean combos.
There's no vision. They just know he's around the area. And, wow, that's pretty cute skin.
It's pretty creepy is what it is. If a robot cat hooked you out of bed, you're just on your way to sleep and he's like, nope, off you come.
It's cuter than a hairless cat.
Don't you dare.
But look at this shockwave from Certus.
Yeah, the shockwave, and also just you get the Super Mega Death Rocket coming through as well. Beautifully timed, and as we say, like Treats, he set that all up, right? Goes in, gets everyone Australis to group up, and it's absolutely perfect.
Oh, I even missed that one with the cat robot. I didn't.
Yeah, I
don't
forgot
remember
about
that.
this
It's
trend.
really great.
Yeah.
I mean,
I didn't, Medic. He's been pestering me about that moment for a long time about those
So,
hairless cats.
we are the committee, actually. Surprise. So, what do we think?
Has to be the Zoe for me. I mean, they make it look so dramatic with how candid she looks and how bubbly she is.
Yeah.
And then bam,
It was a
whole
whole
boss.
storyline. We had this setup, we had the plot
Yeah.
in the middle, Zoe just alone, the ending. It was a beautiful moment.
All right, here we go. It goes to the Zoe. I love Zoe. I hope she wins. Congratulations, you won, Zoe. Well, the observers won, actually, in this case. Next up, we have Best Caster Moment. Now, compared to the observers, you guys did an okay job, so let's take a look at the selection.
And they get the TP immediately into the root, into the stun, into the death. That TP sucks, Humanoid. He thought he was safe, but he was not.
Vibing, yeah. We are waiting for the bands coming through. Excel first. I'm not good at ad-libbing, so I'm not gonna try. Spinning. Yeah. Whoa.
The Chemtech Drake has been disabled. F's in the chat.
They know that's taken in. Helioya might find an engagement. 5-man ultimate on the follow-up. Wait, Wonder buys a bit more time. Can wait, get a little bit more damage down. The flash over. Oh my god, the footwork. Oh! Are they gonna get him? No! Wonder! Double absolute man plan!
I'm just kidding, Mark. I'm totally messing with you.
Wait, I couldn't. No, wait.
My heart isn't ready for this. I'm a guest. I'm not supposed to live through this, Medic. This isn't what I came here for.
Welcome to the LEC.
I mean, I have a favorite. But
I have a favorite too.
Does it start with a C and end with Adriel?
I think so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that guy, he can do it all, and it's so annoying that we're even awarding him again because, no, but seriously.
He made playoffs also this
He
week.
made
so,
playoffs.
Oh,
and
he's
smurfed
really
it.
just coming together now, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's the year of Cadril.
Congratulations, Cadril. Best caster moment, or Cadril and Dracos, rather. The final category is Best Win Celebration, and I have a feeling certain teams, G2 and Zanzara, will be represented among the nominees. Maybe I shouldn't cough during a pandemic, even fake cough. Okay, let's see. I think, yeah, here we go.
Aw.
Aww.
So this is great. We see the passion of a team finally winning, but this is
yeah.
art,
He
okay?
shoots.
So this
He
is how they have
scores.
this
He
set
leaks
up.
the MSI location. Never mind.
Welcome back to Team
Really
Drama.
fun. What is this one?
It's subtle. It's like, let's get a
yeah.
handshake for all the players. We've
They
just
don't
been
handshake
through
on
it.
stage, so.
Yeah, for sure.
Really great. It was an SK.
I have my own notes about
There
this
weren't many
clip.
of these, so. But
Because
this is great.
Gilius, he's
This
not
is so
jumping high
genuine.
enough.
Yeah.
It's too small steps. You don't really feel the hype in that jump.
well,
they make
G2
it fancy all the time.
Yeah. G2 are kind of like the new Mad Lions
Right?
with their
Yeah.
celebrations. I like it. Stralis?
Oh, nice buster.
How is she sitting? That's funny.
Oh yeah, what's it, the
Zanzara.
volley bear dance, I think.
Oh.
Is that volley bear? I thought it was just some
Trundle.
Fortnite dance.
Trundle.
Trundle.
They
okay.
okay. Trundle that game.
Ooh, that's a difficult one. But G2
Oof.
have so many.
They're creative,
Yeah.
and they bring the Mad Lions vibes, as you said. So
Yeah, I
have
think
to
they
root for
deserve
G2.
it.
Yeah.
For sure.
They deserve it. Congratulations, G2, for your celebrations. And now you may be wondering, how do they decide the nominees of the totally made-up LEC Awards? Well, we have an expert academy who judges everything as fairly as possible at the start of the split, blindly, without any context. Let's see what they had to say about the categories of Rookie and Season MVP.
Who is going to be the best performing rookie in Spring 2022?
Elioya.
Alioya?
Me.
No, for this year.
Oh, for 2020? Okay, yeah, not me. Not me.
Can be you.
Yeah. But they didn't perform yet.
Yeah. Who's going to be the best rookie?
Oh.
There's a lot of them actually.
Me.
You're not a rookie.
But that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Best performing rookie? Dayor.
I think Seattle's.
Xmati. I'll be biased, I will say Mars.
Flacket.
I will say one of the from my team, but I don't want to make them fight, you know? So I would choose Shulatan.
Xmati. Malrang?
Malrang? Okay. Oh, Malrang is not a rookie.
Is not rookie?
No.
I would say Zlatan.
Zlatan. Okay, good answer.
Zlatan.
I think I know. Zlatan.
Zlatan.
Zlatan. I'm gonna go on a brim and say Unforgiven. My Swedish show me. I think he can do good with Midlands.
Seattle's.
Dayor.
Dayor, 25. Or just Dayor.
Flacket or Reeker, I think. Maybe I'd say G2 is going to perform better, so Flacket.
Flacket. Flacket.
Flacket.
Rika by far.
Reeker, I guess.
Okay. Just because I said it first, or do you think he's
Do
promising?
you want me to lie to you or not?
You could say whatever you want.
Yes.
Weaker.
Reeker.
Reeker. I'm gonna say Reeker.
I think Reeker most likely. Me?
Okay. MVP of Spring.
Me?
Oof. Perks.
Humanoid.
Me. Nuclear Int.
Okay.
I mean, Vetio nickname in solo queue is 2022 MVP, so let's say Vetio.
Okay.
Me?
Targamas.
Targamas?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's that gonna be? Razok.
Elioya.
Okay.
Alfari or me?
Me.
Malrang.
MVP of Spring is going to be Markoon.
Alfari.
Selfmade, maybe?
Upset.
Upset. Humanoid.
Me.
Selfmade.
Upset, I guess, but I don't think Fnatic is going to do good, but that's the first word.
Okay.
Me.
Caps.
Caps?
Okay.
Caps.
Perks.
Oh, maybe Poach?
You know he's never won MVP.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, maybe then this year maybe he will get it.
Me.
Finally gonna get it.
Yeah, I finally got it.
Look at how wrong these peasants were. I'm kidding. This was, of course, week one, so we got to give them some, cut them some slack. And I also like it because it's very much based on expectations, preseason expectations. But now we get to see what we think at the end of the season. So Goldberg and Niski, you gathered a couple of candidates for MVP specifically, and you've chosen Hylissang, Vitio, Larsen, or Malrang. What were your choices, Niski?
For me, it's first one is Hylissang, then Vetu, and then Malrang. I think the Hylissang is the obvious one. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for sure with Hylissang, I think the value you get from Hylissang is not only just the fact that he's an incredible pressure down in the 2v2 from the bot side, it's also that he's able to translate this pressure from the bot side either into the mid lane, sometimes to the top side, and he's all in all just a scary player. He's incredibly hard to shut down due to his champion pool as well. We got engages and chances and whatnot, and therefore just an all-around all-star player.
And when you look at kind of the preseason expectations of the pro players themselves, it doesn't even come up to mind to talk about Hylissang in that way, because he's always really good. And I think that he's even better than what people had expected in previous years, for me, makes him a really prime candidate to be MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I think people know he's really good, but I feel like this split at least, I feel like his champion pool has been insane. I feel like he doesn't really die randomly anymore, and I don't know, I feel like he's really calculated and he does not make the mistakes he made in the past year. So a real completed player, and I think he will be even more scary when playoffs hit.
Come playoffs, indeed. To remind everyone at home, the MVP hasn't been decided yet, the regular season. That will happen after the end of next day, or today rather, the voting process will begin. But Vitio will be in there for sure. And I think here's where that definition of most valuable player and how you decide to attack it comes into play. Because, I mean...
Okay, so if we have to go from the most valuable player to a team, I think that Misfits would not be the same team without Vitio. And yes, you can come in with the argument that as a mid laner, he's quite often facilitated by support and jungle, but he does so well with these resources. He's flexible as well. We see him on the likes of Akali, where he can take over a late game. We see him on the Syndra as well. We got different threats from him. And I gotta say, as a mid laner, he's really grown and developed over the course of a year.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at least for me, I feel like he's still kind of a rookie. But I feel like this year, with like all the changes Misfits has made, it made him, it forced him to be like the real carry, the real veteran of the team, I feel like, and I think he's done a great job till now.
Absolutely. Talking about another mid laner, I saw Larsen on that list as well, Goldberg, and I know that you are a big fan of putting him on there.
Yeah, okay, so hear me out, community, because I know I can already see people going like, okay, Larsen, why the hell would you do that? Now listen up. Larsen is so damn consistent as a mid laner. He rarely ever makes mistake, and his fundamentals as a mid laner are just in check. The lanes he's hovering to in terms of where opponent's jungler is, where the vision is laid, it's something that we undervalue a lot when we take a look at the mid lane in itself, because it's these things that just Larsen will never get punished upon. And in the small instances where he is getting punished in the mid lane, I feel like a lot of it comes down to the miscommunications with his roster. Sometimes he needs some shadowing from a jungler support. It just doesn't happen. He'll die in a lane. Maybe that's something that's a little bit greedy in communication, but we don't know. All I know that as an individual, and we just hone in on Larsen this split as a mid laner, he's been doing phenomenal.
When you look at, of course, Malrang is the other player that's been getting a lot of praise and attention on that roster, but he has, I mean, if it's fair to say, in the beginning of the split, he was taking over every single game. Even when that wasn't as much the case, Larsen was still putting up those big numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that Larsen can be also one of the MVP candidates, but for me, I feel like Malrang should be the third one, because...
You can disagree with me, you don't have to do this, go on!
Because I think Rogue dies and lives by Malrang, I feel like, because he just leads the whole game, I feel like, and he makes some plays that you don't even expect him to do. He covers for his lanes really well, and I feel like he's not necessarily behind for it, so for me, Malrang is the third one.
I like all those opinions, and I know there's a thread right now on Twitter from the LEC account, so go ahead and tell us who you think we should consider as well. But Larsen and Malrang, they will play in our marquee match of the day, as they will face off against G2 in Game 5 tonight. So it isn't quite the match of the week, we already had that one, but it is such a big game. This might be a potential playoffs round 1 matchup, in fact, and Rogue would lock first seed with a win. And that's kind of nuts. I know we talk a lot about Rogue and how they failed in that one final, etc. But these guys are so good in the regular season time and time again. And you as a player yourself, Niski, that is not easy, keeping that form as high for so many games.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been doing a great job in the spring split. I feel like they have like the recipe of succeeding during the split. But I feel like once playoff hits, it feels like maybe they're under a lot of pressure or they don't handle it well. But I think with this roster, with Malrang's experience from Damon, I feel like they can overcome that, and I I hope they do so.
It's a great test versus G2. They only were ever able to beat G2 once. That was in week 4. It's 1-12, GB. So what are we expecting here in this match?
I mean, it's interesting because if we have to look at the momentum coming through from both these teams so far, I would actually say that G2 has looked better at the second half of the split, especially that early game. I think the early game from Rogue has been lacking a little bit every now and then when they don't have a draft that probably facilitates what they want to do. But when they do have tools to work with the early game, especially last on something like the Rise as well, I feel like teams are on a lot of pressure. And for example, a team like G2 that had a very scaling composition yesterday that was barely punished by Vitality, I think today is going to be an incredible matchup because you have stylistically Rogue, that's super good in the early game, against a team like G2 that has opted in for a little bit of more scaling. So I want to see that they're going to be attacked in the early game rather.
G2 was dubbed by Grabs in PGL a few days ago as the dark horse going into the playoffs. I feel like what we've seen in the last couple of days, specifically of Caps and of Jankos, Niski, they're bright horse, I would say.
I mean, I feel like they've been doing great together as a mid jungle, and also for me, at least, I feel like Caps has been kind of back to his form-ish. I don't want to jinx him yet, but I feel like he's been doing really good, and I feel like he figured out his play style. He wants to play certain type of champions, and I think he's doing great for now, so I want to see how he does against Rogue today.
Yeah, we didn't even mention him in the MVP. He mentioned himself, though, in the video, so perhaps he'll say, hey, don't forget about me.
But also remember that Caps really didn't show up at start of the split. This is something that he's really geared up with. And as you said yourself, Grabs was like, he's a dark horse. And now we're like, he's not a dark horse. He's actually performing. And is on multiple champions as well.
All right, let's see what happens. All games today still have significant standings implications. And here we have a quick look at that schedule. So we're finishing off the Super Week very strong with G2 versus Rogue. What would be the single game you're looking forward to the most, GB?
I think it's a no-brainer. I have to say Astralis versus Vitality because it has so many implications. And you know, what greater storyline than Vitality losing to Astralis and then Mad Lions losing to BDS only for none of it to matter. That's the real story I'm looking for.
Unsubscribe! I do not want to be subscribed to that timeline, but you make a good point, though. It's still a lot on the line. And first and foremost, that playoff spot. And unfortunately, SK Gaming was eliminated from the playoffs yesterday after their loss versus Excel. Ahead of their final game of their season today, Lore is joined by Certes to recap their season and look forward to summer.
Thank you, Shux and Certes. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of your last game of the regular season. First off, I'm so sorry things didn't play out the way you expected them to when it comes to playoff. But still, this was your rookie season in the LEC. A lot of takeaways from it. What do you think about your growth over the past 8 weeks and the learnings you took as a player?
I think I growed a lot during these LEC times. I mean, like scrims are going really well for me, and our practice is also getting better. And yeah, from the league, playing with the best players, you can always improve from them. And during the time, I also learned how to play different styles of champions, more like laning phase champs or roaming champs. And yeah, really happy about it.
We're happy too. I mean, we showed a lot of good things for you during the LEC. Could you elaborate maybe on what you think you improved the most on a personal level?
On a personal level, what I improved the most on, I think how to play around my team, especially like it doesn't happen that much where you can get a big lead like during the laning phase. It's more like that you try to influence the side lanes, especially bot or top. And I think I kind of did well around it. And yes.
Yeah, you did really well indeed. And I mean, we saw a lot of progress on the side of SK in general. You managed to beat some of the top teams in the second round robin. Rogue, for instance, this week. When you think about summer and what will be possible for SK, how far do you think you can go?
I think for sure in summer will be better. I think the biggest problem was the early start in the season where we lost a lot of games. And yeah, as you mentioned, like we beat top teams like G2, Rogue. So of course, like there's potential for us to be in summer a playoffs team.
Yeah, a lot of areas to explore for sure, and a lot of time to work on things also. Focusing on the last match you will play today against Misfits, and it feels like they made a name for themselves in the LEC as the comeback team, if I may say. Any words maybe on the way they managed to win games and how you think it's going to play out against you today?
I mean, we have to be careful, like when we are ahead and we have a lead, that we will not throw it away. I think we will be smart, taking not 50-50 fights and always fighting in our position and our advantage, and we try to clean out the game.
Yeah, have to be careful about these mid-game fights. Maybe a couple words on the matchup against VTO. I know he's been at the center of everything in the LEC lately.
I mean, yeah, I think he has a really good split at the moment. Like, he is a really good player on like these carry champs like Akali or Sylas, and he's like really smart about not throwing the game. So yeah.
Yeah, very excited about this matchup for sure. Certus, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck on your last game of the spring season, and yeah, hope for the best against Misfits.
All right, thank you for the interview.
You're very welcome. See ya. And for more on Misfits and how they came back yesterday against Fnatic, back to you, Goldberg.
Thank you very much, Law. Yesterday, Misfits celebrated another huge comeback victory as they took down Fnatic. And I wanted to break down the single most pivotal team fight of that game. So as we have a look at it, without diving too much into it, to the small nitty-gritties of it, it's just a situation where Fnatic has complete control around the Baron area. Misfits are going to have to force their way through the fog of war. They don't really have the vision that kind of facilitates a good fight, and because of that, they are going to be losing out at the first start of the fight. So let's have a look at how it actually pans out. Wunder is going to be doing a great job trying to poke them down with the accelerated shock blast here. You can see VTO's HP bar take a huge toll. And as soon as this has happened, you know it's all about turning now from the side of Fnatic. Let's have a look at the highlights and look at the different positions we're looking at in the team fight as well. Because as you can already see, Zlatan and Hirit, they're completely disjointed from the rest of the team. And it makes it very easy for Fnatic to pile down on the 3 members in the center. And as they do that, it's just VTO being forced to flash away. They can just roll down the team fight. Mercer has already fallen. VTO is going to be the next one. And currently, it's a 2 for none. But this is where it starts becoming a dire situation. This is where you finally get to see why Jinx is so pivotal in a meta like this, because she gets to kite back until she finds the reset. So let's have a look at how it actually pans out. Fnatic, they're over chasing it. They're trying to go onto Neon. A great flash from Neon to get it out of range from the rest of the team, who's already used all the dashes. So when Neon is standing still right here in this instant and just going to be kiting back with a beautiful kick as well nonetheless from the side of Zlatan, well, it just puts Neon up in a position where he's completely free to get the resets, hammer down the auto attacks, and this is really just enough to make any player go like, maybe I should have banned Jinx on red side. But enough about that, because that was in the end what was enough for Misfits to take down Fnatic. It was one big team fight that ended deciding it all. And yes, it could have been bounties. Yes, it could have been the small picks. But nonetheless, it came down to Neon's Jinx to finally get the team fight over.
It did. But we're going to have a little discussion about it, because I've seen a lot of chatter online, especially from the side of Fnatic fans, of course, saying, oh, these bounties are so incredibly broken. And then I'm like, well, if your team has been behind, why haven't you used them to win a game? But what do you guys think about it?
Listen, bounties, okay, I'm just going to lay it out there. They're not as useful as I feel like people are making them out to be. Sometimes champion shutdown, yes, they're a bit finicky and you get a lot of gold from getting some of these small pickups. But when a team like Misfits was down 5k gold, getting 450 combined gold for all of your team every now and then by just taking a Drake and a little turret, it's not going to be enough. It's about finding the right footing in a team fight. This was in a state where items differential didn't matter too much. We had 1 item difference at best, and Jinx was almost full item, so I feel like it just came down to how it was played.
So the Jinx was a bigger issue than
for sure, Jinx is broken.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it makes sense that they just get free gold. Like, that can be annoying, but I feel like it makes even more sense when you have a champ that outscales, and I think Jinx right now has to be one of the most broken champs with Zeri maybe. So I think people should ban it against Misfits, because it seems like they're abusing it really well.
We'll see. Breaking news though, a Misfits win in this game would lock them into the top 2. And if Rogue lose to G2 later today, Misfits was actually finished in first in the regular season, which goes to show how good Misfits has been playing in the second half of this season. And at the top of mind are probably mostly those crazy comeback games, but we can't forget that they also had a bunch of games where they were just cool, calm, and collected and got the W.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Misfits as a team kind of found their identity, even though it's like they're usually behind and they just come back games. Like, that's not a bad thing, right? Because if your early game gets stable in the next 2-3 weeks, then that team can be actually scary. But I do believe they will have to work really hard to make that early game stable, and then they can be scary.
I think that's a good point, because statistically they also spend more time in a major deficit than in a major lead in the 7 wins that they had. Neon yesterday in the interview, GB, said, we have to work on a lot because we can't be getting into these early game deficits continuously. What do you think the specific working point should be for Misfits heading into the playoffs?
Well, good thing is the scaling method for Misfits currently with these picks, but I also think, as Niski mentions himself, and he's completely right, you kind of need to stabilize that early game, especially when you move into a best-of-5 scenario. I feel like sometimes drafts are not making the early game easier for them, and that is something that can be punished if it's not adapted.
So let's take a look what they do here. It is time for the draft of the first game of the last day of the Super Week, Misfits versus SK. Here we go then. You know, if I'm SK, I know I'll be wanting to make a stand, even though this game does not matter for me anymore. And Misfits, as said, they have their eye on that first place in the regular season. Goldberg said, we have to see something that gives them the tools in the early game, so let's see if that's what happens.
Yeah, so, okay, another thing is as well, I think V2 has been performing very well on the Syndra. It's not the highest priority, but it's a good matchup every now and then when you know what you're playing into, and it sets you up nicely for a 2v2. I think SK Gaming, they recognize where some of the strengths can come from Misfits in the early game as well, which is Zlatan's Lee Sin. He was allowed to have it yesterday, and we just saw the kick as well in the breakdown. Like, this is a guy that does well on high mechanically champions like this.
I agree. I mean, for me, I just want to see, first of all, like what happens with Jinx in this draft, because I feel like both teams really like Jinx.
Yes, for sure.
So I would love to see a Jinx ban from Misfits side. And then also, I remember yesterday TF was banned against Misfits, so let's see what happens with this champion today.
Yep. And it's also just the fact that it opens up for a different kind of League of Legends. We saw it in the G2 game yesterday where Flacket was then playing Israel. Like, all of a sudden, when these hyper AD carries are getting taken off the table, we get to see different styles that allows for 1-3-1 as well, as we saw there. So moving into this, there's still a lot of power picks open, like the likes of Gwen, the likes of TF, the likes of Ryze. I mean, this draft is just getting completely overloaded as it already goes.
Yeah, I agree. Also, as we can see, Leona has not been banned yet for treats, so maybe he might first pick it, but let's see if they ban Jinx here or not. Also, they banned Aphelios, it makes more sense to ban Jinx,
Yeah, so they're smart about it. They're kind of on blue side. We will ban Aphelios now. If you don't go for the Jinx ban yourself, we will first pick it. And quite often what this allows you to do is go for a stable pick for yourself as well. And I think that may just be the one to go for. It has a lot of early game playmaking potential just because you get to shove in the wave and you get to move around.
Making Niski very happy, the fact that Ryze is a high priority.
I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing Vetu on TF here, but I think he'll probably play Syndra or LeBlanc is my guess with Xin Zhao. Makes a lot of sense. Or Orianna as well, if you want this scaling.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen Vitio that many times on TF. It's a good point that you
I
mentioned
think,
that.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you play TF, usually you want like really great silence. I feel like Misfits' identity is not really on Vetu roaming the map, so that's why. Let's see, maybe they will go for Jarvan for Gilius here, or maybe Viego too, I'm not sure.
Viego?
Yeah, but with Jhin already locked in from the side of Misfits, we know they kind of want to play for a top side. Jhin is one of these more facilitating AD carries instead. And once again, once Aphelios and Jinx is off the table, a completely new kind of League of Legends kind of gets to flourish, where it is maybe more about the solo laners. Good call on the Jarvan to come out as well. There's already a lot of early playmaking potential with Jarvan, with Ryze. Oh, and this might be really nice to see as well.
Kalista.
So, what do you mean?
It could be the Kalista Jarvan.
Oh, you're right!
Actually. I mean, right now I think Vetu would lean more towards the LeBlanc, in my opinion, because when you play against a Jarvan, usually you want to pick a mid that has like a dash. Poppy, okay. Maybe it's just teasing us with the Poppy, or maybe they might just pick it for Mersa.
Well, the thing is, yeah, that's the thing. I think that's a good call as well, because even down there with the Steadfast presence, it can also just be like psychological. Now the Poppy is in SK's minds. They might want to ban it leading into the second ban phase. And it's interesting to see these. Well, we don't know if it's a blind pick Alistar yet. It could be a potential Alistar blind pick as well.
It's the first Kalista, by the way, in the LEC in 2022.
Yeah,
yes. Welcome back, our queen.
I don't think she's that great, but I feel like maybe Jesu and Treat just wanna
Have a
go
little
out
fun.
and
Yeah.
have some fun and try to win lane against Neon and Mersa, but we'll see what happens. I think Veto should look for the LeBlanc here on mid, so I would not be surprised if SK looks to ban it as well. So what's left? It's Syndra, LeBlanc, and Orianna left.
They
most
clearly
likely.
also suspect the Jarvan bot because they keep banning out the jungler. So
junglers,
the
for
jig
sure.
is up. Let's see if
Yeah.
now they switch it up again.
And I still wonder on this side as well. You see the Akali there, LeBlanc, I think it will be the fourth band, the second band to come out there. I still think Syndra can have some value. I think she's great against low range AD carries like the Kalista as well. That makes the game very difficult for her to play. But really, the likes of Jhin as well, more aggressive mid laners like the LeBlanc or even like the Akali, which has been banned away, is also something you could like to go for because there is some backline access. You have an Alistar to follow up with as well. So Misfits, I think they have a lot of tools right now to either just be creating a standard control mage draft, play up towards topside if they want to have that counter pick available for Hirid, or they can just go for an all-out dive to backline if that's what we're looking for.
I mean, right now I see Orianna working really well because they have Zinzao and Alistar, but LeBlanc has been left up, so maybe Veto goes for that way. I mean, he will be picking mid here and give counter pick to Hirid for top lane, so we'll see.
You know a lot about this mid lane matchup. If LeBlanc goes into Ryze, how playable is that matchup for Ryze? Because usually you just want to roam and just get out of lane.
I mean, basically it's like Ryze can push the 1v1, but you're always scared when playing against LeBlanc that you just get ganked, chained, and then you will just insta-die. That's why I think it's good, but okay, they leave last pick for Veto and they just blank pick Gnar. Oh, it's because enemy team banned Aurelia, I guess, and that's what they did yesterday as well, I believe.
Yeah, so they're trying to take it as a takeaway because I think Genex was looking for that Gnar himself. We have seen Genex a lot on the likes of Grace as well when he want to just be isolated. Gwen has also been removed, and I'm not going to be talking about that until I see something like that for good reason. And just like that, the flex has been revealed.
They've been sniffed out and they said no. Yeah.
Tryndamere, okay.
Fun.
Okay, so what's up here?
You
for
are
Veto?
you're looking very confused right now, Niski. You're like,
I mean, I
Tryndamere.
don't know. I mean, Tryndamere is a good champ, but I don't know if it's really good into Gnar. I mean, I'm not a top laner, so I cannot know, but he probably has something in his mind. I think Orianna, LeBlanc, or Syndra for Veto is my guess.
If it's Orianna,
it's been confusing. Niski has been saying that a while now, so let's see what they actually come through with. And no, who would have seen this coming on R5? It is still a blank for VTO.
Apparently Twitch chat is spamming, where's Aphelios, where's Jinx, what's going on? I think this is much more fun. The LeBlanc, that was promised, finally locked in. Does that tie the comp together, Niski?
Yeah, I mean, I like LeBlanc, to be honest, into Jarvan. I think especially it's really good. Also, I like it versus left comp because they don't have that much like LeBlanc is kind of free to do whatever she wants. She can just poke and go out. They don't necessarily have like hard engage, even though people might say, yeah, they do, they have Jarvan, but it's against a LeBlanc that has a dash, so it's not that useful. And also paired with the Jhin, it's a really good combo.
Yeah, but I feel like on the side of SK, you have a lot of lanes to attack. Maybe too many, actually, because this Jarvan is going to be, a lot of the early clears is going to be about finding a kill. I think it makes the most sense to try and do it down towards the bot side, get Jesu ahead of this Kalista so you can kind of just snowball against the Jhin that have really low mobility. And from the side of Misfits, it's quite clear. Get VTO ahead and set him up for a carry performance once again. The classic Misfits.
Classic Misfits. They still have a chance to lock first place in the regular season. I was waiting for the coaches to handshake, but they're not there. Why aren't the Bears getting up? Regardless, SK definitely also want to go out with a bang, want to have one more win on the docket versus Misfits. So let's get into our first game of the last day of Super Week. SK Gaming versus Misfits.
We are on to the Rift. SK versus Misfits. I am Ushin. I am joined by the very tall and handsome Nymera. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
We're also matching on the suits, you know?
We
Gotta
are.
go and get a bit of coordination.
Okay.
Whoa! I looked away for a second and this thing's happened.
This is what you do on like Rel or Rakan. And
or ARAM.
Okay, hang on, wait. What walls are there to flash over on ARAM? You tell me,
I
because
mean,
you're
if
playing on
there's
a
an
different map to me.
Anivia in the game, you know, you gotta speak more creative.
Okay, so... Okay, first off, that's actually very creative. Okay, you got out of that one. Point to you. But
gotta be smart. Gotta be sharp on me now. Come on,
I appreciate
keep up.
that SK have come in with interesting picks. They have come in with interesting level 1. It failed, but I like it. And I like how they have come into this game to potentially take a very important game away from Misfits. We know that SK are out of playoffs contention. We know that Misfits are still in the race for the very top spots in our league, though. And you can see that SK, they're not burdened by the occasion.
I mean, honestly, you don't lose a lot for that play. It's an opportunity cost. Yes, you do not have the initial flash from Treats. You still have Hex Flash. You're fine. You'll be able to do whatever you need to do in the laning phase. Jhin, Alistar, not exactly known for their, you know, kill pressure, shall we say. And, you know, we were excited to see maybe the Jarvan and bot side. Nautilus does a pretty similar thing with the Kalista.
So, and the thing with with having those Hex Flash, actually a lot of your engaged sports actually kind of prefer Hex Flash because they can just sit in a brush, control it like Treats is doing right now, and look for these hooks, look for the early trades.
Yeah, they know they have the level 1 over this Jhin. Not exactly the best at trading, and this is going to be some pretty decent damage here for SK. They're coming out swinging. I'm liking this.
Yeah, but of course, we need to see this from the Kalista if we're going to go set up how this early game should go. SK, Misfits, neither of these teams are ones which have renowned early games, but the best thing about this game when they're against each other is that one of these teams needs to, well, has to not lose the early game. They might go even, but for both these teams, it has been about getting to the mid game, about getting to the late game and surviving past the first few minutes of the game. SK, however, looking at the draft, do have a lot of early priority. They have a ganking jungler. They should be able to utilize first 5 to 10 minutes a little better than their draft yesterday, which really struggled in that regard.
I like how you worded that as well. Not lose the early game.
I'm not saying that both of them will win.
It's to say, like, no one's going to win the early game. They're just not going to lose it, and that's the big difference we got to make. And of course, Misfits have kind of made a name for themselves in the 2022 Spring Split of basically being known as, you know, let the objective bounties come in, see how far behind we can go, and then just punch them right back.
They are definitely connoisseurs of the new game mechanics coming into the season. Not so new anymore. Of course, it's been a whole split at this point. Oh my gosh, it's been a whole split.
It really has.
How'd you like that? But we've seen a lot of these picks throughout the entirety of it. Of course, as the desk was saying, this isn't the Jinx, this isn't the Aphelios. We're going to have a different understanding of the meta at this point. So many of these teams are so practiced around those 280 carries. Things play out very, very differently when you have different bot laners on the table. The junglers, though, playing with pretty even prio, but Misfits moving first.
Yeah, it's going to be Gilius just flag and dragging over the top there. As we're going to see a hook down this bot side. It's a 2v2 for the moment. Mercer did go with the Aftershock versus the Glacial Augment of Treats. And look, you might be coming in, this game means nothing. Actually, this game actually means a lot in terms of the standings of where everything is. If you think about it from that point of view, Misfits win, they lock top 2, and they would be first if Rogue lose later on to G2. If SK win, Rogue will lock top 2 and have a very high chance of making that top 1. And not only that, the more important thing about this is VTO gets 7 kills. He will join a very exclusive club of 100 or more kills in a single regular split. There's a lot here still to play for.
Okay, and we've done the checklist of things we need to watch out for in terms of all the narratives.
The narrative's done. Moving on.
So what I'm hoping for is, like, we see so many picks which can fight early. We've got the junglers which do that. The bot lanes which are continuing to fight. We got to talk about the plays instead.
Yeah, you got to keep going on top of this one. They're going to have so much CC now onto Mercer. The heal's going to be used. They're going to flash in. It's a double knock-up, though, from Gilius. They're not quite able to get the damage down. Yes, they are. The flash in with the rend, and it's Jezu who picks up first blood.
And for a bot lane which has so often been criticized for their 2v2s, it's the Kalista, it's the Nautilus, it is the we are fighting you level 1 to 3 baby lane, which comes up early with some results for the SK bot lane. It's something which I said, you know, they kind of need to do this. This is a comp which needs to stay ahead. That Kalista, if they don't get these lane advantages, is a very difficult champion to pilot. But as we come into this replay, you can see that Treats has gone for the Glacial, doesn't have the Aftershock, but doesn't have any cares in the world at this point. When you have the Kalista, who has the ability to chase down in the lane, and a jungler that can do this machine-like reflexes on that.
It really was clean there, and that is the power of the Jarvan. They talked about it on the desk, the early lanes he's able to go for and make work for his team, and right just at the turret. So long, cowboy.
Well, I knew we set the stakes.
Don't even finish that sentence. Move on.
It's fine.
Move on.
You've cowed me into submission. Okay, right, back into the mid lane. Treats, after their successful play in the early game through that CB2, has gone towards the mid lane, and this is one of the things which happens when you have winning bot lane. This is not unique to the champions we've seen in the Jinx and the Fellows. Turns out if you just win bot lane, it's really easy to play through the map as your support. Treats goes and secures that mid lane, looks for an opportunity, doesn't find anything, but is using this time to reset with a Calista. Doesn't really need them to babysit them in the bot lane to achieve something across the map.
Yeah, well, Mercer knows that this is happening, as Treats is very much in vision of the big old cow. And with Zlatan now clearing that ward, we are going to see Misfits putting a lot of pressure towards this top side. Eventually, they will back themselves away, but with the level 6 being hit there by Certus, you now have that realm warp to open yourself up, move yourself around the map, and maybe put Misfits under a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, particularly when you don't have the level 6 on the Alistair yet, you don't have a flash there either, and there are some summoners missing outside of that. Yeah, you look at that realm warp and you look at things being particularly dangerous. Yep, summoners top though, that's a different story.
Yep, Genax should be able to, not even going to need the Undying Rage right there. The Ghost and the Flash is enough, and the thing is, when you're in Mininar, you do not have any armor whatsoever. It is so rough for you, and if you get jumped on like that, there's nowhere for you to go.
It's a mistake in the laning phase. A bit of a freebie from here, trying to get that Rage Bar, but just misses out on a couple of seconds to get the Mega Gnar, get that CC from the wall up, or otherwise to disengage the play. It is 2 summoners gone now from Genax, and it's not got him any tower plates, but it's a kill nonetheless. Bot side is where we draw the eye again.
Yeah, we're going to go in, and there's going to be action all across the map. Mercer almost taken down. He finally falls, but they've traded it back. That's 1 kill for VTO as he starts to keep pushing forward. They're almost on the Zlatan, who almost goes down, but not quite, and he's still keeping himself alive. As Jezu finishes himself off. VTO onto 2 of 7, but Jezu is not done right now. The flash away, he gets himself out of range of the Rend, and that's 3 kills now for VTO.
And he's going full Bon Jovi. We're halfway there. 3 out of 7, maybe give him another half on it, but either way, they find themselves, Misfits, at an early game deficit yet again, but much earlier into the game this time, they find some kind of turnaround. We talked about the Realm Warp being very important, but also having the skirmishing ability of the heavy CC of your jungle, of your support, having that Mimic on the LeBlanc for such high base damages early into the game too, really carries this fight. It breaks down into a series of messy skirmishes. LeBlanc uses that ability. However, you know that Realm Warp, that's still relevant.
It is still very relevant. Certus goes a little bit too far forward. No flash on Hirit left. He's in Mininar again, and he's being chased down. He's got himself a triple knockup from Mercer, who saves his top laner. Hirit's about to go Mega. That's number 4 for VTO as they finally get themselves the 2 kills turned back. It's just all messy, all fighting, but we love it.
We absolutely do. I mean, maybe they could slow down so we can have something else to talk about in this game, but the map has been lit on fire, almost literally.
Of course, with that trade up on the top side, it is going to mean pressure in bot. We've got so much moving, and this is, again, a game of League of Legends. You move somewhere, somewhere else gets pushed against you.
There's these cross maps coming in and returning back again to a bit more of a normality in this. We are now seeing split map states, and you have to say, okay, what AD carries are being left alone? What can they achieve with that? It's not like, again, we have the Jinx and the Aphelios, or something a bit more able to take down these towers. Kalista and Jhin, they don't take structures quite as quickly, but they're still getting gold. They're still getting ahead of the curve in both regards. We see that Gilius is looking to shield SK in this bot lane, but what I do love about what SK are doing right now is they're using this Kalista with the level 6 as a wrecking ball, using that as a point of pressure. See how that works out with this split map state to engage more fights.
No, VTO's feeling it. Neon gets himself out with the curtain call there. VTO will not be picking that one up there, but 4-0-3 here for the Misfits mid laner. He is on a roll, and this LeBlanc is just going to get scarier and scarier the longer we wait.
And it's all well and good for me saying, oh, you can use the Kalista as a wrecking ball. It turns out that VTO is the wrecking crew in this game, doing it all by themselves, really. They've found the angles into those fights, and I'm going to go back into the replay to see how, of course, this last demolition came about. This was... it was a hoppy on the wave. It was the double chain, something that we've seen a great many LeBlancs do over the years, but this time they have themselves an AD carry that can follow up from a little further away, and the Jhin puts him down.
That skin is gorgeous. I don't like talking about... Oh, are we going to have another one? Dead. What were those 3 lines, I wonder? It was a bit of a clipping thing there, but...
It's a line for each kill that Video is going to get on him this game. It's, looking to see if Genax can repeat and reprise their performances of that first solo kill going in. Still has the ult, pop the Ghost.
Yeah, they're going to pop the Ghost. The Undying Rage is still there. He just about gets it off. Now Hirit needs to try and keep running away. He will have himself a hop over the wall, but it's not enough. That's 3 kills now for the Tryndamere. And just as much as we're saying this LeBlanc's getting scary, this Tryndamere is becoming unmatched in the side lane.
And we have to track so many individual points of power at this time because we have the side lane threat now. We have the skirmishing threats all online. We do have a Herald. It's going to come back to team fights. The Tryndamere doesn't have the ult, so that gold is not relevant just yet, though.
I mean, look at the bot lane as well. Like, you're going up against 4 members of Misfits here. VTO over to the side of the wall. You haven't moved your Kalista. Jezu is saying, look, I can get more done on this bot side. I can get those plates to myself. And yes, we see Kalista as a mid-game spiking champion, but when you're able to kind of trade it back for the Rift Herald, it is still an equal trade for Misfits.
It is, but SK is still trying to poke their head around the corner, see if they can look for something there. Trying to play Spectator. Jax doesn't have the ult. Remember, he's behind enemy lines and might have to go for an execute.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go for a long walk through some turrets, just going to execute himself. And before he does that, actually, he might just be trying to stall out just a little bit more. Just between the turrets, he's just proxy and shut down, goes over to Neon.
I mean, I know that we've seen some deaths for the greater good last couple of days, but that's feeding kills over to a very important player for this team of Misfits.
Yeah, and when you talk about Misfits and Neon, like, we're obviously a lot of focus going there onto the mid lane, but Neon has been just as good. We look at how he did yesterday as well, and like, the guy came out 7, 6, 5, 7, nearly 800 damage per minute. That is just absurd to come out from it, and it's a big win as well.
It was huge, and of course it was against one of the top contenders in this league. We know that Misfits are looking towards the top spots now. They find themselves in a rare, unprecedented opportunity to try and take down what we assumed were the strongest squads in our league. Now, they have to get through SK4, and it has been a messy affair so far, but Neon has been the engine behind the powerhouse of VTO as well. Picks up a lot of slack in the late game, and Hirit, well, he's hitting the ground here.
Yep, Hirit is going to be hitting the ground faster than we could even cast it as we get the Rift Herald going up into that top side. A lot of gold being shifted on both sides. You can see it being basically distributed between different carries. Massive lead in the top side for Gen X, but then you look at the mid lane, huge lead for VTO, and then on the other side of that, it's another big lead for Jezu in that bot side. They will get a second charge here. Gen X does have himself his flash and his ult available, but there's a lot of single target CC. I don't know if he wants to go under the turret for that.
But what this does mean with that, just looking a bit further forward, is well, what it does mean is you've got long lanes to play side lanes. VTO does get out, but this is the map that we find ourselves with now. Outer towers being shredded everywhere and inner tower being taken down. You look at the Tryndamere, you look at the Blanc, it puts even more importance for them to use their huge leads well. So track that as the game goes on. We have very powerful members on both sides in different roles. They need to stop pulling their weight.
I'm a little annoyed about that play. I felt like you just needed to Gilius going in, and then, you know, the ultimate as well from Jezu. It felt disconnected. It felt like they were going to the same target where they should have went for different areas. I don't know. I digress.
I mean, Treats had just used the flash and the ultimate. Well, rather the ultimate wasn't available, so there wasn't as much point and click, and there was a flash still on VTO. Maybe they could have come on in a little bit more to get
maybe
something
I'm just
out.
being harsh.
I mean,
you know,
part of me thinks, yeah, okay, maybe land one of your CC, but the other thing is that it is a LeBlanc. Will let you off just about this time.
I know, right? I was gonna make a point about how, like, you know, we make analysis sound as we're gonna see a Cataclysm coming down. It's gonna be on top of 2 people as Zlatan and Mersa are trying to just echo in on top of this thing. They're trying to escort people in, but Jezu gets the first kill. He gets exhausted down, but you're on full retreat mode Neo here as Misfits Neon off to the side trying to use those curtain call shots to slow down and pepper down the damage. You won't be able to pick up a single kill, and that's 2 quick kills going over to the side of SK. VTO in a lot of trouble. Flashed in on top of, and he will be shut down where he stands. SK are bringing the fight to Misfits.
And for the first time, we see grouped fights. We see everyone culminating on the same spot, and it's the Kalista that's in the middle of things, and it's the Jhin that can't really contribute in the same way. Immediately, you've got one of these frontliners taken down. Zlatan doesn't get a huge amount done, and the retreat is called. Neon is trying to pull off something, but end of the day, you're not auto-attacking on that Jhin. You haven't got the front foot in the fight. You're trying to play catch-up, and the Jhin is not great in that regards. And that flash that was saved earlier from VTO, kind of used in vain.
Just a little bit. They decide to go left. It was the correct door. That gives the shutdown there over to Gilius. Turret in the top lane taken down as well. And we're looking at about a 2,500 gold lead. And again, like I said, Gen X is huge right now. Hira can't really go toe-to-toe as much as he probably like to. He's 2 levels down.
Hira is mini, and he doesn't have it. Whoa, chance in
Oh! He didn't have his ult. He did not have his ult. Here getting himself back. Another one. That's a 1-4-2 Gnar in mini form. That was just Gen X not really respecting it.
Catches a little bit by surprise. At least catches me by surprise. Maybe I should have checked some of those cooldowns myself as Genax failed to do so on the ultimate. Certus between a rock and a hard place in bot lane.
Yeah, he's gonna be all right though, because he's got himself his turret, and those minions are doing some work to Zlatan. Zlatan's gonna be the focus here. Gonna have to use the Crescent Guard as they just missed the hook on the top side. That would have been a nice little bounty to go back over to the side, but it's gonna be Zlatan getting baited in. Certus having himself the stopwatch keeps him alive, and now 11-9 in kills. 2 dragons to the side of SK Misfits. We know they like to play the early game, but now we'll see if SK can actually really punish them for this.
So when we were talking about, okay, well, one of these teams has to come out at least even from this early game, right? These teams which have typically struggled at that point find themselves actually on relatively even footing. It is lead over to SK, but at least Misfits, they're not coming back from. They don't need to make another heroic charge against huge deficits. And as we said, their main carry for the split in VTO has done very well so far, getting themselves up to a large amount of gold very, very early on. But the fights are still continuing to be traded.
And let's reset ourselves here. It's been a very chaotic game. We've had a lot of different movement. Probably not as bog standard as we expected. Where do you want to see these two teams play around? We have 50 seconds until the Dragon. There are some key summoners down as well for both sides.
I think it does come back to the side lanes again. I think that I'm particularly looking at Genax starting to push in, having a Realm Warp to go help them. On the other side, if Hira can start playing that weak side and getting those micro advantages, succeeding where maybe you expect it to be a bit of a done deal, then Misfits can start getting some wiggle room to play some of these fights up a little more. But either way, if you start losing those side lanes as the side of Misfits, and you let that trend start to get a look in, then you've got the Callisto ult to be afraid of. You've got the Realm ult to be afraid of to break open these fights and make it a very multi-directional confrontation. Misfits, though, as it stands, have got themselves the inside track on this Dragon. They do have Hirit sat on a TP in that top side, whereas Trinimir has had to be called down early to the fight.
Has been called down early. No flash available here for Jesus, so he would be the carry we would... And Certus as well. So pretty much everybody, apart from Treats, has not got their flash for SK, and we're on a decent enough position here for Misfits.
I think that flash is very important. Of course, you've got the Callista ult to keep yourself safe. You can use that flash much more aggressively, but the Callista gets to the Dragon first. The Misfits are looking at it going down.
That's going to be Soul Point. They're going to get the hook off as well. They're going to try and burn this one down. VTO exhausted straight away. They're going to be able to use the ultimate from the Callista as well. They're going to try and burn him down. Zlatan has fallen. Now Jesu's going to start getting those spears into the backs of Misfit. It's a fight on two fronts. Hera can't do anything. Yes, we're seeing the Jhin use the curtain call, but the Realm Warp, peekaboo, I see you, has to get himself out of there straight away. And Hera just had no impact on this fight whatsoever, and he will fall as well.
And SK, they're using this platform they found from that early game to use their mobility, use this way to get different angles into the fight. Misfits couldn't stand and fight. They couldn't play around the Jhin, who does have gold. They couldn't play around the LeBlanc, who is put into the bounce house so easily. And Misfits, they have to play retreat right from the off.
I mean, Jesu's feeling it. Jesu wants to try and make this one work. Certus will land himself the spell Flux, and that is going to be video shut down again. Misfits, this is a bit too disconnected.
It is, and on the other side, SK, serious credit to them. They had a very difficult game yesterday where they couldn't find any of their players, but this time they're skirmishing with the best of them. You can see, Vito, what options do they have in this fight? They're CC'd for the grand majority of it. I would be surprised to see if they're getting more than a couple of hundred damage off in the entirety of this 5-on-5. See that Hera has to play in an isolated fight themselves, and it is just broken fights time after time. The first fight which went well for Misfits, of course that was another broken fight, but that was with VTO getting their own angles, being able to use everything to get in. This time not nearly the same.
The sixth man has joined though.
All right.
Objective bounties.
Oh.
Misfits have got their sixth man on the riff right now. They are going to be able to accelerate themselves. I'm memeing. As Goldberg said on the desk, it does not actually make that big of a difference, but it is a concern, like they said on the desk as well, that this is a bit of a consistent theme now for Misfits against big and small teams, that they're not really able to control this, you know, first 20 minutes of the game, and they have to crawl it back. You don't always want to be playing catch-up.
No, but Misfits seeing their camps get taken away, a red buff contested at the very least, and this is kind of, again, like the side benefits you get from being able to push in and get vision. SK managing to find some extra bonuses. But Misfits, realistically, this is not a game which you're looking at for the sake of the result itself. It's a confidence booster going into playoffs. We know this is one of our top teams in the standings, but they want to give themselves Again, a bit of an argument for themselves, performing well in the best of fives, but this game is anything but that right now.
And again, like you said, it is a bit of a confidence booster, but also you need this win to lock top 2. You need to be able to stop yourself from being drafted in against a team that maybe you don't want to play against. You know, you want to try and at least give yourself a shot at picking your opponent in the playoffs, and that's what this is all about. As we can see now, Misfits being pushed further and further back into their own jungle. They're getting pulled around the map so quickly, and you mentioned it earlier, now that we have the Jhin Kalista, it's not the Aphelios Jinx. Picking up these waves isn't as easy as it was with those 2 mainstay AD carries.
And actually, a thing which I want to return back to is, remember when that top lane turret was taken so long ago with one of those Herald charges from Misfits? I can't remember the last time Misfits actually managed to utilize that. There is no vision in the top quadrant. They've been fighting around that dragon. They lost that fight. They haven't got any vision off of their reset. Misfits, the advantages which they have found in terms of the territory they've taken hasn't led to anything yet. Whereas you look at SK, they have blue wards on the other side of the river. They have the ability to return to these side lanes and play them out safely. SK are managing the map better than Misfits currently.
I will say you are on a little bit of a timer in terms of what Jezu's impact will be. He will still be relevant later on in the game, but it does become a little less prominent, especially when Jhin starts to build up those crit items. Already got that rapid fire cannon alongside that Gale Force. You are still looking at a 2.5 item spike here for the Kalista, but it will become harder and harder the game goes on.
Let me give a little bit of a time boost to the side of SK. You see those neutral objectives up at the top of the scoreboard there? You see one particular one in the size of a... well, what happens if that becomes 4? Things get very, very difficult with the Infernal Soul for the side of SK. These explosive fights where you're picking off someone like a LeBlanc who is very slippery, but if they take that damage, it sticks. You don't have something like a Zhonya's, you're not that tanky yourself. It's difficult for Misfits to survive the initial brunt of the damage coming through from SK.
And it all changed when the Fire Nation attacked, and that's what Misfits want to try and stop from happening here. And SK, they're doing very, very well. Like we said, you know, most people come into this kind of a game. We mentioned at the top of the day, look, you know, SK, they've got nothing to win. They've got nothing to lose. They literally gain absolutely nothing. But you want to go out with a bang, and you want to give your best foot forward and also give a lot of question marks to the opposition number.
No, and considering, you know, SK started 2-7, they started in such dire circumstances, struggling to pick up any of these wins, picking up a couple of rookies too. This would be so big for a lot of the players. It's a proof of concept, it's a blueprint, it's something to work on towards summer, and it's something to just put a thorn in the side of these top teams to say, we'll see you next split, remember us then.
Here we go, though. There's going to be a Realm Warp into that bot side. VTO's found himself Jezu, but he gets the exhaust off straight away. Schlatan getting jumped on. He's going to be taken out. Dragon has spawned. That's going to be the next one. Jezu's in a lot of trouble, and he is shut down. Taken by the big Gnar, but the fight is still yet to be finished. As we can see, Searches and VTO trying to go in on top of this when you still have a Tryndamere who is very, very angry and still wants to make the most out of this fight. He wants minced meat for dinner, and that's exactly what he's going to get.
Okay, it's a shutdown onto the Kalista. They get rid of priority target number 1. Okay, what about priority targets number 2 and number 3 in that Ryzen in the Tryndamere? They don't manage to collect the full set of them, and Misfits, they lose steam halfway through the fight. That's an Infernal Soul. That is SK taking a commanding lead in this game.
Infernal Soul, 5,500 gold, and Gen X is still happy to quote-unquote overextend here because he didn't even use his Undying Rage in that last fight, and you can just see the power that the exhaust has with Kalista. If VTO tries to go in to blow them up, he's immediately mitigated.
And you can see a little bit of the desperation on the side of Misfit, but it's also SK forcing the errors. They're making sure that they're splitting up the fight again. They know that at this point they have to play that kind of style, very quickly taking out Schlatan. You know that there's no smite at that point. At that point, Misfits go, oh heck, there's no smite on our team. We have to continue the fight. They stay a little too long. They walk into the bounce house, and VTO, again, really, really struggling to get the priority targets down on the side of SK. Doesn't have the room to do so, and he's left limping with half a HP bar. Even if he saves his life, he's not really getting down the key carries.
And that's the big thing as well, like key carries and Misfits. Yes, you got the Kalista, well done you, but you had to invest so much of your resources that at the end of it, you don't really have a lot left.
I think serious credit again outside of, you know, the names which you mentioned already on SK's. Actually, look at that 7-2 and 7 on that Dutch Arbor. That is some serious frontline work and some serious work with that Conqueror coming later and later into those fights from the SK jungler, and Misfits have to find themselves an X Factor somehow because they're losing across the map.
Yeah, well, could come from Hirit, who's now able to at least go toe-to-toe now that he has got that Triforce finished up alongside the Hullbreaker. However, Gen X is going towards those Navori Quick Blades and also the Lord Dominic's Regards, so he's going to have a lot more in the tank as the game goes on.
He's going towards items of some kind.
Everything.
Yep.
I had to cover myself because I realized there was quite a few combinations that could have come out there.
It's like, you know, when you read like this is reading the terms and conditions of Tryndamere build. It's like, would you like to play Tryndamere? Look at these 5 pages of potential components you can go towards. This champion has always been very, very versatile in what he builds. SK, though, not giving Misfits versatile options. They're saying, come to Baron. Let's see how the next fight goes.
I mean, they still got a ward in the back of the pit. It has not been seen, so this is going to be Misfits knowing what it is. And we saw this, Misfits getting themselves a Baron steal yesterday. Here we go, the curtain call comes out. They're going to try and take it. They will get it with the Rend, and that's going to be secured now by SK. They're seeing them go over the wall. It will not be done, though, as Mercer is the one who has to fall. You have TP'd in the Gnar, who's finally going mega. Streets trying to make this fight work. Double kill going in for Jezu, and he is just free hitting now on the backside. Triple kill for the SK AD carry as he gets himself a Quadra as well. They're saving him. They want this. They know they can get it. Penta kill for Jezu.
And in a game which doesn't matter for the playoffs fate of SK, that doesn't affect their history in this split. They still stamp their mark. They still come out with some skirmish wins into the full team fight, decimations of Misfits, and it comes through Jezu at this point. Talked about that timer on the composition. Maybe it was extended a little bit through that Infernal Soul. It's also extended by SK just piling onto the right targets. They do push up the tempo of this game. They force the hand of Misfits. They constrain the options and say, you gotta come to us at this point. The run comes through. They knew they had the objective secured more than likely, and using their multiple engage options back to back with that Fate's Call into everything. It doesn't matter that Neon is left at the back of this because the heavy lifting has been done on the initial engage. All of the targets have been found on the side of SK, and this one's just the icing on top.
If you're gonna go out, that's a good way to go out, in my opinion. That is a fantastic little gift to be given over as here. It actually fights on 2 different fronts. Zlatan gonna get knocked up here by the depth charge, and now he's in a lot of trouble. They're gonna be able to throw out the cook as well, as Jezu once more. He's gonna get beaten around a little bit in the bounce house, but Mercer's all by him lonesome, and he'll be taken down. There's going to be 2 more kills going on the side of SK as Vitio gets soloed out by Certus and taken down. This is SK in total control, and they are going to deny any kind of top 2 right now for Misfits.
It's a deficit too far. It's a fight lost too many. Misfits looking like they're heading towards that final L of the season.
Yeah, and it will not be 100 kills for VTO unless something absolutely spectacular happens. SK are playing spoiler today. They will deny a top 2 for now and almost certainly put themselves on as a little bit of a thorn in the side of Misfits.
That is not going to be able to finish up the regular split the way they want to. SK, however, playing spoilers.
Here we go. It's a party all on the fountain. Bring your friends. Bring your damage. We got a laser. We got some kills going over. They still haven't died. What the hell was that? I love how the laser's just like, nah, minions. Well, 1 more kill there for VTO. Not quite going to be able to hit the 100, but SK swinging out with a win.
2 kills shy of the 100 for VTO, but that game was not even close by the end of it. SK picking towards the early game, didn't go towards the Jinx of Phelios, changed the game plan completely up, and SK, what a way to end that split.
And also, thank you, Jezu. Gave me a pentakill, so, you know, I'm happy with that. I don't get many opportunities on the LEC stage, so I'm glad he was a bro. He was a bro to me right there, you know?
Playing the first Kalista of the split as well.
Yeah, first Kalista.
Yeah,
first pentakill for him.
There is something really
I'll have to check that.
bold to be said about a team that can change the game, play their own style, even when the stakes are gone.
Yeah, well, we're going to see what you guys thought at home. Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Gilius, Certus, or Jezu. Again, you made mention to both. I think Jezu's going to maybe get it because of the penta, but everyone did their part.
100%. I think that Gilius also early game. We talked about that being a sticking point for this team. Not to be seen this game.
Yeah, it is going to be sadly a little bit more of a kind of hill for Misfits as we come back into it. But before we head to the break, Riot Games is supporting and donating to the International Medical Corps, and you can join us in the effort to provide relief to those in Ukraine and the surrounding regions. The IMC teams are responding by expanding access to medical and mental health services for those living in affected areas and working to help refugees. Your donation can help more people receive the life-saving care they deserve. Please go to riot.com/donate to learn more. We'll be back after this, with Jezu joining Lore for the interview.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC as SK Gaming get to end their spring season on a good note. And so does their AD carry with the flashy Kalista plays. Jezu, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Congrats on taking down Misfits. A couple words maybe on the AD carry, because this season has been a lot about Jinx, Aphelios. I thought that with Hans Sama leaving to NA, we wouldn't see Kalista anymore, but I know that you like the champion so much. Why did you pick this champion today?
Honestly, yeah, I love Kalista, and I was getting a bit bored of the Jinx Aphelios matchup. So when they banned Jinx, I was extremely happy. And we did it because obviously, like, we don't have much to play for anymore because we're out of playoffs. So we wanted to play a bit more explosive, play with more confidence and trying to have fun as well, and it worked pretty well. So I'm really happy with the Kalista pick.
Well, having fun and both winning, I guess that's a good day for SK. You also picked Kalista at the same time as Jarvan, and I know that it's a combo that worked really well in the past. Were you thinking of pairing Kalista with Jarvan, or was it not even an option?
Yeah, we were thinking about it. We wanted it, but then we thought that the Nautilus might be a better option. We saw that Mercer wanted to go Puffy maybe as well, so it could be hard. But we wanted to do the level 1 on Neon as well. He checked it well. So that's why we got Nautilus.
Well, combo worked out well in the end. Talking about your opponents, we saw on social media, especially before the game, that you were benchering with Veteo. I know you guys are close friends outside of the game. He was aiming for these 7 kills to set the record for himself. Is it something that you kept in mind coming in today? And did it influence your playstyle in the sense that you wanted maybe to take him down a bit more than usual?
Honestly, every time I play against Vitio, I wanna kill him a lot, make sure it's hard as possible for him. But then at the end, when we were at the fountain, I wanted to give it to him. That's why I flashed, but I don't know, my team didn't want to, so I was kind of sad. I think Vitio deserves this title of getting 100 kills, but I'm sure he will get it later.
Such a good friend. Well, thank you for that. Maybe more about you, Jesus. This was your third season actually in the LEC. You got the player of the game today after also getting the very first pentakill in the LEC this season. How strong did you feel, even though it didn't go so well for SK in general maybe, but do you feel confident about your growth this season among SK?
Honestly, I'm kind of happy. I think the first part of the split, it was really hard, and I felt like we could be way better than we were, because in the beginning, when we started screaming, we were pretty good, and then we just started to get a lot of loss, and then it's hard to build confidence from that. But the second part of the split, I've shown that we have a lot to show, and we have a lot of abilities, I guess, to make a good result on next split. So I'm really confident, and I think we band really well with all the teammates. We all are kind of close friends, and it's working really well.
You really did.
So I'm confident for the future.
Well, that's great to hear. And we saw so much better things coming from the side of SK over the past few weeks. I'm sure summer would be a better time for you. Last question for you. I know you were looking forward to be reunited with Treats on the bot lane. Any words on the synergy you guys found back after these 8 weeks?
Honestly, I love Treats. This guy is great. I love his mindset. I love his how he plays. I think it's a perfect match, so I'm really happy that he signed with SK as well this year, and I hope we will continue playing together.
Oh, bromance on the Rift. Continuing this summer. Jesus, thank you so much for the interview. Merci beaucoup. Enjoy the break. We'll see you back in summer, and take care. And this is all for us now, but we'll be back really soon with the next game, Astralis versus Vitality. A pivotal matchup in the LEC today. Back to your Shocks.
I like how you teased it there. We're going to be no break. We're back here immediately. Thank you so much, Laura. What a cool interview with Jesus. And I really do have the feeling that despite being knocked out of the playoffs, there are great things ahead for SK Gaming. They can be very proud of the way they ended their season. But we're going to look ahead to the most important game of the day. Vitality's third and final chance to lock playoffs with a win. It's versus Astralis. So without being disrespectful towards Astralis, this should be a good chance for them to do it. But I've thought that the last 2 days as well, Niski.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Vitality is like a really weird team because sometimes I'm like, okay, they're actually playing clean, they have good mechanics and all that, and then sometimes they just int it.
I mean, I think, okay, let's say it how it is. Vitality is not a good early game team. And I think last time Astralis faced off against Vitality, they exposed this as well. They had a composition where they had Jhin and down towards the bot lane, they had the Jace into the Camille matchup, and Promiscu was doing a great job of roaming up in the Leona. So they actually made the game quite unplayable for Vitality in the early game, more than it usually is from this team. But as Niskili rightfully mentions as well, Vitality is a team that has sometimes got the mechanics to, not to say justify, but make some of these crazier plays work. And it's one of the things that kind of makes this team inconsistent, because at times, yes, it works, it's looking great, but at other times when they take that 3 versus 5 fight and they just get completely demolished, then it just looks silly.
I mean, Astralis also yesterday mounted a big early game as well. They did end up losing that game versus the Mad Lions, but they've been doing good in the early game. Let's take a look at the comp that Vitality puts together versus G2 yesterday, and talk and theorize maybe a little bit about what the game plan is or should be, and from that, try to extrapolate what their ideal game plan is.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is a Syndra, and right now we're not seeing this composition in contrast to the composition that G2 had. But essentially on the first 3 waves, you had all 3 lanes pushing in. Do you know how much this does for a jungler, how much you get to play around with it? You could go for counter jungling, anything like that. But it was Jankers who went in for the counter jungling. It was Jankers who got away with all this stuff. And you never played around the mid lane as well, with the Syndra had this stun setup into the Corki. You had a Caitlyn with prior with Tahm Kench. You never played for that either. I'm not mad that they didn't play for bot per se. If we could have just used the bot lane resources, put it in mid. But Targamas kept out roaming Labroth as well. And Vitality was just never, I mean, they never had tempo in the early game, but this composition, they for sure should have had it.
I completely agree. I think when you play Corki into Syndra in the mid lane, I feel like Syndra's team should be able to just play for the first 10 or 15 minutes really freely and get vision, get dragons, get drift. But I feel like it did not happen this game, and I want to see if Vitality changes up their draft, and if Perks goes back to like control, supportive mids like TF, Galio, Ryze, all that, or if he goes for like still Syndra, Yasuo, that type.
What do you prefer from Perks?
I think he should just play like a roaming champ and just put
TF every day.
TF Ryze.
Niski thinks TF is great.
Yeah, more news at 11. Yeah, I think we've been theorizing about what the team identity is of Vitality. I think ideally for them, they don't want to have a set identity, right? With those caliber of players, they actually want to be able to have a versatile approach coming into the playoffs. But the problem is, you're not even in those playoffs, so you do need to find something that works right now.
I think it's interesting. I think it's something that last year's Fnatic actually had, where you started out with one stylistic of only playing bot side, then you suddenly started playing a little bit for top side every now and then. But the thing is that approach worked because they started out with a set playstyle, then you made it work with other playstyles after. Vitality haven't made a single playstyle kind of work just yet. They're kind of just throwing it all over the place.
Yeah, or maybe they don't know themselves really on how to play as a 5. Maybe they all think they can carry, and they don't really have like a big voice that just says, okay, we play this way, and that's what they do. But I don't know. I don't think they've found themselves yet, and I don't think the game today will look that clean against Astralis, but I believe they should win. So.
Clock is ticking, and yeah, they should win, right? Perks has been going off on Twitter like the whole year. In this case, he said, I just beat Zanza Restrepo with my Lee Sin jungle. Today is a free win. He also tweeted ahead of the Super Week. First Super Week, we went 0-3. You know, balance has to be restored, and now they're 0-2. The memes write themselves, and we love that they always keep throwing out these statements. But yeah, this is Last Chance Saloon, Niski. We talked about it at the beginning of the week, saying, okay, Exile and Vitality both have 3 chances, meaning they might not go as hard in that first game. But now the situation is completely different, and the stress is incredibly high for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Vitality, they must win this game, or else it'd be really a big disaster, I'd say, for like the roster they've built and how Vitality has been saying that this would be like a super team and that they could contest the championship and all that. So I hope they win, and if they don't, I'm sure that Matt will win next game. So yeah, Vitality, you must win this game.
I am here for the timeline where the potential super team lose to the last place team in the league. This is the best timeline we've had in a while, and the perfect way to have our last day of Super Week.
I mean, and also, who can it be but Astralis, right? It's like also, it's so poetic, and I think that the players on Astralis, and especially Zanzara, they want to show something going out, just like SK Gaming did. But yeah, that super team of Vitality, they have to find a plan that works for them. Can Team Vitality finally secure their spot in the top 6 with a win here, or do they need to wait for the Mad Lions to lose their game? I would not recommend it.
Thank you so much, Shocks, and everyone else on the analyst desk. They don't get names. They're not important enough. Welcome back to the game. We're going to be bringing you this cast. I love how you're getting used to me, but you're also not getting used to me. It's just going to get used to
definitely along for the ride, as it feels like, I mean, Mad Lions kind of along for the ride on this one too. They're kind of sitting in the back seat going, let's go Astralis. Let's see what can happen with this. 25% of those remaining scenarios do end up with them somehow getting into playoffs. After all we've talked about, these 2 teams, the super team, the previous champions, not managing to get into, well, rather being on the brink. This is such a way to end out the split.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. The super team, you know, quote unquote, the way how you want to look at it. We'll see how they're able to do. But the first thing we got to do is look at those picks and bans. And we're getting those picks and bans I promised. See? Keep your promises. They're not on the screen just yet.
I'm glad you're a trustworthy person. You'll be a little weird.
Never trust anyone, not even yourself, Nymera. Your own worst enemy.
Okay.
But coming into this one, again, it is still within Team Vitality's own hands. Their own destiny is theirs to mold and push forward. They just need to come out with the win today.
So, as much as that tweet was very funny from Perks, don't give Zanza a trundle. I think that Astralis has struggled to put a blueprint together for success, but they do have half a one, which is have a Leona, have a trundle, both are banned now, and unlock them early, get early vision, make plays around that. I think Vitality very happy to ban towards that comfort. We are now left with 2 bans. Vitality could ban out the Aphelios and leave the Jinx with the potential first pick. See if both teams want to play that gambit, play chicken with it. But see what version of the meta they want to go towards. The one we've seen for most of the split, something a little bit new that we've seen in the last 2 days.
Honestly, I would love to see them ban away. I was just going to say the Hecarim, but honestly, I would love to see the Zeri banned away here as well, or maybe even leave it up open. Again, Astralis have nothing to lose. They can play similar to SK earlier and just say, you know what, we're going to throw a spanner in the works. We're going to say, we're going to go crazy and go for something. But no, they listen to my comms. They're going to go away, ban away the Zeri.
Okay, so I mean, the thing about the Zeri ban is that, of course, you're going to get this trade-off at this point, and we're going to see Vitality have the ability to push in that wave early. And for me, this works against what Astralis have found success through, which is unlocking Promise Q on those first few waves, allow him to get elsewhere on the map, unless they want to go towards something like, I don't know, like Aphelios Nautilus that can fight very early and try and get priority in another way, just saying, we might not control the wave, but we're going to take your health bars down. That could be a way to go about things. Now, that Jarvan being locked in gives you a lot of angles to start getting onto the map early there, as for Zanzara too.
And again, you're on red side for Astralis, so you have a lot of options there to counter pick, to even first pick something on the third one and then go into those 2 rounds of bans. We are going to see the Xin Zhao locked in. So actually curious there, Zanzara decided to go for that, and the Rise priority went all the way down, and now Perks has himself on that champion.
So the combo which the Astralis found the start of their success towards, like that win against Rogue, a couple of their other games too pulling this out. Jarvan Vex, Hyper Dive, mid jungle, which can punish those overextensions. You go too far forward, that's a Vex over the top. That's a Jarvan comboing it down as well. Astralis have found success with this before. And again, for Mad Lions fans, you're really hoping they find success again. Of course, for followers of this super team of Vitality, struggling though they may. You'd rather see the other side of the Astralis coin, where they sadly don't get to coordinate this engage, because it is actually a very hard combo to pilot. Not many teams have actually managed to pull this off.
It is definitely a higher or harder to execute composition as we get the next run of bans. I like the Gangplank ban, kind of just limiting those global effects there coming in. Of course, Alphari known to be able to take something a little bit more carry-orientated into top
And
side.
if we're talking about Vitality and how they found that, quote-unquote prototype, that blueprint to success, it has been, let's get Alphari winning lane with something like a GP or a Camille, which are both banned there, and mind control the enemy into picking Aatrox against them. I hear that works really well. And Vitality not going to have the choice of scaling lane-dominant champions in the right matchups. They'll have to think again towards Alphari's pool.
See what they want to go for. Of course, you can just get the counter pick over on the side of Astralis for White Knight. We saw him bring out the Lee Sin. Didn't have a huge amount of success. Wasn't, unfortunately, the 2020 Lee Sin White Knight that we all have fond memories of. And now you got to see where you want to try and take this last few picks. You've got your first pick onto the bot lane, so you get to dictate where this lane goes.
Do you wonder if you're going to see something like a Gnar featuring at some point to give you some options on both sides of the map? Of course, White Knight has been a huge Graves player too, and that is, of course, available. And with a lot left up on the table for both top laners, though, they are actually, as Stag going to say, let's go down towards that bot lane. Let's get ourselves an engaged support to aid in the dive combo.
Alistair locked and loaded, we saw in the last game. Didn't have the greatest of times for Mercer, but nonetheless a very, very powerful support to bring in there. The Tam Kench locked in. A lot of safety there to put onto Karzi. He's going to be very, very safe on this Jinx, knowing that he just has things that can just get him out of jail free cards.
But I'm looking at this combo from Astralis now, and you see the Jinx, who has a Jinzao in front of them, with that ult, with the Time Kench protecting them too. You are going to have to be pinpoint with your combo, and it's all well and good having a pushing lane for someone like White Knight against the Gnar if you do lock in something like that Graves, but I look at this as an Astralis, and this is against a very good comp dealing with that heavy dive.
Yeah, it really, really is. And now with the Graves locked in, both teams have found themselves what they want to go forward with. And it's pretty, as we say, bog standard for the side of Team Vitality. They're saying, look, protect the Jinx, get those side lanes going and get pressure in the team fights. And on the side of Astralis, you're just diving all day long.
You are. And you don't have priority in that mid lane. You know, Ryze is still probably going to clear that out fairly well early into the game. In the bot lane, Jinx tends to overtake the fellow. So it looks like Selfmade will have more options than Zanzar and Promiscu in the first few levels, which is typically where Astralis have wanted to start things off strongly if they have found wins.
And this is the big thing, again. Team Vitality need to win this game. If they don't, it goes up to whether or not Mad lose or win later in the day, and that means that you are
2 games for them.
Yeah, you are basically waiting right up until the end of the season. And for Astralis, this is just a bit of vindication. This is a kind of, again, similar to SK earlier, put a thorn in the side of this team and say, look, we are not to be messed with, we are not to be underestimated.
No, but of course, SK already showed us earlier that it can be done, it can be the upset, it can be a little bit more drama left.
Hang on.
Oh.
Do you hear it?
Do I?
It's the big clock. And as the clock goes back up into heaven, we can come back down onto Summoner's Rift.
Sometimes you just have to pay your dividends to the great timekeeper in the sky.
That's why we have Zillion in the game. You know, he's
yeah.
a representative. Anyway, let's come back into it. Let's talk about these two teams. And again, we've talked about a lot about how these different setups are going. You might see Zanzara disconnect. It has been rectified. It is all good. Do not panic at home. We are still being able to play this game. But there's a lot of good ways for the side of Astralis to get on top of Vitality. But on the same time, to say that now,
yeah, just wanted to, because of course, actually, when you do have these early wards, you can give XP to solo laners and for them. Seems like actually it's going to be the right... Okay, we're fighting heavy here.
I mean, Labrov is just trying to slow down Zanzara as much as he possibly can, just so he can't get the reset in. He's going to be that HP for his red buff, so he's either going to have to use his smite or get a serious ass leash.
And dare I use up all our ammunition up on this right now? But look at Zanzara, look at that HP, look at the pots already down. You are not going to be able to have these miracle level 2 ganks. You're not going to be able to, or rather it's going to be harder to do so, right? It's your options are starting to get a little bit more limited. And at least he does have White Knight to help out with that clear. Does have to use, of course, the Smite in the first camp to regen a little.
These are the small little things, Vitality. They're very confident in how they can play. And like we saw on the desk, Nisqy saying, look, maybe they just feel too confident in themselves. Maybe that could have been a disastrous move had they had the, you know, the Vex from Dayor moving up and maybe gets a fear off. You don't really know, but it ends up working out very nicely. I will say Labrov doesn't have his exhaust at the moment. And with the self-made move onto the blue buff, they will have full knowledge of where the Xin is going.
But I mean, Labrov literally just took that trade because Zanzara put that ward down across the ward. It's like Vitality... They know that the ward is down and they know that the enemy know their own jungle pathing. See how that does influence both these junglers and the way they're going towards their lanes. As we see, actually, because of that early trade from Labrov, who spent a little bit more time towards that top side, it does seem like Astralis have taken control of this bot side, even though it is against that Jinx, it is against that AoE clear. It's just Kazi and Labrov wanting to play a little further back because Selfmade is not pathing towards their side of the map.
I do love the Vex. We didn't actually get a lot of time on it. I love the Vex into this composition that Astralis have built themselves as well and trying going into Vitality because, yes, the Tahm Kench can give the Jinx a lot of safety, but if you just jump in on that Shadow Surge, pop down the personal space, everyone gets feared. That's a fear onto the Tahm Kench as well, so it does actually delay that reaction time.
I like it if you're ahead, because you snowball these fights incredibly well, because you have one round of defensive cooldowns, which will hopefully save your bacon, but if they don't work, well, you're going to get the resets and things go from bad to worse at that point. If you fall behind, though, you're going to go into the Devour, it's going to be a huge shield coming out, you're going to be falling behind. Speaking about early advantages, Vitality looking topside for theirs.
Yeah, well, White Knight recognizes now he's probably been a little bit too far forward. He's just going to try and deny the assist and actually pushes himself a little far forward. The minions in the turret will do enough. Does waste his flash. I feel like he thought he could have gotten away.
He tried to get the fat flash.
Yeah, couldn't get it.
Couldn't get it. It looks a little bit sad on that one. At least he doesn't give any kill participation over to itself. Maybe, you know, we're talking about, oh, you know, Astralis, they do the XYZ in terms of the jungle of the supports to start winning that. And actually, we might see that coming out. But Alfari has a lead now. Astralis, can you return fire somewhere else? Wave is pushing against them in bot side, but they're not falling prey to a gank currently.
I love that from Labrov as well. Just saying, look, I recognize that one ward is not going to give me full information of what I need right now, and it does mean they end up getting themselves a camp advantage in terms of the steal. Selfmade is still sticking around this top side. You don't have flash on White Knight. He could honestly go for the dive here.
But you've just run out of Mega Gnar. I think if you had the wall up for the extra CC, flash in for that stun or something, maybe you go for it. Safe for now, and we'll yet to see another play coming out from Astralis. They're being pushed in on top and mid. Selfmade using that priority to potentially steal away some Raptors. Zanzara contesting them, and actually looks like he's just going to take the free leash.
Free leash, gets the smite down, so nicely picked up there by Zanzara. And again, we just go back to very standard setups here. And for Vitality, it has been a very... I don't think we can underestimate or understate how important it is for them to just make playoffs, let alone get far in playoffs. This was a team that was constructed out of the best parts that Europe has access to. Now to stop myself now, as we can see the Karzi in a lot of trouble, is going to get knocked up, is going to get stunned over the side, but Zanzara follows him over, and that is another kill going over to, sorry, the first kill for Astralis.
And that was... like stage 2 of how you stay safe in bot lane. You've given up your early prio. You managed to avoid some of those ganks. Labrov, as you were saying earlier, kind of battle warding out a little bit against Zanzara. And actually from all the tracking which Vitality did on their jungle, this has been a recurring trend for them. They see what's happening. They have the information on the map. They just don't get their timings right. Karzi, well, didn't want to repeat a flash of, well, a failed flash over a fat wall in this game. Goes down for the attempt.
And again, these are kind of very similar things we're noticing from Vitality throughout the split. Small little mistakes where they overextend, they don't quite respect their opponent, and these are things that we need to be very wary of as they come into this game.
And for me, it's it would be assuming a lot to say, oh, it's communication difficulties. They had the information and they didn't use it. But even though, I mean, you literally see Selfmade going in towards those Raptors, you see that Zanzara is there, you have the timer on that. Immediately afterwards, Perks spots him in the enemy jungle. And yet they still don't manage to get out safely in that bot side. Alfari looking to take some individual damage on this top side though, and Zanzara has found himself into another lane.
They spotted him. A little minion spotted him right as he was going in. So sadly for Zanzara, there will not be a gank available here unless Alfari really does feel like he can take on a 1v2. And with that information, it means that Vitality do get themselves a Scuttle and a Dragon. So they're going to be already starting that Dragon stacking nice and early.
So they have themselves the bot lane pushed in as well. Not going to be a contest on this one. Of course, we're heading towards Herald time. Look out for the next couple of waves. See what's happening with these supports pushing out and roaming. Labrov working his way up the rift. Maybe potentially looking to get that pink ward and inventory down into an important spot to secure vision for attempts towards that neutral objective, which of course does start exploding some of these gold leads. I think that if you're looking towards the level 6 mark on the side of Astralis, particularly when you do have that Vex Jarvan combo, that's going to be an important moment to try and flex those muscles.
Oh, Mega Gnar going to be coming in for Alfari now very soon. Is trading fairly decently as he does get that little bit of HP boost. This is why you pick the Graves into it. Very easy for you to drop down the smoke screen. You get yourself the dash away. You can put yourself in a much better position than the Gnar can actually catch you out in.
With that in mind, of course, you're now going to run out of Mega Gnar just now. I think you're going to get just the amount of ability to get the Mega Gnar back for a potential Herald fight. But both bot lanes are locked towards that bot side. You see that Zanzara and Selfmade both finding their way down there too. But one of them has level 6 and the other one does not. That's going to be the Jin Sarah with the Crescent Guard, and that does uneven these frontline fights.
Again, just going to be ping-ponging of waves available now. There's CS leads, I would say pretty much across the board, apart from bot lane for the side of Vitality. They are got themselves a Gnar lead. You've got the Rise pushing in very nicely. As we can have a look at the goal. Thank you so much, observers. It's not really equaling to too much to talk about. It's the kill and top side that's making the biggest difference.
And I actually really like what Perkz is doing here, because you could be looking to contest the push, but I think more importantly, because you do have, you have the pod advantage, even though there's the cookies on the other side, you can start trying to chunk through them. Perkz wants to make sure that the Vex isn't flying in and going to be unpunished for that. Because one thing is about the Realm Warp versus that Shadow Surge is that it's just much slower, right? You have to be a little... If you have to be reactive with the Realm Warp, you need to make sure the rest of your team is safe already, because then after that point, you're just going to be teleporting into a losing fight already. However, you start chunking out that effect, stop the initial setup being so powerful. Yeah, take some of the teeth out of Dale.
Again, just Zanzara putting down pressure on this bot side. It doesn't mean no self-made should be able to keep himself on this
He's
river.
actually roaming, has that ult.
He is roaming down. Shadow Surge is there. They might try and hard force this one. Zanzara does have himself the Cataclysm, as they may look to try and go for it. Promiscu not quite got his flash just yet. He doesn't have level 6 either, so it would be risky to say the least, but again, just keeps this Jinx away from the farm, keeps them from getting those levels, and more importantly, that bit of gold.
Okay, so even though Vitality... Okay, well, actually, see if anything happens topside. Not that much mana left on White.
It should be fine.
It's
fine.
It's fine. We're all good. I just saw him pop the ult. I'm like, oh, he's popped that. Of course, he knows he's on the weak side at that point because they committed so many members towards that bot side. Zanzara now going to be spotted out on Vision. He's going to get rid on those traps.
I mean, he's going to have to try and go for something here because he knows he's very much caught between a rock and a hard place. Double knock up with the Desolate Dive. And that's going to be a trade of kill. The Jinx does fall. Promiscu gets himself over the wall. Labrov can't actually get the tongue lash just there. He did. That's going to be the crescendo to try and keep them away. They're grabbing him as well. They're doing nicely. They eventually get Perkz' flash out of him, and it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Vitality.
It's overstep around that red buff. You don't have your Vex in position. It's the Rise who gets there first, and it is because actually Vitality have that information this time. They use it correctly. They respond correctly. So even in gold again, kill to the positive on Vitality in that trade. Still lose their Jinx. They're not going to be farming in lane right now. They're actually going to pick up that farm in the mid lane. But still, Astralis not quite getting the clean plays, not quite landing the combo they want to, didn't have that Vex in position, and this is one of the worries about this comp. You do need everything to be in position at the right time to go towards this, and while they did spot Kazi rotating, and the initial idea is good, it's just the execution a little bit skew.
Yep, and those traps will stop you, and yes, they do eventually take down Kazi. He did not have flash. He did not have his heal left, so he was able to be taken down there by Promiscu. Not exactly the best distribution of the kill, you would say, on the side of Astralis, but they did force, in fairness to them, they forced a lot out of Vitality to make this one go in their favor.
And particularly having that flash away from the Rise, that means now he is very vulnerable to a Cataclysm, very vulnerable to the Vex going over the top of that. But speaking of that Rise, it's Perkz that leads that play. Has himself 2 kills out of the 3 for his team. Coming up to this Dragon. Has himself Merc Shreds actually to try and survive that first combo, survive some of that Vex burst. In a good position to influence these fights a little further forward into the battle lines.
We got 30 seconds till Dragon. Alfari is just about to lose his Mega Gnar here, so he wants to try and maybe turn this into a fight with White Knight, so they cannot really make anything else going for it. But it's very much White Knight not winning on this side of things. Does prop down the collateral damage, forced to flash away as the smoke screen just for a little bit of extra safety, but the power of the Gnar, despite the Hull Breaker being fully completed here for White Knight.
And even though White Knight can push in the wave, again, it's one of these Vitality solo laners saying, you can hit the minions, I'll hit you. We'll see if that's an even trade. And it's going to be White Knight losing resources for it. As you were saying there, Alfari doesn't have the Mega Gnar. There's going to be no teleports for either top lane, so it is just a 4v4 potential around that Dragon. Vitality choose not to commit to it. Going to take themselves some plates instead. In trade for a splitting of the early Dragons, it's going to be that Mountain Rift. It's a Dragon apiece.
And again, I don't think Vitality were ever going to go for that trade. You saw the item differential there between Karzi and Kobe, because Kobe has the Gale Force, so you don't really have a chance of fighting this, and they are going to eventually trade off the top lane tier 1 for the bot lane tier 1, so Astralis still getting a decent trade out of it despite losing their top laner, as Rifty has been summoned up to the top side.
I was about to say, you know, you want to go towards that Herald 2, maybe secure a first turret, get yourself a few more plates on the table, open up a crockery store for yourself, but it's the first tower over to the Aphelios, who has 1,000 gold lead at this point. There might be a second charge in topside, but look at these weapons. Chakrams galore. Kobe going to shred this turret.
Yeah, and with the added Demacian standard means he gets a little bit of extra attack speed, and they should be able to take themselves to tier 2. So the advantage you get with taking away the Rift Herald is basically just nullified and mitigated. In fact, anything, Astralis get more.
They do, and this is initially good idea from Vitality to say, sweet, okay, we got the Herald, we got the Jinx, let's get gold onto them, but you have to track those Aphelios weapons. So good at taking down structures, going into melee range with the Crescendum. Severum, of course, helping stack up the extra damage per hit as well. They are doing a bit of wave clear duty in this mid lane, but he has everything available. Perk still doesn't have that flash. We'll have to see again if the mid jungle from Astralis can pick someone off in rotation.
We got a bit of time. Nothing really up for the next while. There's no second Rift Herald for a little bit, I believe, actually. It should be maybe about 2 minutes or so away. But for Vitality, you can't fall here. I'm not going to try and pretty it up. I'm not trying to set up the stakes. Like this team failing here, with the amount of championships they have between them, LCS and LEC. He has no flash on Perks. We can see Kobe trying to just swap out a little bit of extra chakrams, as Perks should be able to use his phase rush. But yeah, like this again, you need to win this game, and even then, that only puts you into 5th, 6th. That doesn't even guarantee you to go deep run in the playoffs. You just got to get there.
Exactly. You know, last game we talked about, okay, so for Misfits, it's a confidence game. You're against a team which is out of playoffs. Let's see if this can bolster your chances and your hopes for that playoffs run in the best of 5s. And it's a similar situation here for Vitality. Now, Misfits obviously fell in that last game, and what a loss that was, because SK came out of the games absolutely storming, but Vitality seriously want to keep their destiny in their own hands. They lose, of course, it comes down to that game against Mad. Later into the day, we have yet again side lanes split, but Vitality choosing to commit on this one.
I don't know. They know exactly where Dayor and Promiscu is. This could be a massive Shadow Surge. We're going to have a full 5v5. Here we go. 3-man knock-up onto the backside. It's a fight on 2 fronts. It's a 3v2 and a 3v2. Kobe gets self-bait, and this is Astralis just playing keep away right now. They have still yet to commit Dayor as they trade back the jungler for the support. Kobe, though, very, very low. If he gets caught out, he will die. It's going to be Labrov and Alfari leading the charge. The Vanguard here. Tongue Lash will not land. They all try and back themselves away. Kobe, though, still feeling like he needs to be protected, will have to flash away from the oncoming Super Mega Det Rocket.
And serious credit to a couple of people on having real discipline. Labrov not using that ultimate of that Devour. And on the similar side, Dayor actually choosing not to commit. Was there on the flank with Promiscu. Promiscu went in as a bit of a rearguard action, but that could have gone so differently, depending on who committed or what, if they did overstep their bounds. And in the LEC, we have seen a lot of these teams over-committing every so often. However, we talked about Astralis kind of winning out on a couple of these cross-map trades. This time it's going to be Vitality claiming their own smaller victory in that second Herald. Going back into this replay, though, yeah, again, I really want to focus on, look at Dayor, look at Promiscu. They don't choose to commit in full, but Promiscu has the ult, and it just delays. It just spaces the fight out. It's not Kazi getting excited right from the start of it. And Dayor, I think, honestly, it is the right decision not to commit there. If you commit, I think it goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, I feel like Dayor could have gone in on that. They only just saw you last second. The positioning was always there, and Dayor just kind of walks away saying, sorry, lads, not today.
You have a flash on Jinx. You got that Devour on Tom Kench. I just feel like maybe
get them on cooldown. Get them on cooldown.
But if you fall behind, we talked about what happens if Astralis do fall behind and try and pull off that combo the next time. Yes, it ends up kind of being a bit of a not even trade. As we said, slight advantage over to Vitality. Depends on how they use that Herald afterwards. Maybe if they can take down a mid lane out of turret, you'll be ruining that opportunity left there. But Astralis can't necessarily wait for the perfect fight, all things said and done as well. Need to find that combo somehow, some way, and potentially looking for it now in mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to try and maybe find something here. Zanzara posturing aggressively before the dragon spawns in 20 seconds. Let's have a quick look at the summoners now. No flash or heal on Kobe. You have got a flash on Karzi and on Labrov. That's the key carries and support there for the side of Vitality. And it looks like Vitality want nothing to do with this. They're saying, look, come, we're going to try and maybe push in this top side, get some more gold into this composition.
Yeah, so again, looking towards this posturing, looking to see who's going to be swinging the hammer blow.
They're going to try and go on top of the Tam Kench because they know he's the safety for the Jinx. But they get Zanzara taken down. They can't get the Shadow Surge onto the backside. It's going to be a double knock-up. Kobe has to go off, but he's just not got the damage. Vitality get themselves a full, clean ace, and this game has been turned on its head.
I mean, reports of Vitality's demise seem to be greatly exaggerated, at least in this mid-lane play. We said that Astralis, you can't wait for the perfect fight, but they couldn't find even just a good one. That it looked like the start of a pick, the start of something But it wasn't, of course, Kazi caught up. The Devourer wasn't used to save the Jinx, he used to save the jungler. Things went from bad to worse from there.
I mean, this is just such a... I get it. You want to get rid of the Tam Kench, but look what you've just given up. 2 turrets in mid, a tier 2 in top, a dragon. This is now out of left field, a 5,000 gold lead now for Vitality.
Dam's broken, water's streaming through, and Astralis. Yes, you do have the ability to catch out people in rotation, but you need to start establishing some kind of vision now. You need to start getting that information war 1, and it starts again, actually, with Kazi doing really well at being pseudo-peel, and look how much damage Zanzar has taken before he lands that ultimate. Yeah, that Gore Drinker buys a couple of seconds, but not enough to save that job and not enough to save this fight. Kobe trying to use this mid-game Aphelios spike in his own right, but it seems to be Kazi turning up in that fight with the rest of his crew.
Again, just committing so much to Labrov. Just feel, again, I understand, you want to get rid of the support, but you just need to burn stuff off of Karzi. You need to try and get him away from the fight, so even if he doesn't die, he's no longer involved. TP's going to be coming in. That's going to be Dayor, though, at Zanzara. Going to find Perks. They're going to try and fully commit to this one here, but the Everfrost keeps him nice and safe. That's a very tanky rise. Alfari now on the backside here. We'll be going Mega very, very soon. Zanzara, though, will not fall down just yet. The Cataclysm comes in with the Gore Drinker. He hasn't fallen. Now he does. Alfari, though, left in a very precarious position. Dayor, though, has been separated from his team, and the rest of Vitality have come to save the day. Perks didn't need it in the end anyway, as Vitality find 3 and Astralis are falling apart.
They're falling apart. They reached for the stars. They reached for such an important result in the grand scheme of these standings with Vitality, who have once again skirmished their way through to a lead somehow, some way. At the end of the day, the hands on the keyboards are just so talented for this team. It's taken them a long time in this split to get themselves into what feels like a comfortable position. It's coming down to, even after a very back and forth early game, them to finally maybe secure themselves a place in playoffs.
I mean, they're definitely putting the best foot forward here. And look, Astralis, I like the idea. I like the kind of the concept of it, but there's just so much you have to burn through, and I gotta call him out. And it is Dayor on this Vex has not really been convincing. He's been hesitant. He hasn't really fully committed when I felt like he could have. And yes, you could argue the different semantics of a million different possibilities of what could happen, but at the end of the day, when you're on something like the Vex, you gotta commit. Just like this, double flashes have been in on the Karzi, and that is a small silver lining here for Astralis.
It is because, of course, if you don't have the Jinx, you don't want to be fighting. Aphelios does plenty of damage in his own right, has that 2 items. And this is with the Baron spawned. You have good of weapons for it too. You got those chakrams. I think you have to. They might be the Hail Mary.
I mean, you gotta flip it. This is a flip I actually 100% condone. Here they go. They're going to see Vitality trying to go in. They are going to get the steer onto Selfmade. He's already down to just below half. 6,000 HP on the Baron. Astralis, this is to be heroes or zeros. This is for all the Mad Lions fans to try and keep them as happy as you possibly can. You can see Zanzara, though, taking a lot of damage. Selfmade, he gets caught out, and they're going to be able to take him out. Yes, they do. They get the jungler, but the fight can now happen for Vitality. That's a massive Gnar ultimate, and Perks with this machine gun rides just blows them apart.
It's a flip, and it lands tails. It lands firmly on it, and Vitality, they will take the ball, which has been tossed right over to their side of the court. They're going to be the ones on the objective. They're going to find themselves a Baron, find themselves an even larger gold lead.
And I mean, I like what you tried to do here, Astralis. You force a fight as they find Karzi, and this is just great opportunistic play.
It is, because you need to start with that Jinx. If you're not going to get the Jinx in the 5v5, well, why not try and commit all that you can while the field is a little more broken? Dayor is looking for that golden opportunity, looking to take that smite out of the equation, but doesn't quite get it there. While all this is happening, you look at Perks, you look at Alfari, look at these solo laners, getting a lot of value, getting that Mega Gnar out, and there are no resets in this fight from the Vex. There is no ability for the Aphelios to stand and fight. Vitality is clean up house.
Another ace. Baron now, minute till Dragon spawns, 10k gold lead as Vitality take their Baron, Red Bull Baron power play. Almost stopped Cormerskew from getting over the wall and made themselves some nice hamburgers, but this is good from Vitality. But again, this is...
Smite. Oh.
I was going to say, there's no smite. He's going to go over. Selfmade, though, feels confident knowing Labrov is around in the vicinity, and you can see he's just not afraid. He's just walking forward saying, cool, go on, go on. Didn't think so.
Yeah. Gonna be if you think you're hard enough. And with a Hullbreaker, he's all right at not taking damage, not so great at being that damage to himself. It's not an Eclipse, it's not One of those builds we see which has a higher damage output, and Astralis, they're looking seriously for that damage. Again, revisiting that point, if they are behind in this game, this combo gets so much harder to pull off, even with the Graves ult over the top of it, even with everyone contributing bits and pieces of damage. They're going for a last attempt, looking for a deep teleport. Dale's on the long flank.
Yeah, he's on a long flank, but they know where he is. That's the problem here, Dayor. You tried to go for something, but you were spotted out. So now that last-ditch effort is it's just in you in a ditch.
It's just you in a ditch.
It's just you in a ditch. There is no last ditch. There's just you dead in it. But now he's separated from his team as they kind of try and go for this. You can see now it's actually mid laners in a 1v1 as we got a 4v4 underneath this turret. You still got Charles, the Baron Duck Cannon minion, putting in work and damage and making sure that they keep that backdoor bonus away.
This is the thing, you know, Dale does collect the wave, but there is a hull breaker on the Nart that's still going to buff up that cannon minion, and that's enough to break open the base. Astralis try and problem solve their way out, don't get themselves the higher road. Might caught someone in rotation, but they're not even able to commit to this.
I mean, it's so hard. This is why Xin Zhao is so powerful. You have to try and commit so much to kill him off. Cataclysm does not quite hit. It's Mark and Zanzara. He's going off to Zanzibar on holidays, you feel. This is not going to be where he's going to be able to make his final stand. And now with Super Minions teaming into that mid lane, the buff will turn off very, very shortly, but not enough for Astralis to make a stand.
Oh, it's not enough to make a stand, and they just lost the Alistar ult for I can't imagine what reason there. Maybe trying to predict something, but either way, that's the Alistar ult down. You don't have your remaining frontliner. You don't have Snowball's chance in this base.
No, and there's going to be one more. You're going to get Dayor going in, but he gets immediately exhausted. It's on to Labrov, who gets himself nicely away. The Zhonya's comes out. That's a good Moonlight Vigil, but it's not good enough unless Kobbe can randomly decide to get a pentakill. 1v5, sorry, 2v5. This game is all but done. They even get the reset off Alfari. Perks goes into golden stasis. Labrov is not afraid as they jump all the way in on top of that one. Vitality at the final port of calling. Lock the last remaining spot in playoffs, and they will face Excel in round 1.
That question mark at the end of Super Team, it's still a little bit there, but they still have a chance to contest that. Again, said it yesterday for a couple of teams. They keep themselves in the question. Sadly, that of course means Mad Lions now locked out, but Vitality is still alive.
Still alive, they did make it. Like we said, this was not how we expected this team to be finishing out their season. 9-9 straight down the middle. That is, for a team, like we mentioned, built to succeed. They're alive, but not exactly the most auspicious of starts.
Still a lot of iteration to go through for this team. Astralis, of course, will be leaving us after this game, but you know, still taking some key wins throughout the split. Sadly, couldn't add another one to that tally here.
Yeah, well, let us know what you guys think of who you think was the key player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Alfari, Perks, or Labrov. I don't know. Again, this was just very individual plays from a lot of very good individual players.
I love the Tahm Kench performance, actually. It felt so hard to shut down those carries, but either way, it's a full team effort.
Yeah, it is. Well, as you see now, after the break, Lore will be joined by the victorious Perks to talk about their season and look ahead towards the best of 5s.
Big clock.
I'm gonna go take a break.
Cool.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
LEC, Vitality turned it around on the third day of our Super Week. And with that victory, they grabbed the last and final spot in the Spring playoffs. Perks, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on making playoffs in the LEC. You got us worried, I have to say. How did you address the first 2 games you had?
I mean, honestly, it was a bit stressful losing the first one because it was something we were comfortable playing. And I think with that comp, we have to have a lot of discipline and play well to win the game. Unfortunately, when we make mistakes, it's going to be really hard to come back. And I think the yesterday draft against G2 was just literally unwinnable.
Okay.
Like we all went really up in CS on lane, but we had to make like better team plays in order to snowball that game. And like yesterday, once we fell behind, there was nothing we can do against their comp, like Ezreal, Karma, Corki against Hecarim and Tahm Kench. Like we have just no engage. Maybe if we had like Yumi or Rakan or something that can go in, right? We would have a bit better chance of winning. But yeah, that felt kind of bad though, because it put more stress on playoffs and also removed our chances of top 4. But then we just kind of like reset, and did some nice coping. We just lose because of draft. So just have a better draft today and we will win. And yeah, that was kind of it.
Well, seem to have the answers and leads on how to improve that on maybe for summer. But there's also something between Vitality and Super Weeks that we'll have to follow up on in summer, maybe. You were talking about the fact that on the first day, it didn't go as expected. And I want to follow up on an interview that your coach, Mephisto, had with L'Equipe recently, where he said that even though Vitality has a lot of strength coming from each side of the map, you're still looking for an identity. Could you elaborate on that maybe and the difficulties you had into finding your way with this team?
I mean, I think that is somewhat true. I feel like we've been trying out so many different comps and trying to play kind of away from the meta, then a little bit meta, and then once we got some wins with meta, we tried to play again a little bit away from the meta, and we just had to come to the realization that we are not nearly as good of a team right now. So to be able to pull everything off, and yeah, most of our wins are with, I mean, all of our wins are basically with stuff that's being played everywhere else in the world as well. So just like not overthinking stuff.
All right.
And drafting simpler is something that maybe we should like work on more, right? Which is also like, yeah, a bit of my problem as well. I like to spice up things sometimes, and yeah,
Well, this is also what can make you the clutch player we know you can be, Perks. Focusing on playoffs a bit more, you have 3 weeks to get everything sorted for Vitality. Your first opponent will be Excel. Maybe one of the most improved team, I want to say, given the expectations that they had at the beginning of the season. Any words on these opponents and how you think they will do in best of 5?
I mean, I'm really looking forward to playoffs because I've never been in the lower bracket from the beginning, basically. So there is always like I'm kind of, I guess, I like to like beat the odds, break the records. So maybe this is like all part of a plan to put us in the lower bracket and try to climb up from there. It's also kind of like the ex-G2 gauntlet.
Yeah.
Where like I'm probably going to be facing one of my ex-teammates in each of the rounds, starting off with Mickey. He got me good in the last best of one we played, but I'm kind of known to get a playoffs buff, right? So I'm really looking forward to playoffs. It's gonna be very fun, and I think Excel is not like a weak opponent. I don't think any team is actually a weak opponent. But yeah, we're definitely looking forward to the break, the 1 week break, reset, and then have 2 more weeks for preparing for playoffs. It's going to be very exciting.
Perfect. Everything to get you guys back on tracks. And I really like the fact that we have the all 2019 G2 squad in playoffs this time around. Last question for you, Perks. You got the Kia player of the game here. And I know that you had a challenge and things to prove maybe coming back from Cloud9 and staying in NA for a year. How far are you to getting back at your top form, do you think, after this split?
I mean, it's funny. I'm just trying to like figure out as well what I need to play for my team to do the best, right? I think once I get it down, it's gonna be really, really smooth sailing. As of right now, I mean, I actually do feel like I am usually playing pretty good, at least like the first 15 minutes of the game usually. And then if something goes wrong with us, then maybe I collapse a bit as well. So also learning how to be able to, I guess, not make those mistakes where we fall behind will also basically affect my understanding of the game and how to make better decisions, which is kind of something that we as a unit struggle with, and then I also struggle with it, right?
Well, we'll be looking forward to the Perks playoff buff. We know that it's usually coming. And well, Perks, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on making playoffs once again. Enjoy the break also, and we'll see you in 3 weeks for playoffs.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're very welcome. And Chucks, back to you for postgame.
Thank you very much, Lore. Awesome to hear from Perks, and he also really put the team on his back in this one. Let's take a look at the standings then, because we now have Vitality locked into the playoffs in 6th place. They will face XL in the first round of the playoffs, who are locked in 5th. And at the top, there's still a couple of things left to be decided. Niski, they finally did it. Vitality. What is it about what they've shown in this game that is kind of what they should have done from the start?
I mean, I feel like they actually played pretty standard, like Perks and like a roaming mid on Rise. I really like it. I think when you have a jungler like Selfmade and a top laner like Alfari, I think you should be having the pushing mid. So yeah, they did pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, it was completely what Niski wanted from them when we had that analyst desk segment as well. And Perk said it a little bit in the interview as well. You know, when we're just playing meta, it's actually going pretty well for us. And for the longest time, I think analysts and fans alike has been just wondering, why do you keep trying to make it difficult for you? We know that you have good mechanically gifted players, but it's not only just about 5 players individually showing up. It's about showing up as a team. And if you can't do that, well, you gotta default to the easy to execute. And that works for them.
Yes, and they absolutely showed up as a team. Let's take a look at a couple of team fights where Perks also really refused to lose. He was so instrumental in this game. I mean, the clutch factor coming up once again. Alfari also having a huge game, and yeah, Jinx, of course, was also a thing.
Yeah, but I just feel like this is a composition which was way better designed picks for team compositions like this, right? You got the Jinx, you got the Rise to enable the early game, you got Sinsao, you got Mechanaut. Like, there's so many tools in this composition to make everything work. Even if you do get engaged on the backline by the Vex, by the Jarvan, what's that? Tam Kench on the Jinx, great. 600 HP shield when she finally comes out, and then you have the rest of the damage dealers just taking care of the backline. I just felt like this time around for Vitality, continue with this. When you move into players, continue with making it easy for yourself. There's no need to make it more difficult.
As we take a look at this second team fight as well, Niski, the big question now is, for Vitality, what are they going to be able to do in the best of 5s? After this game or after this weekend, where do you land on their chances?
I think if they actually play standard like they did this game, I actually think they will beat XL pretty easily, in my opinion. I think the experience gap will be too big, especially having Perks on your team. I think is a big plus. And yeah, we'll see how they adapt in the next coming weeks. Also, there's gonna be a new patch as well, so let's see how they adapt to that.
3 weeks for every team, but I think especially for Vitality, that is going to come in so handy. There he is, Perks, the Kia player of the game, and the guy who it's really all about, usually when he's on a team. And even flanked by all the superstars, he was the one that needed to step up today once again.
Yeah, but I even felt like yesterday he stepped up as well. His Syndra performance definitely was not the reason that team was lost, even in the late game of the game where the composition shouldn't really work. He still found good scatters where it was kind of the rest of the team of Vitality being a little bit hesitant. So I still feel like Perks, when he's on the champions you mentioned, right? The AV champions roaming, when he's not trying to be fancy, it's working well.
Working very well, and I think maybe you'll need to adjust your ranking if we see the playoffs with Caps and Perks ramping up a fair bit. Fortunately, the Mad Lions did not make it to the playoffs, and next up they do have another game to redeem themselves, at least for the fans. They are up versus BDS in the next game. Oops. Was I supposed to say something else?
I don't know. That's a great question. I think we're going to talk now. You can see an emotional huddle here on the stage, a final game on stage. I'm Dracos. This is Cadril. And as always, I feel like I say this every week 8. When a game doesn't mean anything for the standings, we here at the caster desk will match the tone of whatever's happening in the game. If these guys want to sweat for it, if they want to play a true stage game and try hard for their lives, we will treat it with that level of respect. And if they want to pick like Shaco and, Troll.
10-man mid.
10-man mid. Level 1. And, duke it out West Side Story style. Well, have some fun with that. Let's get into pick ban and see what's going to be happening. And of course, the music does not quite match the mood of this final game for both these teams. Definitely hoping for more. We wanted to find out this season if Mad Lions were lords or simply lowly tarnished playing as lords. So far, it has been a lowly tarnished split, but a bit of redemption here never hurts.
Time to touch grace.
Yes.
We'll see if they do so, because the bans tell me that this is kind of maybe be a serious game. Zeri, Gwen, Hecarim. Normally, when it's like a troll game, you want to spell something with 3 or 5 characters in your bans, you know, like TSM or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of great 3-letter words.
But it doesn't look like they're doing it, so serious bans. I think the picks will tell us for sure. But we'll wait and see.
So
right now,
let's assume it's serious at this point until we get something else. So what are we looking at for first picks here? I know obviously Hecarim Rising Priority makes sense to see it taken away. Gwen just generally feels like a super powerful blind play. Of course, Nerf's next patch in a lot of ways, both for jungle and laning, but currently still very strong.
Tends to kind of depend on your team really and what your style is or what your priority picks are, because a lot of teams have different value on certain picks. There's mutual value on things like Zeri, for example. Orianna ban tells me maybe there's a TF first pick coming in here for Reeker. He's played it a lot. Ryze is already down. That would be a TF ban on red side. And then maybe Mad Lions want to look to first pick something like Sinzao, a jungler, trade Aphelios and Jinx, maybe first pick Thresh. We'll see what they opt into, but I would be surprised here if BDS... Oh, they don't ban the TF, so I'm guessing that's what Mad Lions want.
Could set Reeker up for success. We obviously saw a pretty solid Mad Lions game with Reeker on that Twisted Fate Unforgiven, of course, on the traditional hyper carry. Worked out very well alongside Elyoyo on the Poppy. It was an interesting game to watch, and now they're set up to repeat that. Question for me is, BDS, what are they going to get in this trade? Presumably Jinx is one of those 2 champions, but what will be the other one?
Could go for support, could go for a Lee Sin early rotation as well. That's very common in the, of course, eastern regions. Jungle early rotation with AD is always safest because you can counter pick support on 3, drop mid till 4, and counter pick top on 5. That's a very standard red side draft unless you're feeling fancy and you want to go maybe Lee Sin LeBlanc early. Maybe we'll get Diana here for Syncrop. There's jungle. Now again, of course, they can counter pick support or they can pick their mid laner on 3, some kind of AD mid into TF, maybe an Irelia if Nuclear Int's feeling it.
Is this a situation where you could pick Yasuo mid? Do you need the Renekton top side as well? Or is it just, you can go bam, Yasuo in this situation?
Bam, confidence, lock in.
Wind wall, your gold card, outplayed.
Simple does it, dash through all the creeps. Well, the good news is, when you pick AP jungle early, picking mid AD early is very important because there's only a couple. Yone, Yasuo, Irelia, the first one to come to mind unless you want to dig deep into like the Tristana realm and the Zed realm. But top lane has basically infinite AD top, so you'll probably find something no matter what, especially with no early Jace bans. So I'm expecting mid on 3 or support, but it looks like both teams are here to win, finish the split on the high, and then go into summer rolling off some kind of momentum.
Yeah, that's a blind pick, Aatrox. That's not a fun champion. That's a meta pick. All right, we're taking it serious.
Pick Darius. Give me some Darius. Give me some Olaf.
Give me some spice in the final game.
Where's
boys?
the Kled? Give me the Kled.
Spice.
Oh no, it's just gonna be Yasuo on 3. Well, it's still fun to watch.
Spicy enough.
Diana Yasuo, always a cool combo. I mean, the Aatrox blind pick won't really get covered here on the 4-5 bans because there's a lot of good champions into Aatrox. I mean, Camille, Jace, Kled, these are the kind of champions that you're looking towards. Unless Adam wants to be a bit crazy and go for his Darius Olaf, which it would be nice to see him end the split on such a psychotic champion, I'll say, because, I mean, the second it's locked in, it's like, guys, top lane, okay? There's no other roles in the game right now.
Yeah.
I'm playing Olaf into Aatrox. You're ganking my lane.
Ooh. And I like the Poppy ban here, but I like that you didn't call it like a comfort pick or a unique pocket pick. I like you called it a psychotic. I like that. I like that you're calling it as you see it. Yeah.
That's the adjective that describes it, isn't it? When, especially in solo queue, when you see a Darius top with Ghost, you know top's over in the first 2 minutes of the game. Either physically, with him dying, or mentally, with, you know, him dying and just running it. So, you know, every single time those champions are locked in, it's always hit or miss.
But it seems like Mad Lions are ready for those potential wild picks.
Psychotic top matchup.
They don't want it. They don't want to deal with it. Olaf going to be banned away. Alistair Poppy going to follow. So clearly, Team BDS taking some notes from Mad Lions' earlier wins, not wanting to give them those big setup champions. And it makes sense. I think a lot of the reason Mad Lions were so successful is that the 3 previous players on their team, Elyoyo, Arma, and Kaiser, all had so many tools to kick off fights on their terms. Thresh now banned away as well, just to make sure that X-Matty can't play safe with this very aggressive champions.
You could pick top here, but I also think Nautilus on 4 is not bad with Thresh and Alistair already banned away. Just kind of deny it from them. Of course, the Poppy ban covers the Yasuo Diana in case they want to play Poppy jungle, which Elyoyo already played against Vitality in a similar composition. Renekton's always a safe fallback for Diana, but I don't want to see Renekton this game, honestly. I think there's just better AD top choices with this Aatrox blind pick, but top would make the most sense. Are we going to get Darius? Go on, give it to me. Oh, yes, baby. Psychotic top lane injected in my veins.
Yes. What do you say? Over at 2 minutes. We'll see if that is going to be the case here. Darius, of course, was exclusively an Adam thing for a long time. Don't forget, but before he even joined the league in spring, Broken Blade and a lot of other players were following his lead and bringing it out in the LEC playoffs. But now we'll get to see if he can have an impressive performance on one of his signature picks. That said, it does leave the Nautilus open for the side of Mad Lions, giving them the luxury of what feels like the most powerful support remaining in draft.
Yeah, I think for jungle here, best picks probably Lee Sin. TF Lee Sin, already good setup. They have a couple melee champions, get some damage done there. Happy days. I mean, it's probably the strongest jungler up unless he wants to play Viego, which is a bit sketchy into things like Diana Yasuo. Yes, if you get one reset, it's good, but the Lee Sin can always peel with Kick. Conqueror, Gore Drinker, you can always turn a fight as well. So that would make sense unless he's feeling something different.
A little spice. Okay. Give me a little spice.
Echo is always hovered by T1 because Keria loves Echo support, and Sylas too. But he's going to go for Viego. And now it's just up to BDS for last pick. Something like Nautilus could work. Nautilus Brown was the first one coming to mind, or Tam Kenchi, of course, 2 good champions into Aftershock Engage supports.
There's a lot of melee champions.
As much as Braum is, Braum is normally good into things like Nautilus and Leona, but I mean, in their comp it doesn't fit. Rakan would just make more sense because you're playing Yasuo Diana. Rakan just fits it better. Braum is, yes, he's good in 2v2s and 3v3s, but yeah, I think with all your champs going in, that would suit better, but of course it's a weaker lane, and they're just going to go for the Braum.
And the thing I do like about this is that when the Diana Yasuo get a combo, it makes the follow-up really easy. If Braum can, stand aside, jump into the middle of the fight, get those concussive blow stacks going. Downside is with the Viego on the opposite side, if you make a mistake, if you fumble your initial combo, if someone gets picked off, very easy to find those resets. We watched a lot of Viego earlier today in the LCK and LPL. Pretty underwhelming.
Viego top. That's gonna stop.
No.
Viego top.
More.
Ale.
Put it away.
And then Tian. When you get your Viego, why are we building Deadman second on Viego?
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to see any of that.
But here in the LEC, all I will say is you find the resets, this champion, ludicrously powerful. We heard it from Razork. It's pretty feast or famine. You're 0-3 or you're 3-0 and you're taking over the game. We'll find out what Mad Lions can do with it, if they can have a similar early game they did against the last Diana Yasuo comp. No Poppy this time. A little bit more pressure to find that execution.
Yeah, it'll all be topside. It'll all be topside for BDS. Braum, see if he can move around. Lane can be good for them. But that's where they're going to focus. We'll see if Mad Lions can weather that storm or match it themselves.
No. One final game for both these teams as we get ready. Mad Lions versus Team BDS.
So Dracos, let me break down this top matchup for you.
Okay, got it.
So Adam on Darius right now. He's a level 1 wretch.
Okay.
But instead of having a club, he has an axe.
That's good. That's a good start.
If he can collect enough souls
and
put all his points in strength, then he might pop off with some R1, R2s.
That's cool. They're called runes in the game you're abstractly mentioning right now, but I respect it nonetheless. All right, we'll see. It's a battle, really. We all know it. There's no fancy spell users in this game. It's all about the big two-handers.
Yep.
Just one and done on those big
hits.
Go
for the big hits, not the R1 spams,
the big hits,
the
yeah,
R2s.
You're pushing R2 in this game.
He's got to hold it, get full combo off, execute, and then he gets his R2 back up and he gets a reset.
Yeah. All right. Time to see. They can make it work. Are they going to fumble their build? Are they going to split their points and go something like Dead Man's Plate, or are they going to go all in on something and get that Blade of the Rune King?
Oh, almost an early ward. Would be nice. Get level 2 in mid on the first wave. Spellbook TF. Ignite Yasuo, Ghost Darius. You know that top side is fighting you early.
This is literally, you said this is the solo queue matchup that is nightmares are made of. I love Braum early leash. It's gonna make that clear super fast, super easy. Reeker gonna try to take control level 1.
What I see Darius do often level 1 with Ghost is they just all in. But luckily Armut's warded the bush that Adam wanted to all in from. Because if Armut walked up to the wave there and it wasn't warded, Adam's coming from behind with a Ghost. So he's going to chase you down with his passive stack. That's all Armut has to be scared of right now.
Yeah, obviously now that the Q1 is gone, he's not going to be able to grab the next couple of creeps unless they step forward, but can just wait. Knows to respect that and can just take a back seat in this early laning phase, and I think that's going to be okay.
You'd reckon with the size of Armored Sword, he could go for some kind of parry tech.
You would reckon that. You would think.
No shield, but I mean, Braum has a shield, but maybe with the long sword, he can parry the axe and then get some kind of like mega hit.
Some follow-up damage.
Yeah.
Find a punish window. Yeah, turns out you just right-click. Oh, flash forward. Maddie betraying Limit a little bit there. Limit will get hooked, but he is just able to walk away. 2 fast flashes for the bottom lane of BDS is not a good start.
Absolutely respectable. The funny thing there was Matty was being blocked by Limit anyway, so him flashing away didn't change anything. Limit was going to get hit nonetheless unless they both flashed together.
Wait,
what?
Hey! Oh, hey. Kaiser! This man, bored of the lollipop. Ender taught us about that one. Basically, skill shots, when they're at their end, they do a little check around them, and if you're in that circle, you get hooked, and it makes those hooks look questionable.
Quick champion check, quick vibe check at the edge of the hook. Hits onto the champion. I mean, Kaiser's probably played this champion so many times that he knows the hitbox tech.
He's done that a few times this season. He is very good on the Nautilus hooks. Because I will say, while many people just abuse the fact that the hitbox is so gigantic, he's abusing the exact size of the hitbox to run it around the minions.
He is indeed going to sweep out a ward that BDS are using to cover some kind of dive. Elioya path down towards the bot side. Syncroft has full clear towards top. Crab's going to be taken. Mad Lions could stack some kind of wave and look for a dive. Reeker's taking early TP back to lane to make sure he can keep up the push. And of course, both with no flash. They have no heal either, so not a lot of support in the dive. Braum shield is down.
One small thing I really do like is the exhaust on Unforgiven. It certainly feels good. Obviously, not having a cleanser heal could hurt them, but having that exhaust for the Yasuo dive in, or the Diana dive in, or the Darius, or any one of the many people who want to jump onto his face is
the vibe
big.
check didn't work there. The champion check didn't register Limit, hit the creep instead. A lot of bot pressure here from Mad Lions, but Elioya is nowhere near. They're just going to fast push this, probably take a base, keep up tempo in lane. Unless they try to hold it, then they might fancy a stay.
You're hovering behind. Not really a lot of camps for Selfmade at this moment. Bot side camp should be responding shortly.
So top hasn't had that much trading. Both of them have their potions. Both of them are still full HP. I think Armut's just scared to walk up and catch the wave. He's probably farming with Qs. Reeker just warding on the side that Syncroft started just to check if he's in the bot side river, and he is. So he's going to take away that ward. And nothing will happen just yet. Small early game lead here for Mad Lions, mainly through bot.
All right, Cadro, I just have to call out. You're usually really, you're on point as an analyst, I can't lie. You're one of the best in the biz, you know, if not the best. But you did tell me that this lane would be over at 2 minutes, and it's currently 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Trust me, the sample size of my solo queue games, this is over at 2 minutes. You know what I do as a jungler? As soon as I see this top matchup, I'm starting on my top side buff and I'm ganking top level 2.
Okay.
And I can tell you mentally it's over, but maybe we get some trading now. Adam.
Ooh, I like it. Now Armut walks away. Smart. Obviously, extended trade generally tend to favor Darius if he can fully stack the Noxian Might passive. He gets massive amounts of
Here
AP.
come the boys. Limit's reading the play, and so is Syncroft. They're beelining top. Maybe they're thinking that the dive could happen, but the wave just died. So maybe they're thinking, Adam should be fine here. He has no TP, of course. Mad Lions haven't shown. There was no wards earlier on, so it will be Hook. Oh no, Elioya is giving away.
Flash forward. Hook flashed away from Adam. Keeping him under towers. The wave is starting to come in now, but you have Roams up. They have to fight him quickly. I like the Ghost Tech coming out early. Syncroft and Limit now on the way. This could be big. They think that they've got the gank onto Adam, but he summoned his friends. They're on the way. Armut's going to go down first. No, the healing coming in. Not quite enough. They want to finish off Adam, but the Darius is so powerful. But that's going to be the reset for Elioya. It's massive. Instant out comes the Darius Q. That's going to be the heal coming out. He's trying to get the passive down as well. Syncroft trying to finish the kill. Kaiser running. Reeker on the way in. Gold card goes. Nuclear Ant standing right behind. Mad Lion's going to be forced away there. 1-for-1 ultimately.
Oh no.
Oh, Nuclear Ant getting frisky. Windwall comes out. Kaiser going to get taken down. Armut now going in. Reeker coming in as well. Gold card. Absolute brawl on the top side of the map.
Gonna flash
going down.
It's just going to be a 2-for-2 in the end. Support for support. Top for top. And the kills went over to Syncroft. And support and top for Mad Lions. So overall, pretty even trade, slightly favoring BDS, and it all kicked off with this early top dive. BDS just running there as quick as possible. Adam flashing the hook earlier, almost fantastic, and then kiting into this bush, which was luckily pink-warded for Mad Lions, so they saw them coming. Even though Armut died, the most important thing here was, if you watch Adam, he's in the channel of his Q right now. If that Q went off and he got the healing, they'd both be dead. But of course, Elioya gets the reset. He can't come out of the Darius form because he's not level 6, so he's stuck in it. Forced to flash away. Both mid laners, same tempo, both arrive. And of course, Kaiser had no flash, so Nuclear Ant just punishes it as he walks back up.
Turn back here. Good play from Nuclear Ant. Obviously, easy pickup. Getting Diana snowballed early certainly does not hurt either. Checking in on level 6 is Nuclear Int. Level 6 coming through. Reeker as well. Now, Nuclear Int obviously can look to use that advantage in lane when paired with Syncroft, who's currently taking the Drake. Reeker going to look to play elsewhere on the map.
Maybe if Adam put a little bit more points in Vigor there.
It's
you
true.
have more health.
Sometimes that's the thing about Darius. I feel like it's all strength all the time, but sometimes you need that extra,
I think he might
extra HP.
Maybe he was out of flasks. I saw one coming up towards the end,
sure.
like I said, for the heal, but
I
didn't
mean,
get it off.
he didn't even get any flasks. Armand has 2. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, yeah,
That's imbalance.
That's not fair. 2 flasks. Gotta be a no-hit run.
This maidenless gameplay, some would say.
Maidenless
gameplay.
Gotta touch Grace.
There it is.
Well, top lane in a good spot for Armut here, stacking wave into Adam. We'll see if they try to fancy a dive here, because Reeker has ult and ignite. Kaiser's up towards the top side. Herald spawning soon in 30 seconds, so that could blow open the top side of the map for Mad Lions, which is not what BDS wants whatsoever, because their top side is where their early game focus should be. Syncroft's going to move up. Limit's reading some kind of play, because he doesn't see where Kaiser is just yet, I believe. No. And as much as he can hold the wave here, the pings are already coming in. Armut with the stacking wave. Reeker's in position with ult. Has Corrupting Pot to get his mana higher.
Of course, you can ignore the disconnected message. If there were any pause, we'd keep you guys posted about it. But in the meantime, gameplay continues as normal. Big here, though, looks like Adam could just go for Hole Breaker. Pretty massive. Darius doesn't really need... Likes to have a lot of stats, but you know that Armut essentially is going to have to build early ability haste, really, to be able to trade effectively in lane, whereas Darius would certainly like to have it, would love to have Gorge Drinker, Stride Breaker, something like that early on, but can pretty comfortably get Hole Breaker.
Yeah, Mad Lions were thinking about the play, but they didn't have vision on the enemy jungle support, so they could have been sitting in the bush, and that's TF ult wasted. You want to keep the pressure of that ability on BDS, so they're always sweating and always thinking to themselves, where is Mad Lions' openings? That one was very obvious, so they read that one very well, but it's just a 4v4 towards the top side. AD Carry is just kind of handshake farming right now.
Unforgiven, good damage being laid down here. Gets that extra auto attack off with 3 Chakram. So that's Maddie's going to be forced backwards. But mid lane really where we need to keep our eyes on. Jungle and mid, a lot of potential to make some plays across the map. Adam moving down to contest this Scuttle Crab.
Yoink.
Is going to take it away. Doesn't even give it to Syncroft. Does not need to.
Here comes the Herald Force. This will determine a lot. Does Mad Lions want to contest it? They have a Jinx Global Ultimate on the side of BDS, which would help executes. We'll probably hit a target if you just fire it in the topside river as the fight kicks off.
If they go in from the same side, it's really easy to clash with the Yasuo.
Oh, he got it!
They're caught in the pit, and there it is!
You take my crab, I take your Herald!
And that's a good deal. Limit now stepping forward. Big stun coming in. They should be able to burst through armor before they get anything done. Now you're going to hope and pray for a reset, but it's only going to be Braum, a viable target. Nuclear now pushes forward. Power of the concussive blow here means that easy follow-up. Unforgiven, the perfect guns to get a fight kicked off. Red gun goes through Wind Wall. That's going to be big. Now Nuclear getting finished off. Multiple chakrams. It's time for 200 years, baby!
Or is it?
Those chakrams are stacked. Adam's running, and not even the power of Darius can stop Red-White Aphelios.
4 members for BDS, 5 for Mad Lions. Unforgiven just drops bot wave, and I think he tanks the rocket as well as he's moving through mid. The fight kicks off with Elioya stealing away the Herald, and they think, well, we have to turn onto someone. They use a lot of ultimates to try and take down the Aatrox, which is great because now they can start moving forwards. Darius, I do believe, gets a reset. I think that's a spectator bug, but now Unforgiven's here. Maddie's farming towards the bot side. He's going to look for tower plates, so of course it's a numbers disadvantage, and of course red and white gun. Oh no, the Herald disappeared! They forgot to take the buff. They missed the souls, Dracos.
Oh no, dude, and you lose them when you die.
Yeah.
It's Unforgiving. And speaking of that, Unforgiven. Yeah, Aphelios needs 1, 2, 3 items to be good, unless of course you let him stack a million chakram, and well, they let him stack a million chakram.
They did indeed, and I think Maddie got 1 bot plate in bot lane for that, so
that's what we call bad deal.
That's a bad deal. He got a bit scammed there.
Yeah.
And Mad Lions definitely ahead now. Of course, gold lead as well. They lost the Drake, and they lost the Herald buff itself, so they can't use that for turret platings early. And now BDS may be thinking, well, top lane seems really hard to play around now. They have TF ult. Supports need to get back into lane. And now it might be a bot side focus for BDS.
Unforgiven, of course, pretty far ahead in the sense that he has the boots too, but has not completed the Gale Force quite yet. So not too scary for X-Maddie. The playmaking potential goes through the roof when Aphelios can start Gale Forcing forward with the purple gun snare. But we'll see what's to come. Reeker still has the ultimate up and available, which is big. He could look to make a play on the side lane. At this point, I think snowballing the Aphelios even more, getting him out of lane, letting him get around the map and take more tower plates would be excellent, but could also play to cover topside.
Yeah, I think the reason BDS was hovering around bot was because the only option they have right now is bot because of the flash situation. Unforgiven and Kaiser don't have them. BDS have good setup. Maybe that's where they think their opening is, but of course then you're leaving your Darius on some kind of quote-unquote weak side where of course Reeker can ult up at the click of a finger. And both supports hovering around mid once again, trying to get the push.
Back. Kaiser not going to connect on the hook that time. Unforgiven spot on the ward is big, though. They know they cannot afford to take this fight on the side of BDS, so they're backing away. Good combo could change things, but they really need to back up. Combo now coming in. Yasuo can look to get the counterplay. He does have the tornado on multiple members, but it's too little. It's definitely going to be too late. Elyoya debating if he wants to follow up any further. It looks like Mad is happy to take the play.
That should be an easy drag, and the reason all of these players are around mid is to get mid pushing to Drake, get some kind of bot side river control. Mad Lions winning out on that one. A fantastic engage from Kaiser. Hex flash over, hits hook, but he pre-casts the ult to get the double knock up, and then the stun card comes in. Maddie's going to base and finish his Gale Force. I think Mad Lions can just start up this Drake for free.
Definitely. At this stage of the game, Mad Lions very quickly pulling ahead. 2-0-6 for Elyoya. We talked about it already. Feast or Famine is the Viego, and this game's certainly feeling like a bit of a feast. Excellent initiation here from Kaiser. Follow-up as well coming in for Unforgiven, and the rest of the team really straightforward. Have a man advantage, have the first CC setup, and while BDS do have the wonderful Wombo combo, just not enough when they're this far behind.
Yeah, good rotations from Unforgiven this game. Maddie's been stuck under his tower. It's been a 1v1 for the AD carries, and yes, it's a 4v4 topside, but Unforgiven's always collapsing before the play happens, or just about in time to make sure it's Mad favored. That mid fight, he was there first. Herald fight, he was there first, and although Mad Lions have 8 kills, Unforgiven's part of 6 of them, despite having so many handshakes on bot waves.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a shame, obviously, that this game is not going to impact the standings, that both these teams are unfortunately locked out of playoffs, or 6 playoffs teams already confirmed. But for Mad and for BDS, we're just looking for positive signs, things to look forward to in summer. Reeker, we were struggling to see which champions were going to work. Well, very clearly at this weekend, the TF has worked out quite well for Mad Lions, potentially something we can see in the splits to come, obviously pending nerfs or buffs. And Unforgiven has also really stepped up, so while it's a bittersweet final week, they have had some solid performances. Gale Force now going in. Adam feels like he has to turn this one, but the exhaust already going down. No health left. It's going to be easy kill pickups. Or is it? Adam, flash out gold card. No, yeah, that's going to do it.
He can't really move, can he? Stun card, Everfrost, stun card, knock up. So much CC coming out early. Yeah, the Darius can't really get away. Of course, running the plate steel caps. Hook into bot. Kaiser was looking for it as the creep died, but it didn't die in time. What can BDS look for on a cross map here? Unforgiven, no flash.
Locked up, looking for multiple things, but of course, Maddie locked up in the meantime. He's Unforgiven. Not going to receive any follow-up damage there. Even the zap going wide. Have to be careful about over-committing. A single hook hits back, and they can look to turn it. Cleanse and flash up from Maddie. Good guns for Unforgiven, but Syncroft and Nuclear now on the way. The heal coming in is big from the Severum multi.
Maddie was looking for the execute with the ultimate, I think, but of course the healing could be enough. Kaiser
goes in. Input buffer on the hook will not stop the Yasuo knock-up extension from coming through, and the rocket wouldn't have killed him, but it would have tickled.
So there's the cross map. Armored space. He didn't look for any plates top or for the full tower. They've fallen off. BDS might get the first tower of the game on this bot tier 1. Reeker's pushing in mid, and that'll be that kill for kill trade, but of course it's going to be a tower over to BDS.
Now we take a look at the gold. Still a pretty sizable lead for Mad, but obviously a very positive play for BDS on the back of a pretty good trade, turning that into a bit more. And Jinx, sadly not going to get more plates in the early game, but will get that tower.
Yeah, look at the gold. I mean, Maddie's only down 200 gold now, roughly, even though he's down 4 kills and an assist because of the tower and the plates. So that's going to make up for a lot of the deficit that he faced from Unforgiven's roams. But Mad Lions aren't even going to run back bot. They're going to send Armut down there, put their bot lane up towards the top side, get some kind of tempo up there, maybe look some kind of vision. Both sweeping at the same time. You hate to see it. Sometimes it's such an awkward moment when you both look at each other, you walk into a bush,
sweep.
You're both looking for vision, you both walk into the same bush, and you both press sweeper at the same time because you're like, damn. You were thinking what I was thinking, but also
but
we
it's
both wasted a sweeper.
You're also like trying to be. You're both trying to be nice. You know, it's like that very British problem.
I'll
Twitter
sweep
account. You're
first.
like, I'll sweep. No, I'll sweep first.
No,
Then you sweep at the same time. It's
yeah.
like, ooh.
Yeah. It's like when you're trying to let someone through the door and you're like, no, you go first.
No,
and
you
you both
go.
walk into the door at the
yeah,
same
when
time.
You walk down to a stranger down the street and you're like standing still and you're both like,
you both go left.
You both go right. That's just it's kind of a cringe moment, to be honest. Maddie having a cringe moment of his own. This is the unfortunate reality of playing against Twisted Fate, or is it Reeker who has been caught out?
Missed the Q. Doesn't matter at all though, but of course Maddie had cleanse anyway if he needed to use it. 2 ultimates from Mad. We take those. If you're Maddie, he's just going to have to wait for his team to back him up before he can catch the wave. Elyoya still has Herald, which he can use on mid-tier 1. Top tower should fall in favor of Mad Lions.
And important to note, he got this Herald. It was not left on.
Yeah, he didn't forget about it this time.
Yeah, there you go.
Did he forget? Maybe it was too busy.
He's caught in the heat of the moment.
The heat of the moment.
There
definitely was. But this one's going to get dropped. It's going to get the mid-tier 1 of BDS. We'll see if they respond. Syncroft can engage with his flash ultimate. Reeker has no flash.
Ballbreaker, Adam.
Their team's too far away. Maybe they can dive him though. The tower's dead.
Yeah. Everfrost comes out. Adam going to be in trouble here. Fishing for the heal will not come through. That is one dead Darius.
Maybe they can go for more.
Yeah. Adam emboldened by the flame of ambition, but it will turn against him. Oh, starting to break it down, but there's the combo. We're going to find it on multiple members. Unforgiven along the backside of the fight. He has the Gale Force. This is going to be enough. Big damage coming in from the fellas, but can't quite finish the job. 3 stacks, but will not find the 4th. Arm in the back line, wreaking havoc on Sidcroft. Turning it back, a back and forth exchange, but Mad Lions taking the fight in the end.
Messy fight. BDS finds something. They all 4 of them die, but they managed to get 3 back at least, despite losing Adam at the very, very beginning and Limit getting engaged on from Kaiser and Elyoya with the Darius Soul. They were gonna push into mid tier 2, and Mad Lions fancied themselves the fight instead of the objective. Dive comes through. Tower disappears. Adam gets caught off guard, doesn't have flash to escape, but Limit's collapsing. And as much as Mad Lions, it looks like a good play to chase the Braum because he's isolated. This combo from Syncroft and Nuclear Int did so much damage to Mad Lions' entire team. But luckily Armut wasn't involved in it. And I do believe Elyoya gets a reset mid through the engage, so they managed to turn it as 2.
And this is a game where another long sword means that Nuclear Int goes down in that exchange.
An extra point in Dex,
maybe? Extra point in Dex. Certainly another level up, and they that fight could have turned against BDS. Still very close. Good that they're able to find as many kills as they can, but you have to feel like Mad have learned their lesson. They won't be grouping up in another funnel, and quite frankly, pretty fortunate that both Elyoya and Armut were missed by the combo there.
Definitely, and Mad Lions still have full control of the game. Could have gone a bit haywire there if they all got aced, and you know, Maddie got a couple resets, got a couple kills under his belt, but luckily they still came out on top. They're gonna get themselves a dragon. This bot tier 1 should fall because of the amount of vision they have. Armut's hovering around. Worst case, he could TP the top tier 2 to defend it. Even top tier 1 to defend it. Maybe he was scared of some kind of cross-map dive, but he sees enough members in their bot side vision that he knows he can't be Dove. Dove? Divin?
Divin.
Divin.
Yeah, correct English is Divin.
Is
Dove.
it actually?
No, it's Dove.
Oh, why you gotta bait me like that, bro?
I thought you were just memeing me.
No,
I like Divin though.
Is Divin a word?
Divin. I don't think so. English continues to surprise me, even as a native speaker. Sometimes I'm like, there's no way that's a word. And people are like, oh yeah. And sometimes I'm like, funner, and they're like, that's absolutely not.
Because I've heard casters say Divin, and then I say Dove. And I don't know. I don't really know what the right word is sometimes, but it's just second nature to say Dove to me.
I like Divin. Let's use Divin for the rest of this game.
I also use getting Dove sometimes to be my present tense.
Look, man, all I'll say is grammar's hard. And they try to teach you that stuff, but as an English speaker, native English speaker, you either understand it intuitively and you definitely don't understand the actual rules.
Maybe someone can tell us.
Yeah, one of our bosses, Dirk's German native speaker, knows English, speaks way better English than me because he actually knows the rules. I don't know what I'm talking about, I just do. Speaking of, Elyoya, he's looking to just do because X-Matty has been caught out completely. Limit is nowhere nearby. Oh no! Yeah, there's no counterplay.
They're gonna chase. BDS, they have full vision of BDS. Mad Lions looking for more. Soon. Here they go.
Now Core, big combo onto Rika. Rika trying to make his way out of that one. Unforgiven, good guns. Windwall going the wrong way. Nuclear could try to extend this one, but Elyoya is very strong. Going to reset onto a Yasuo or a Diana would mean an end of a fight. Syncroft buying a bit more time, but he's not going to be the Lord of all that's gold, and he's not even fit to graft. Nuclear in, going forward and getting taken down as Armut finds the reset. Mad Lions, this is it. This is the power of Elyoya. Getting a lot of kills there on the Viego. Unforgiven backing up as well. Good team fight in the end. Rika overstays, and Adam will get something back in the mid lane, but we have a critical update, Cadril. I know you want to talk about that fight.
Critical update?
But according to one of the gold standards of English language, Merriam-Webster, the words dived and dove are interchangeable as a past tense and past participle of the word dive.
Now I know less than I knew before. What do you mean past tense participle entertain?
Yeah. Someone out there
So basically
that.
You can use them both?
I don't know. It didn't say Divin is a word.
Was there a jinx?
You can use both! It's confirmed! Divin or Dove.
Okay.
Dived or
I'll
Dove.
mix it up.
No,
I'll mix it up.
Dived or Dove. Dived or Dove. Not Divin. Divin is still not a word.
Dived or Dove?
Yeah.
Wait.
I am so sorry if English is not your native language and you are listening to us
Divin
right now.
doesn't exist.
We are unteaching you. Ignore everything we have said.
I just got confirmation from the producers.
Confirmation.
That Divin does not exist.
Yeah. Yes.
So it's dived or dove. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll mix it up.
Yes.
Be a bit frisky sometimes.
It does not exist. Similar to BDS's advantage in this game, as they are quickly falling away. 4-2-6. It felt a little harsh because it is their last game, but we'll cast it like a normal game, which means we'll continue to meme as we would in a normal regular season game. Mad Lions very far ahead. I think the biggest issue that they have right now, other than Unforgiven, is just Elyoya, because they're picking all of these crazy bruiser champions that have to dive in, and the second one of them dies, Elyoya is going to get a reset, and he's going to obliterate most of them, because Adam, if he gets, you know, a perfect 5-man queue, if he can do a lot of work, gets the perfect setup in these fights, he can do a lot of work, but he doesn't have a TP. He's sitting on a sideline with a hole breaker, TP-less. That's rough. Divin is the German word for diva. Thank you, production. We're learning a lot here in the games that have no stakes.
English lessons with Cajun and
you know who's a real Divin?
German lessons.
German lessons. Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
Well,
So
today I learned.
Divin. Ah, sorry, not Divin. Divin.
Okay.
Divin.
Pronunciation's important.
I'm feeling like a Divin right now. You know? And I think, you know who should be more of a Divin? Is X-Matty. Because if he is ever left alone, this TF is going to ruin his life. So I think he needs to be a Divin and be like, support, stay with me.
I think the Viego's going to ruin his life. Hang on a second. TF ultimate used.
Gold card, then we're going to flash.
Rapid fire.
It's not going to do anything because the rest of the team is on the way. They've locked him down. They know where everybody is. They're going to pick up the support. It's not a very high value
can't move,
kill.
man. The chain CC.
That's brutal.
So much. I mean, TF, rapid fire, stunned. Everfrost, hooked, rooted. Viego stunned, dead.
Yep.
Couldn't really play the game. Could go Nash, but Drake's up in 30 seconds. Elioya might get caught.
There it is. Ooh, I liked
Unstoppable.
it.
And I was going to speak about the Viego because his build, I think, will be very powerful this game when he gets more in base. I mean, Death stands into their 380 carry champions, more to negate a lot of the damage. Played steel caps too. He is going to be a beefy boy.
And the big thing is if you disrupt the engage, just the extra bit of time and survivability means you're very likely to find a reset. So I agree. I really like this build. Definitely more than I like Deadman's plate.
Not a fan of that one.
Which, if you missed it, was built earlier today. We'll hold that thought now as X-Matty pushing in. It should be an easy quick Baron pickup for Nuclear. I think it's going to come through. Wind wall comes out. Gold card coming in.
Matty's just
on Unforgiven.
Good luck, guys.
Here comes the purple gun. Does he want to Gale Force forward into it? Nope, they're going to chase him down. Kaiser flashing over the wall, but they could just pick off Kaiser before the fight even starts. They're now diving in on him. Easy, quick support pickup. Is it going to cost them? Adam, they're finding the combo. Immediately trying to burn down Armut. They overstayed. They were not welcome in that one. Big ulti back from Unforgiven, but with no one else on his team still standing, he's going to have to run. BDS, get the dragon. Get the fight. Only 3k behind.
They're going to sprint towards Baron as well. Maybe they can start it up. They have a lot of damage with the Jinx and Yasuo, but of course they're quite low. And they're very far away. It doesn't look like they have the time to do it. Reeker has ultimate. Kaiser's up soon, and Elioya and Unforgiven could be nuisances. A nuisance? Nuisances? Is that a word?
Nuisances?
If there's a plural of nuisance.
I believe nuisance is a word.
Okay, it sounded weird coming off the
If there's anything I've learned about Wordle, it's that my faith in my own English ability is not great.
So here Matty repositions because he realizes if he's around his team, he's probably the primary target, and Limit's not there yet, so they pair up together. This is where the fight goes wrong for Matt, because Kaiser flashes over the wall to make sure he can find an engage for the rest of his team on a flank, and he gets singled out.
See, this is the thing, is Kaiser tarnish in search of an Elden flank. Emboldened by the Flame of Ambition, BDS extinguished that flame, Cadril.
Just like that.
Just completely extinguished it.
Well, Nuclear might be extinguished as well. Here come the boys.
There you go. There's no counterplay. Wind wall, yeah, not going to stop the Everfrost. He waits, he walks through. Syncroft trying to turn it. But that is one very, very fed Viego. And ooh, so close. Just a quarter second later, next Matty would have had the kill. Limit now has to run as well. We are officially just brawling. This is just a fist fight in the river. There are a lot of supports going on marathon runs to find flanks this game, and it is not working.
It definitely ain't, and I think Mad Lions will pick up a free Baron here unless Syncroft can get some kind of vision in the pit. He has a pink ward in his inventory, goes across the wall. Mad Lions are going to clear it out. What does Matty have? He has no vision for it. They're just going to turn. Mad Lions.
Back, big damage coming in from Arma. Locked up, locked down. I like it from Arma.
You like the backflip?
I love it. It's fancy, you know?
Q Flash doesn't land the knockup, but still gets on top of Matty. They get the kill. That's another 4 kills to Mad Lions, including the Nuclear and Donyasu earlier on. And there's a Baron as well. 5 to 6k gold lead now for Matt.
And again, I think we've said this every time I've seen a Diana Yasuo. Very powerful combo. If they hit a big wombo combo, 2-3 items, they can still come back and win a fight. But these champions are also absolutely terrible at defending against sieges. The only real defense is the threat of said engage. Whereas Twisted Fate, you know, Unforgiven.
Oh, just gonna run them down. I don't want to catch mid-wave. Let's just run them down. Maybe
this is like they're like, please let the mob de-aggro. You know what I'm saying? Like, go back. I'm not ready. I'm not trying to fight.
Yeah, they want to chase him down, get some kills, maybe slow on the Baron. But it's funny because Nuclear Int flashed the Damwon logo. Maybe he's just trying to taunt Mad Lions for what happened at MSI last year.
Sure.
But yeah, great performance from Mad. And just to say, I mean, yeah, bittersweet game. Obviously, if Vitality had lost early on in the day and they won this game, which they are going to, it looks like they'd be in playoffs. And as much as they are slowly ramping up towards week 8, It just wasn't enough across the course of the season, unfortunately.
Certainly. And I think the big story now is improvement. And I think for many of the teams, all of the teams who haven't made playoffs, it's what can you do in the offseason? What can you do to grow, to get better, to get stronger?
Not only improvement, but motivation too, and work.
Sure. And team, I would say.
Here comes
not going 0-13 though. Gold card comes out. It's going to be blocked by the Zanyas. Fall from the Unbreakable. They're trying to retreat, waiting for everybody to group. Adam going in. He's going to pull back. They're trying to delete Unforgiven, and they'll do it successfully, but Nuclear is going to get taken out. Reset for Elioya. Now he's the Yasuo. Can start to dash through the team. Very strong. Uses the wind wall against them. BDS have bought a bit of time. Reeker stepping forward. Right now, 3 members versus the 4 of BDS.
Look at those 3 cannons just pounding away at the tower. They need to clear them.
And I mentioned it earlier. This team, particularly terrible at stopping sieges. So this tier 2 will fall, but not a lot else from an early Baron buff, which is a big deal. That said, still 6K gold lead for the side of Mad.
Yeah, you're completely right. The only really way that BDS's comp can stop a siege is just engaging onto them. So the fight happens. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of BDS because they found Unforgiven with a knock-up. So that allowed the rest of BDS to pile on top of him. I wonder what it was that knocked him up, because the Diana ultimate goes wide here in the bush. You can see Syncroft runs away. He ults here and stopwatches, which is rather unfortunate. Even though they still win the fight, yeah, it looks like it might just be the Adam E, because he is in range. Maybe it's just a flash E from Adam. Gets the knock-up. Yeah, it does indeed. Nuclear exhausted, but still Unforgiven dies because Maddie can weave in a few auto attacks.
Yeah. Overall, good on BDS to find the opportunity. Obviously, if you just sit and wait, as we highlighted previously, they will just siege. They will just take towers from you, and there's not a whole lot of recourse. You don't have good, safe wave clear. Maybe they can find a few more fights like that to come back into the game. I like that healing reduction is already coming out here for Nuclear, and definitely is going to help in the fights to come.
I will say, as much as Adam was put behind in the early stages, he is quite strong now. 5 kills, has a shutdown on top of him, already has 3 items, building towards his 4th. Jinx has 3 items. Nuclearin's getting close to his 3rd as well. I mean, if the combo lands, they are winning these fights. It's just a case of Mad Lions kind of picking them apart with the Viego. We'll see how the next fight goes, though, because Syncroft has Flash. Can Unforgiven react to it? He's looking over the wall now. They walk up. Mad Lions being a bit cautious.
Giving that respect again to the Diana Yasuo. Darius with the follow-up as well makes that much, much more brutal. Mad Lions can't really afford to group up, stay clumped together, or things could fall apart very quickly. But as you highlighted, as long as they play the fight out slow, they get those Elioya resets and they stay spread apart. Very difficult for BDS to find an edge. Baron in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Infernal Drake in 4. Feels like Mad could just play for Infernal Soul over Baron. Probably for both, to be completely honest. And at this point, BDS just have to find a way to take one of those fights, because if they miss out on Infernal, things are going to go from bad to worse.
Definitely. 4 minutes time from there. 2 minutes until the Baron. They'll probably set up top side. There's no tier 2s left. It's 6 towers taken, of course. So sieging tier 3s is a bit difficult against their comp without Baron. So that's probably what they're just going to wait for. No rush whatsoever. Don't want to give them any kind of leads. But looking for picks is not a bad idea if they're overextending.
Definitely not. Nuclear caught up. Doesn't even have a chance to wind wall. Or does he? It looks like the gold card did get blocked. Nuclear now flashing back behind the same wind wall. Rocket coming in. Knockup going to come through, but already the Braum is down. Not looking good for the side of BDS, but no wave here. I mean, siege is a little bit hard. How crazy do Mad Lions want to get? Ooh, I like the pull over the wall, but obviously it uses the recast of the ult and makes it out to safety.
Limit's the one that pays for Nuclear in sins. He gets caught, but Limit saves him.
I like it.
Yeah, you like that? It's like storytelling.
Drama.
Yeah, dramatic. Yeah, I tried it there.
Tell me what he said. What did Limit say as he like leapt in front?
How could you?
Ow. Really? I thought he'd be
go
like,
on without me.
He'd be like, ah!
Leave me.
Nuclearin's like, oh, we said we wouldn't leave a man behind. He's like, you have to. You have to now.
There goes bot tier 3. Bot in will die as well. We'll see if BDS want to fight. Still 3 seconds on Limit, so would be a 4v5 on the initial engage. Syncroft still has Flash as well.
Yeah. Mad though, playing it slow, playing it controlled. Really not looking to throw it away. Obviously, it feels like they've learned a few times this game that you have to respect this combo. 1 or 2 instances where they did get caught out, where they were picked apart in some of these fights, grouping up obviously in that choke point next to red, grouping up on the bottom side, seeing Unforgiven get picked off, but generally still very much a Mad favored game. 40 seconds now on the Baron. Limit clearing out some of this vision. So BDS, as they're going to be the first to push in mid-wave here, should have some access to the pit, but they're taking their sweet time. It looks like they're not 100% confident where exactly Mad Lions are.
Yeah, a little bit of sneaky vision here, but Kaiser will clear it out. Of course, don't want to put wards in the obvious positions. Makes it more difficult for them to find vision. See that little ward across the pit to the left? Kaiser's just going to clear it away. So all that vision that Limit put down, trying to find some kind of vision to see when they started, has gone. He doesn't have any wards in his inventory either, so if he was to base and run back now, Mad Lions might already have started it, so they have to be careful. TF ultimate used to find them.
Nuclear has to come forward. Okay, it looks like they're just still trying to pick off Braum again. Look for the easy pick, and Syncroft has to fish for a combo. Oh, yeah, is so strong. He might even be able to 2v1. If they get the knockup, though, they can burn him down before he even gets to ult, but no. Has the stopwatch, has the time. Knockup coming through, Rocket coming through. They're splitting away. Limit is still standing. In the end, he will drop. One member of BDS picked up before the fight even kicks off. Limit going on a bit of a walkabout this game, is constantly being the one to jump in and save his teammates, is the one to be sacrificed, and yes, ideally your support would be the one to be sacrificed, but more ideally, no one would be dying at all.
BDS have to face check. Matter ready.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yes,
Syncroft
baby.
is going to make it out. Adam now stepping forward. They're going to have a hard time killing that Darius, and Armut has been isolated. He's getting burned down. So many stopwatches left and right. Unforgiven now going in. Dalty going to be dodged away. Adam finding the reset. Adam, now's the time. The combo. BDS. Rika, there's nothing you could do here. Gold card. They finished it. They're ready to turn it back. Unforgiven. Perfect guns.
It's a
for
3v1. It's a 3v1, but the guns have a lot of range. Adam gets hit. He's not going to get taken down. They're starting up the Baron as well.
Don't
Limit's
walk
coming
into
out
the
of
gun,
base.
Adam. Do not walk into the gun, Adam.
What can Unforgiven get done here? Can he be the hero for Mad?
Auto. Rocked
Can't
it.
tank it.
They can't do it. Aphelios, he thinks he's hurting Darius, but who's hurting who?
Yeah, Unforgiven has stopwatch and exhaust to play with as well, so he has a little bit of defensive tools to see if Nuclear Int gets cancelled. He's going to use the W to stop it. So Unforgiven has stopped the Baron. As much as it looks great for BDS, they don't actually get anything off of it whatsoever. 30 seconds until Dragon. A little bit of gold in their pockets though. Shutdowns coming through. And it looked very, very bad for BDS with this stopwatch. Kind of, not fail, but kind of trying to stop any Northless hook from hitting him, expecting it to do so, but the flash away, and then Armwoods just kind of spit off from the rest of the team. He doesn't have ultimate. Syncroft chunks him out. And I thought here Armwoods would live because the Jinx W connects, but the lock-hit stops it from happening. Does end up falling in the end, and then Adam gets resets.
Oh, there it is. Oh my God, Observers, it's dirty. Woo! That was a sick moment. Well highlighted.
Well, they have to get another sick moment though. Adam has GA, which is great, but he's a little bit far. Mad Lions might just rush it down. It's going to be Infernal Soul.
That's it. They've got Infernal Soul. Now they have to run. Reeker does have ultimate. They can look to pick up the members, and BDS are splitting. Nope, still staying group mid. That's going to be big.
It's just a Baron force here for BDS, I wonder. They have a mid wave pushing in. They have a top wave pushing in. They know Mad Lions have no vision towards the bot side, but they have a cheat. They have the TF ult. There it is. So they can spot them. They know they're not doing it, and they can take their time. Unforgiven coming out of base with his final item, got the Hurricane.
Yeah, what guns does he have, though? That's going to be big if they try to start a fight in the next 30 seconds. It looks like they're not going to force the engage. TF just moving down to the bottom side.
How much work will this Infernal Dragon do? If Unforgiven can be free to hit, then of course it'll do a lot, but it looks like BDS are able to find one or two targets to pick off. One of them was Unforgiven. Previously it was Armut. If they can single out one target or get some kind of wombo onto 3 or 5 members of the backline, then they can still win the fight, because if they're one shot, then the damage doesn't matter. But Mad Lion's going to get this Baron uncontested. BDS have to catch waves. They can't face check, and they need some kind of even playing field in these fights to rocket.
Kaiser there to body block it. Heads up play, as well as cover, obviously, for any potential steals from over the wall. Next fight's going to be tough. Unforgiven has no flash, but he does have exhaust. Reeker with the flash, Yo-Yo with the flash means pretty easy playmaking alongside Kaisers. And I can't imagine he's going to go for another wall hook in the fight to come, which might make things a little bit harder.
Doesn't have VAC or anything, so he can't go through the wall.
Yeah, it's true. No wall hacks this time.
Not allowed. Banned in competitive. Maybe in another world you could.
As opposed to normal games where they're fine. Just hack as much as you want, I guess.
The good old days. But anyway, Mad going to go for the 1-4. Reeker's going to push in top, has the ultimate to join his team a lot faster than the teleport, of course. And they're going to push in mid and move towards top, where I expect there's going to be a wave to play on. BDS, like we said before, can't really clear waves in a siege, especially against Baron buffed creeps, so they're going to have to look for some kind of engage. Mad Lions are going to be 5-man here. Nuclear Int's not close enough for Yasuo just yet. He's clearing out mid, but they're going to have to go soon.
Syncroft. Oh, it's such a juicy target. You can tell he looks like he's setting up for the E reset. He's ready to just dive in to the back immediately.
Coming.
But it's still so difficult. Again, El Yo-Yo getting resets is big. Unforgiven, if he's left untouched, will do so much damage.
The stare down. Unforgiven has no flash, so he doesn't want to be on the same screen as them.
Adam trying to clear the wave. Their wave clear is awful. This is just a matter of time. He's pulling in the cannon minions to heads up play, but he can't afford to burn that cooldown because now Mad are looking to kick the fight off. Eyes on Syncroft. That's going to be the big potential turn. Things get a little choppy here.
It's a choppy weather.
There it is.
It's a rough storm.
Here we go. Syncroft is only going to hit one. The flash outs are massive. It means that they're going to turn it right back. And no! Zanya's 2 in a row for Syncroft. This time it betrays him. And BDS, they'll get taken out here. Mad Lions can take their time with the finish if they want to, but that is going to be it.
What can Adam get done? It's just him and Nuclear Int left standing. 4 members of Mad Lions still alive. They're gonna take down Adam. It does look like it. Nuclear's gonna fall as well. And Mad are probably they're gonna end their entire split on a win, but this win, unfortunately, won't do anything for them.
Yeah, but here at the end of the day, Mad will find the win and the Nexus will fall. GG! I don't know how the LCK commentators do it. It's really
They do it so much better than us. I can say that for a fact.
I wonder if like Caster Tune trains them. I wonder.
We gotta work on it a bit.
We do have to work on it.
We gotta work on the GG.
But we can work on it. Mad Lions and BDS can work on it. Of course, it's the last time you'll see both of these teams until the summer split. It's good that they could end on a win. Sucks for BDS that they had to end on a loss, but for both teams, they're going to go back to the drawing board, and we'll see what summer holds. Good final game, good send-off. Give those players your love on Twitter. You will not see them in the postseason. And while it has been a difficult split, if you're Mad fan, you're disappointed. You're BDS fan, you're a little bit disappointed. That's okay. But just remember, players are just trying to improve, and in the race to be the best, they fell a little bit behind this season. We'll see if they can do more in summer.
Definitely did. And a long off season to kind of reflect. Watch all the MSI games, watch all the playoffs games, see where they decide to land for summer.
Yeah. Kia player of the game, though, for this one, at LEC on Twitter, Elyoyo, Reeker Unforgiven. Elyoyo. Nice. Yeah, we got that one, didn't we? Well, just a little synergy there. All right, well, Mad secure the 3-0 Super Week to end their regular season. And after the break, Lore will be joined by their coach, Mac, to recap Spring 2022.
They say it started like a wildfire. It's kind of funny that you had me written off dead. Now we're coming for the empire. So now you love me, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Go tell and watch me, keep your eyes on me. I caught you sleeping before, now I'm in your head. You can't close it, the doors are open. Now you ain't seen nothing yet. They say it started like a wildfire. I feel it spreading in a new wave right now. Change the game, building an empire. If you're ready, we can spark it up. We can spark this right now.
I hear the roar of the wildfire. It makes me wanna aim higher. We have to take control. I'm always chasing the path I'm facing. Ignites the fighter. Time to take what's yours. Stand and watch us. Keep your eyes on us. Always leaving our mark. Living in your head. Can't contain us. There's no escaping. Now you ain't seen nothing yet. They say it's starting like a wildfire. I feel it spreading in a new wave right now. Change the game, build an empire. If you're ready, we can spark it up. We can spark this right now.
We're just getting started. Fire in the blood, but we're still cold-hearted. Eyes on the prize. Do what we gotta do to secure our rise. Like pioneers, desires with no fear. Never back down, this our frontier. Ash on the path, don't get too near. Blazing a trail, never adhere. Yeah, the road we chose is only built for the pros, and we can walk through the highs and the lows, lunges and throws. Got the crown, never letting it go. Royalty, you ain't getting the throne. Leaders of a new empire, clawed our way up from the muck and the mire. Nothing will take from us all these desires. We're at the summit, we're still going higher. We are the crucible, we are the fire. Like a wildfire, I feel it spreading in a new wave. We know, change the game, build an empire. If you're ready, we can spark it up. We can spark it, say it's starting like a wildfire. I feel it spreading in a new wave. We know, change the game, build an empire. If you're ready, we can spark it up. We can spark this all right now.
Welcome back to the LEC. Lions go 3-0 in the Super Week, but it wasn't enough for them to secure playoffs, unfortunately. Mac, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. This will be a voice-only video since I know that you have webcam issues, but I'm happy to hear you.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you and hear you, I guess.
My pleasure. Talking a bit about today, I think it was a bit bittersweet entering the game knowing that it wouldn't have any playoffs implication. How did you manage your players' expectations going into this one?
Certainly very bittersweet. I think we tried to maintain the same mentality that we've had in practice for the last week. Even after last week, we knew it was really, really tough. Unfortunately, we had some hope today, which made it even harder at the end. But yeah, I think we all just wanted to put our best foot forward, and we wanted to prove that we can show a level of gameplay that we can be proud of as a team, because you know, there's a lot of work that's gone into this, and even though the end result has been disappointing, we still want to at least show what we've put all of this effort into.
Yeah, you fought up until the end, and we saw a glimpse of what could the Lions be in summer. Talking about the season in general, it's obviously a disappointment that you guys don't make playoffs, but how do you reflect on the growth of the Mad Lions, but also the struggles that you guys have been living through?
I think looking back, there are... I think we had many opportunities to showcase that we deserve to make playoffs, and ultimately we missed one too many of them, right? Like sometimes you will have days where like mechanically the fights go your way and execution goes your way, and it's really important that on those days you capitalize and bring it home. And then, you know, the days that we ended up in a situation where we absolutely had to win, and for example the XL game, like that was a day where just kind of nothing went our way, like nothing seemed to click mechanically, and at that point I felt like we'd kind of run out of chances, you know, to actually to prove that we deserve to be in the playoffs. So in that regard, I think it's I guess not a surprise for a lot of people that we didn't make it in the end. I think, you know, I will always try to be a process-focused person. For me, life is about the journey, and that's how I am when I'm winning, and that's how I want to be when I'm losing. And you know, there's lots of stuff to take away from this for me, and ultimately I'm still fulfilled and doing a job that I love, right? It just means that I have to do better next split.
For sure, and yeah, you will bounce back for sure in summer. When I was talking to Yoya 2 days ago, he also mentioned the fact that you and the whole Mad Lions coaching staff obviously have played a huge part in keeping the team spirit together and keeping their hopes up. Can you talk me through maybe how you did it in terms of cheering them up and making sure that they would still just thrive and fight up until the end?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to give a shout out to all of the coaching staff members that we work with, especially to Pad, to Cass, and to Jake, who I think have all put a huge amount of effort in the last couple of weeks into making sure that we as a team still have fun, and that we don't kind of disregard the fact that we are all, you know, people who've put a lot of work in, and people who all want the same thing, and that at the end of the day, we still want to have fun and enjoy the process, even in the worst possible scenarios. And a lot of what I've tried to bring to the team is, again, like taking care of people and making sure that they're heard, but mostly just making sure that we have the right mentality towards failure. You know, I think it's, I think failure is a necessary part of any competitive career. I think that's part of what makes you a great competitor is the ability to bounce back from failure. And so I've tried to make sure that we approach things with that mentality, right? I don't mind that we fail once in a while. I mind how we fail and then what we take away from it.
Yeah, and you learn so much more also through failure, I feel, but focusing a bit more on summer and the expectations there. We saw a lot of good things from the Mad Lions, especially this week. Finding this pocket fix, this comfort fix again, but also a style that suits you guys better. What kind of improvements can we expect from the Mad Lions in summer and maybe some changes?
I think the big thing that I would like to focus on for us as a team is just making sure that we team fight really well. I think that's something that was a huge focus, and I think that's the thing that separated us from the 3 teams that we won against this weekend was our team fighting, which improved a lot. And I think if I had been able to identify that earlier in the split, and if we'd been able to work on that earlier in the split, instead of doing some of the other things that I was trying to work on with the team, then maybe we'd be in a different situation. There are so many games that we lost from an advantage position that I think if our team fighting had been better earlier, then we'd be in playoffs now, And so that's on me, and that's something that I'm really motivated to work on going forwards.
Well, the season is a marathon after all, so we'll see you guys in summer, of course. Mac, thank you so much for all these insights and all these answers about Mad Lions, and enjoy this off-season. We'll see you in summer.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. And we have 2 more games to go today in this Super Week, so back to you, Shox, for Excel versus Fnatic.
Thank you very much, Laure. Always lovely to hear from Mac, be it in victory or in defeat, giving some information and also looking forward to summer with the roster. Unfortunately, the Mad Lions are out. And for Excel, that means that they are in together with Vitality. And we wanted to go down memory lane a little bit with Excel because it is so historic, the fact that they made it to the playoffs ahead of their next game versus Fnatic. In fact, they started their road to victory in 2015 and they hired a rookie named Verius. This is real. This is not photoshopped. Well, his head is photoshopped onto the thing. But yeah, he actually used to play mid lane for them. And I think this, if anything, shows how far they've come. Goldberg.
Yeah, I remember Excel as well just being a UK team that we just had in the Academy Leagues as well.
Yeah.
Before Excel actually joined on the bigger stage, my former co-caster of mine, Orcs as well, has been down. It's Excel has actually hoarded a little bit of the casters today now that they're former players, but it's great to see that the long road is finally paying off.
Yeah, and just to paraphrase the word, just a little bit 2019. Oh, there he is. Kate also 2019, really bad, 9th and 10th. Then Patrick and Youngbuck joining in 2020. It went better, but lots of 7th places. They got so incredibly close that one split as well, and now they made it. And I think for if you're someone who's both been working with the team for so long, like Youngbuck or Patrick, who's been on this roster now for so long, Nisqy, it starts to wear you down, I can imagine, if you don't make it to those playoffs.
Yeah, because you start to question yourself. You're like, am I the issue? What am I doing wrong? And then it also felt like they were always doing better, but it was never enough. So I feel like this year they really wanted to go all out. We saw them change in early split and go and get Mickey, for example, and yeah, it shows that they really wanted to make playoffs, and congrats to them, they made it.
Yes, and now the question is, how are they going to do in the playoffs? Perks in an interview, because they will be playing Vitality, said, well, I don't think they're an easy opponent by any means, because, they ended up kind of in the same way as the standings as them, right? Yesterday, they did beat SK, and that was probably what we want to see from them. Can you tell us what that was?
I don't think they'll be able to come into the same situation this time around, because you see Ryze, Jinx, Thresh, they kind of got away with a draft that is completely illegal on this patch, I feel like. While SK, they played around with Renata. So I think they played with a little bit of a free pass, which made it quite easy for them to team fight once we came to the mid game, once we started to gear up around these objectives, and especially with SK walking into them. Against the likes of Fnatic today, you're going to have to replicate that with probably a harder to execute composition than the one you got yesterday, and you're going to be relying on your mechanical skills in these team fight. I think Patrick, though, has been great on these carries, and he has stepped up. You mentioned him as well. He's waited a long time for it. I think you can show some potential against Fnatic.
I'm glad you mentioned this next game upcoming versus Fnatic, because Fnatic is still in the running to get that first place. And yesterday, they had a very disappointing game. I think, Nisqy, right? They will have something to make up for after that comeback that the Misfits were able to pull off versus them, which is not very common, I think, for this Fnatic roster so far.
Yeah, I felt like they played pretty good the whole game till they gave away some shutdowns and they lost some team fights. And then I think also enemy team had Jinx, so it made it easier for themselves. But I think Fnatic will probably just clean it up today and just go go off with a really great victory.
Yeah, Yamato 2 days ago said in PGL said that we will be #1 at the end of the season, meaning including the playoffs. Otherwise, it will be a huge embarrassment. So this is a guy that absolutely wants to get that #1 spot also in the regular season. The bot lanes are going to be very important, as they always are, but specifically when you're playing Fnatic and XL. Patrick and Mickey up versus Upset and Hylissang. And Patrick finally made his first playoffs, of course, and there's also Upset in this bot lane matchup chasing that death record. He's currently at 11. Reckless in Spring 2018 had 13. So, well, you don't want to die, actually. That's the whole point, right?
That's the thing. Put Upset back on Estral, comfort due to the one we know him from back in the day, and keep the precedent safe. Get Tom Kench down in that bot lane, have an enchant in the mid lane. Fine. Hey, keep that KDA. Way more impressive.
Yeah, the Vitero record didn't happen, so maybe
we need one record today. Just one.
Yes. Niski, so when it came to Fnatic, I think we changed our tune a little bit because it was all about, oh, they're the favorites going into the playoffs, this, that. Yesterday, then that shock loss to Misfits. How do you feel about them now?
I mean, I think yesterday's loss was probably just like a one-time thing, I feel like. They had the game into their hands and they threw. But I believe today, as I said, I hope they play really good and they would maybe show us on like how they would look already in playoffs. I think it's really important for them to play a clean game and show everyone that like they can be scary and maybe even like pick Renata again, maybe, you know, like show that you can still play other champions and yeah, look scary, I guess, is the goal.
Yeah, on a serious note, I kind of want to double down on that as well because their early games have been super clean as well. No, my serious note, not Nick.
No, I thought you said serious notes. It was our bad.
Thing, but it's fine.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I'll start over. We'll take it slow. There we go.
It's me, not you.
I think I completely lost it.
I'm so sorry. It sounded like nose.
Oh, I got it. Okay, so I feel like they need to double down on the early game as well, where they are just the scariest team we've kind of had in the league. Like, and it's quite clear, like when they are throwing it, it comes to the position as a team that you sometimes get a little too confident. You take some of these team fights you really didn't have to. Like even the games against Misfits, it's like, oh, we always stayed a little too long. We still got the inhibitor, but you want to be able to get these net gains without losing anything else in it. Like just be sure to take it completely clean.
Yeah, and again, jumping on because of go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say I think Fnatic right now is, for me at least, the cleanest team in the early game. Or I feel like if they get the mid push, like the TF, the Rise, I feel like those are the champions that Humanoid excels on, and I feel like Fnatic can play it really well because also their Bolden is like the best in EU, if not the West. So I want to see them exceed the expectations of everyone and just kind of beat everyone down, I guess.
Yeah, there is also a slight possibility that we still get like a tiebreaker, which would be Fnatic G2 at the end of the day. But that would be really delicious before the playoffs. But it might not happen, though. Fnatic do need a win here to secure a top 2 finish and have a chance at first place. So let's send it over to Dracos and Kadel for picks and bans.
Hey, welcome. We're getting ready for picks and bans. We're excited about a potential tiebreaker. Definitely cast your bias here because we would like that game. A G2 Fnatic tiebreaker would be absolute banger. But for now, we'll focus on Fnatic XL. Remember, again, XL playing Vitality no matter what they do for Fnatic, fighting for seeding still at the top of the table. So important game. But for both teams, I think the more important thing, as you heard highlighted, we'll get to talk about later because it's time for picks and bans. As I was saying, this is the start of a best-of-5 preview. Both these teams have made it into playoffs. XL for the first time, Fnatic for the miniest time. I think it's 18th now.
Damn.
Big. I just pulled that number. I think I just remember last split it being 17, so that's
remember,
approximate.
XL beat Fnatic for their first time in Spring Split earlier on.
Yeah, true. Big year for XL.
I think it was 12 losses they had in a row, and now they're 1-12, so definitely still in Fnatic's favor. But in Spring Split, XL have the upper hand. Bans coming through. We see Hecarim taken away, a Rise taken away. Lots of the OPs. We heard Niski talk about the TF and the Rise and the roaming mids just being so beneficial for Fnatic.
And that's interesting, but and important, and I agree with Niski. I think his analysis is spot on. But I, frankly, would just love to see something different in the bot lane. We saw Renan from Hill saying, I would love to see more different AD carries, because I feel like, while yes, on 12-5, Jinx and Aphelios remain completely and totally untouched, I do want to see what else people have up their sleeves, because a lot of teams have been banning away the Jinx and Aphelios, and that's when we see the Jins come out, and it's it's just a different flavor, you know?
Okay, well, yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll see what Fnatic's last ban is, because that could decide. A lot of teams could ban like Jinx here, first pick Aphelios, ban Aphelios, first pick Jinx, and then you kind of have your AD bot matchup in your favor, because right now 3 AD carries are open, so one goes through if Fnatic ban it away.
Yeah, the other big one to look at is obviously the Zeri.
So Aphelios banned, XL could choose to ban Zeri here, but then you draft yourself into a hole where they get Jinx first pick. So what is actually probably best for them is just to leave both open, because otherwise you're just trading into nothing. What do you get for a first pick AD if you ban away Jinx here and they get Zeri? Well, you get a Xin Zhao, I guess. I mean, that's probably the best bet you have, some kind of jungle pick. But
maybe the priority mid laner, because Niski highlighted both the Rise and the TF, and those have both been taken away, so maybe further limiting the mid pool of Humanoid. But instead the Thresh, so limiting some of the pairings that can come through. But it is going to be the Zeri first pick, sort of as expected here. Wanted to give them the option of the Jinx or the Zeri, but did not want them to have the Thresh to pair with the Jinx.
Smart ban, I think, by Fnatic there. When all 3 ADs are up and you have last ban, you force them into a trade. They are going to get Jinx and Xin Zhao as expected on the 1-2, but again, you've traded it for Zeri, so we'll see how much upset can get done on that champion itself. You have a few options on blue side here because you're blind picking a lot of roles anyway. You could go support jungle, or you could just go for something like mid jungle.
And Zeri, I think, is a 40-60 split on physical and damage, magic damage, so you could go for a Diana Yasuo here if you wanted to, and still have a pretty good damage profile even with AD solo laners.
We'll see how they opt into, because it'll spell it out here for us. Okay, so LeBlanc picked up for Humanoid. That could be a Lee Sin or a Viego in the jungle straight away for Razork. It would make sense to just go full mid jungle here and drop support, because there's a lot of pairings with Zeri. And of course, Hylissang is extraordinaire when it comes to picking support on 4-5, even if you try to ban him out. I mean, Thresh is gone, but Rakan is his bread and butter. We've seen Zillion, we've seen Renata, we've seen all that good stuff. Nautilus pick, I think, would be more of a takeaway from XL, because Nautilus tends to be very good into Zeri LeBlanc, because these champions are mobile, and Nautilus is a point-and-click lockdown. They are going to go for the Viego instead. Might have preferred Lee Sin for the setup, but Razork has had comfort on Viego. I expect XL to take that Nautilus now, because I think Fnatic were hovering it as a denial pick.
And again, as Viego gets it going, he is such a hard champion to stop. LeBlanc can often be enough upfront damage for Viego to come in and get the resets. Very scrappy, very mobile team from the side of Fnatic. The Zeri and LeBlanc, obviously, pretty powerful, pretty slippery champions. See what XL want to do if they're going to draft more kind of front-to-back options. The Nautilus, as you predicted, could have been taken away by Fnatic, but instead they did opt for the Viego, and XL felt pressured, it feels like, into taking that option.
I mean, Nautilus just feels like one of the strongest supports in the game right now for early rotations, especially. Pairs well with Aphelios, pairs well with Jinx, really good team fight, and especially when you have Zeri and LeBlanc on your team. Nautilus point-and-click ult is very hard to deal with. Support bans coming out. It's very hard to ban out Hylissang, but Leona already taken away. Engage supports, maybe an Alistar ban, a Tahm Kench ban would be good as well. But again, does Tahm Kench pair very well with Zeri when things like Rakan, Yuumi are still open? Malzahar taken from Nuktak. I believe he has one game on Malzahar this split. I remember he played it into a LeBlanc, cancelled. It was Caps' TP towards top. So mid ban's coming in to prevent any counters to this LeBlanc. I think the next two champions that come to my mind are Vex and Lissandra. So I think Nuktak should have something on 4, regardless of these bans.
And I think that's big, and obviously one of the big strengths of Nuktak over the years, he has been a player who is willing to play just about anything in the mid lane if he thinks it's a solid matchup. Rakan being taken away as well, limiting Hylissang's options. Remember, this is the trade that was set up by Fnatic. They opted to take their jungler when they could have taken a support instead. Now both sides banning the mismatch role. In this case, mid, Fnatic banning up to set Humanoid up for a better matchup, and XL banning away supports to set the bot side, Patrick and Mickey X up for a better matchup.
So I think Fnatic realized there's 2 or 3 mids open into this LeBlanc. Ahri, Vex, Lissandra. We could ban one, but Nuktak's going to get his hands on one either way. Let's ban Irelia. Now, what that spells out to me is a blind pick Gnar or Jace. Some kind of ranged top laners being blinded here for Wunder. Either of the two wouldn't surprise me too much, which will give counter pick to Finn. Of course, they are on red side. And mid lane picked up here for Nuktak.
I like
Not
Lissandra.
a surprise. Lissandra makes sense. Again, it's just point-and-click CC. They have so much mobility. Nautilus, Lissandra make so much sense into their draft. And we'll see what they decide to blind pick. Mostly, not blind pick, but support pick is what's on my mind. Jace, blind pick wouldn't surprise me. But what does Hylissang pull out here? Something like Braum wouldn't pair so well, I think. I mean, the lane phase would be good, but into their champions, maybe you need something more engage-heavy.
Something maybe
or
potentially,
peel.
yeah, more dynamic as well.
Yeah.
Big thing that I'm looking at here is Lissandra passive. If it does come to front-to-back teamfights, XL are super well set up. Yes, Lissandra's damage profile isn't as high as a champion like LeBlanc, but in full-on 5v5, she gets a couple passive resets. It can be massive.
Oh, wait.
Renata?
Did we just get...
Ooh,
okay.
Time machine production.
Time machine production, indeed.
Right.
It looks like it's going to be...
Or good prediction. And it is going to be Renata Glask. That's... All right.
I mean, they do have divers. Lissandra, Nautilus, Xin Zhao are going in. We'll see what Finn can get out of the value of last pick here into the Jace. I mean, Gwen is up. What else do you have open into Jace? I mean, the Aurelia's down, not so much huge counters. Malphite wouldn't work too well. Camille would make more sense in terms of diving, but again, another melee champion into Renata. That's 3 of them. Lissandra going in will probably get hit too. We'll see how much work Hilly can get done in those fights, but Fnatic already setting themselves up with a really good 1-3-1 with Jace LeBlanc over side. And important to note the amount of poke Fnatic have. LeBlanc, yes, she can one-shot the support if they get caught, if it's an Enchanter or the Jinx, but she does a lot of poke damage, especially on Dragons, W forwards, QRE onto the enemy jungler.
Yeah.
He's out the fight. So great 1-3-1 and great poke.
And it's interesting to me because there are 3 champions who are all very good at shutting down the LeBlanc on the opposite side. Camille, obviously not ideal because she can just pull you back a little bit with that instant casting, but Lissandra all point and click. You've got the Nautilus ult as well. So this is going to be a really tough game for Humanoid if he cannot find that early lead. That said, a lot of powerful early game champions on the side of Fnatic. Wonder on the Jace, big deal. So often we've seen him in weak side jail. Maybe this time around he gets a little bit more attention to support him.
Yeah, and XL have one side later in the Camille. If she's ahead, she can deal probably with the LeBlanc or the Jace, but a lot of team fight, a lot of dive. Jinx one reset, a lot of kind of AoE damage coming out of XL.
Here we are, moments away. Remember, both teams in playoffs, Fnatic fighting to move higher up. XL will be playing Vitality in the first round, but it's time, XL versus Fnatic. Here we are on to Summoner's Rift. And I want to recap the standings and the stakes of this game, because while it is about seeding is important here in the LEC, and right now it looks like no one is going to murder each other. So we'll take this brief moment to bring up the standings and talk about it. All right, stakes for this game. Fnatic, if they win, they lock top 2, and they will be first seed if Rogue lose to G2 in our final game of the day. If Excel win, Rogue are automatically locked first, Misfits are second, and if G2 win, there's going to be a tiebreaker game for third between Fnatic and G2. So Excel winning has some immediate effect, and if G2 then win later in the day, we get a sweet tiebreaker. But for now, Fnatic focused on locking top 2 and hoping that G2 can find a win so they can get first place in the regular season.
And of course, if they win, they are one step closer to getting first place, first seed, to choose who you play, of course, between third and fourth in that upper bracket match. So quite important, I think. And Fnatic being third, I think there's going to be maybe an awkward scenario where maybe you have G2 and Fnatic in third and fourth. Who does Rogue really choose if they finish first? It's quite a tricky one.
It's like you have to pick G2 probably, but nothing feels great.
Normally it does. It feels like in the playoffs there's like that one team where like, oh, maybe they're a tiny bit weaker, but when it's G2 Fnatic, it's like, damn. Either way, it's going to be tough. And that's just the nature of playoffs in general. Wunder going to get a little bit of early trading onto Finn, has the range advantage into the Camille, will be able to push Finn in, of course. If the Camille gets ahead, it's quite dangerous for Jace, especially level 6. They have good gank setup. And one thing to draw your attention to is Nukeduck running the Ignite on Lissandra. Now, LeBlancs don't tend to use Cleanse, of course. They normally just go towards Merc Treads in their first kind of 10 to 15 minutes early build to negate a lot of the ult. As Mickey pokes Hylissang, nothing will come of it. But I mean, the Ignite, just so much burst damage, so much kill pressure, but he won't have TP for side lanes. Lissandra's so good at, similar to Ryze, shadowing their top laner and looking for side lane plays.
Handshake pulling Patrick back to extend the trade. Good early damage. Hostile takeover as well comes out from Hylissang. As I just read off ability names, feels so good.
And both coming up, Patrick having a laugh. What is that champion? We'll see what it can get done, because Razork just full clear towards top. Full clears top side and is moving towards bot side through mid. He just did. Finn jumps onto Wunder.
Well played by Wunder on the hammer blow back there. But pretty even on the top side of the map in terms of trading. That said CS advantage, or I would say that if there weren't 2 pots and a cookie in favor of Wunder. So he is building a pretty decent lead for himself. His mid lane's not going too bad either. So across the board, Fnatic, small early positives here, but it gives us an opportunity to check in on the junglers as they both are pathing towards the bottom side. I said that they might support Wunder. Forgot that FNC was at the start of their name tags. They're going bot.
They're going bot. They definitely are. Maybe they have some early dive pressure with the Renata W, right? You get the kill, you get the reset on your HP bar, come back to life for 20%, and maybe just drop tower aggro or something like that. So Marcoon's here to cover it. They also have very good setup with Nautilus. And another thing, just to bring back to the Lissandra, not only does Nukeduck have Ignite, he has Electrocute as well. A lot of the times you'll see Lissandra run Aftershock, so when LeBlanc jumps forwards with W, you W her, and then you don't take as much damage in the trade. But definitely going full all-in, full lane phase, full get kills in their backline in teamfights later on. As Razork's level 4, just going to spot out Marcoon. Gives a little bit of information to his laners.
Mickey X moving first, but it is going to give the Fnatic bot lane control over the wave. They already had it, but a little bit more of it. Minion Dematerializer coming out from Mickey X, maybe hoping to be able to counter push if Fnatic try to take a greedy recall.
Looks like Fnatic have push in all 3 lanes right now. And as much as, yes, you can say they can play for counter jungle, it's a bit hard on first clear. Yes, you can hover around, but because they're under their towers, they can move first. I mean, you saw Mickey already collapse before Hylissang was nearby because they're pushing the wave. So counter jungling, not so much what Razork's looking for. He's looking for, 1, getting his team early resets. Wunder's already come out of base and saved TP. Upset's already coming out of base as well. That's what lane push helps you get. Faster resets into lane to keep up that tempo, or covering your laners to make sure they can't get ganked, which is what Razork was doing there, just hovering around his mid laner to make sure he can keep contesting the wave. So not so much counter jungling will happen unless it's like an early Raptor on second spawn.
Yeah. Both junglers have reset. Early Sheen for Razork is going to increase the clear speed, but now we have a bit of an evade coming in from Marcoon as they have mid prio. Have been forced back a little bit. A bit of revenge for the earlier blue buff invade, as now Razork is going to be forced to walk away. Flash hook from Mickey is certainly an option, as well as the ignite. He's under the tower. He's not going to flash over the wall, go for the auto ignite. Doesn't want to risk it. But that is control of the top side, and despite early lane pressure, some good trading in the mid lane from Nukeduck, but right of the gank from the side of Marcoon means they are able to take a few camps back.
A little bit of damage onto Patrick. Mickey cheated tempo there a bit. His bot lane was getting pushed in non-stop, but he just took a base knowing Hylissang was staying in the lane to keep the wave in a good state, and he just bases, sacks Patrick and runs towards top, knowing that Fnatic have no dive pressure. They will force Razork out and get a Gromp for Marcoon, but Razork will go back to clearing his camp. So just 1 small camp advantage for them, and Mickey will arrive back bot. Patrick did take a little bit of a bad trade, but he's going to heal up. And there's TP coming in from Finn. We'll see if Wunder does the same.
For now, TP advantage for the side of Fnatic. Nukeduck, of course, still has the Ignite in the mid lane, something to keep track of, but the Merc Treads have already come through from Humanoid. No surprise, you called it out already. Very good first item into this matchup. MR and the Tenacity crucial to surviving any potential early ganks. That is the TP match, so Finn's TP actually will come up first in any future plays, but for now, obviously until Teleport's unleashed, mostly just a laning spell.
Razork's waiting for Fnatic to push in bot here. Now the wave's collapsing. Now is when they can look for some kind of counter jungle. They know the Gromp is up, but Mickey can always be there in rotation because he's obviously very close to his own jungle. Marcoon's here. It's going to be a 3v3 for now, but Humanoid could move first if he wants to.
Razork level 4 to Marcoon's level 5. Easy start to the fight. Flash forward from Mickey X. Marcoon and the rest of XL feel set up to win this one. Hylissang should go down here. Renata is so incredibly squishy. They want to find the reset. Razork fishing for it. He's going to get 1, but he can't quite get the reset. Hylissang over the wall. 1 auto. Not quite able to get it. The Rocket, the Guardian, just on the edge of death. But here comes Nukeduck. Humanoid going to be forced to dash out. May have to flash or use his second dash. Just trying to turn it back. This is greedy. Over the wall. They're taking their time. It looks like they picked the wrong LeBlanc. Humanoid, absolute genius move. It was a coin flip, and Nukeduck, well, the coin came up heads. Did not guess the right LeBlanc, and that means Humanoid will walk away clean.
Wow, that looked like it wasn't going to end in a 1-for-1. Surely someone was going to die as well on the side of Fnatic, but no, they get out. Razork was level 4 in this fight, and instantly when Marcoon sees him, he just jumps on him. He knows there's no real threat unless Hylissang can land the kind of double stun, but there's no one near him really, so Mickey follows through with the flash hook, and Patrick's in a very awkward spot here, because yes, Hylissang's very low HP, but if he flashes over that wall to get the kill, he's dying as well, because Upset will win the 1v1. Yes, Marcoon's behind him, but Humanoid can just dash forwards and Patrick's dead, so doesn't opt for the 1-for-1 trade on AD kills. And luckily for XL, Razork couldn't get the reset on Mickey's Nautilus afterwards. Nukeduck, of course, just choosing the wrong clone here. He has Ignite up, but he's very hesitant. He's like, if I Ignite the wrong clone here, that's such a waste. And then the chain hits onto Nukeduck, so he can't finish up the kill. Finn fighting top here. Marcoon's behind him, but Razork's reading the play.
Finn with the ultimate. Marcoon on the way forward. Finn can back under his tower to be relatively safe here. Razork stepping forward to help pressure, but Marcoon wants to finish the kill. That said, there's so much damage between Razork and Wunder.
I thought they had a kill there, XL, because Wunder kind of tried to flash E with the Jace Hammer to knock Finn back, but he actually knocked him forwards and flashed on top of him, so a bit of an awkward series of events, but XL get out with nothing. Wunder gets the wave under tower, which is what he wanted in the first place, and they're going to back off.
Razork going on a bit of a journey around. Keep your eyes on the bot lane,
No
though.
flash.
Instead, Hylissang getting engaged on. This is the weakness of Renata. She's so easy to
the
get,
kill!
but they get the kill. They get the reset. That's the bailout coming through clutch for Hilly. Upset now looking for the sidestep. They can try to turn this back onto Patrick. Humanoid on the way forward. There's no way out, but maybe he can get one kill back. Flash in from Patrick.
no.
That was greedy. Upset grabs it.
2v2 goes in favor of Fnatic. Patrick could have run away there, but Humanoid was behind him. And XL tried to punish the no-flash Renata. They also had level 6 on their AD carry, so they fancied themselves the 2v2, but the reset came in. Mickey fell, and Patrick couldn't clean up, so another 2 kills over to Fnatic now.
And of course, as we look ahead towards playoffs, it's important to highlight some of the players that we want to watch. Now, Fnatic is certainly a team of superstars, but Upset is a player we want to keep our eyes on. Remember, 13 deaths is the death record set by Reckless in 2018. Upset currently at 11 coming to the game. We'll hold that thought because the fighting's not going to stop. Marcoon getting engaged on Unstoppable from Razork is clean. That's the reset. Now they got a stolen Zinzao. Nuke Duck stepping forward, holding onto the ultimate. They grab at least one kill, but Razork went down, actually wasn't able to grab the reset. Now they have to retreat here.
I think he ticked on the Ignite the second he tried to pick up the Soul and ended up falling. So 2 kills over to XL on a play that they forced. Fnatic do arrive in time and Upset's here. Patrick's matching, but XL don't have any ultimates to work with, but Humanoid wants more.
Mickey no hook for a few more seconds, trying to get out of this one, goes over the wall, is just going to get cut down. Nuke Duck now has to run. So many of these exchanges have been so incredibly close. Humanoid always playing so risky, so forward, but just on the edge, not going to get caught out, not going to get knocked down. Nuke Duck not able to effectively use that ultimate. Still has the Ignite, has not used the Ignite, and this has been a difficult early lane phase.
Might look for a Drake here. They'll get a bot crab for Razork as well. Razork's the one who's losing out on these plays, but Fnatic overall is winning, coming out on top on every single play that's being forced by themselves or XL. And they're not going to transmit into a Drake. Upset's looking for Patrick.
No. 3-0-1 though. For Upset is terrifying. Once that Trinity Force is completed, he's going to be so oppressive. Wonder winning out on the top side, but Finn coming back, level 8, has that advantage.
This is where Finn has kill pressure. If he lands the E, he can follow up with the ult, and bad trades for Wunder means Finn can look for all-ins. I think Wunder wants to poke Finn out before the fight even begins, because I think in a straight-up 1v1, Finn can win out at this point in the game. Fnatic still have that bot push going for them. Upset sitting on 3 kills right now, so that's going to be very, very scary when he gets his mythic complete. Both junglers up towards the top side. Feels like Mickey's been hugging Marcoon's hand holding Marcoon's hand this entire game. Finn.
Razork
no flash just
They
yet.
flash in. Good sidestep from Razork though. Ulti not available
Flash
quite
in 1
yet.
second.
Needs to go away here. Blast Cone, he can just go over immediately. Knocks Marcoon back. Well played by Razork. Does not push any further. Finn gonna feel bad about that flash. Upset. Handshake comes through from Hylissang over the wall. That's big damage. He walks in and gets it with an auto.
Hilly.
Oh my god, you love to see it. That's a bloodthirsty support play.
Doesn't end, Dracos.
Nope, keeps going. Nuke Duck, they're now going to step forward here. Nuke Duck has ultimate. He's forced to ult himself. If they overcommit here, the Lissandra resets are going to be big. Razork coming over the wall. Nuke Duck getting chipped away at. He just doesn't have any mana. He's going to get cut down. The reset comes through. That's a frozen thrall. Wunder going to take a bit of damage here. Camille comes in and trades it right back. It's an absolute bloodbath.
There's fighting all over the map. Fnatic's bot lane winning out. XL kind of winning out on the top side. Razork did get away there because Finn E-flashed, but Razork did the reversal and went back on himself. But bot push is helping Fnatic out so much. Hylissang's already towards mid. Level 7, halfway to level 8. Mickey has flash. Maybe has to use it.
Oh, level 5. Goodbye, Mr. X. That's all she wrote. Hylissang going to get that kill in the end. Cadril, Fnatic pulling ahead, but I just love the pace. We're 13 kills at like 12 minutes. Give me 5 games. I am ready for best of 5.
I am really ready for playoffs. These teams in good form, but Fnatic, of course, just in better right now. It's all coming from bot lane. Even this play that XL won out on the top side, they tried to force the Herald, but Hylissang moves mid, kills the enemy support, stops Marcoon from taking it. And Razork, these winning lanes are helping him out so much. Wunder's collapsing first on every play. Yes, he's dying as well, but Upset 3 kills. Humanoid is a little bit behind in CS and XP right now, but it's all about the bot lane, as is always for Fnatic. Wunder has flash in around 30 seconds time. But maybe XL have it timed.
Yeah, but they know that they're losing out, so they're taking a risk, a bit of a gamble here. Marcoon, there's so many camps up. He could be farming, he could be getting XP. Instead, he's sitting in this lane waiting for the setup. But Wunder not taking the bait, not stepping forward. He spent so much time, 30 seconds on the top side, doing nothing. But now they've committed. Now they're turning it back. He's knocked back, but he can't knock them both back. That's going to be the knockup. That should be the finish. Well played. The gamble pays off. Excel find the kill.
Oh, just 1 more second. I think Marcoon was channeling his recall and he'd be out. Now it's a 1v1 of 80 carries towards the bot side because Hylissang's roaming top. Yes, they got the kill onto Wunder, but he has TP. Humanoid has mid push. Marcoon's alone in the river with no flash.
Caught out. Should be no way out of this one. Crescent Guard gonna buy him a little bit of space to work with. Nuke Duck on the way in. Maybe the health bars are low enough, but he does not feel comfortable committing. Humanoid healing up. Making on the way forward just to try to stop it, but Upset going over the wall. That's gonna be Aldi. Keep your eyes on the 1v1. Patrick already used his ult up to the top side. Nothing gonna come from it.
Finn's TPing. There's 3 members of Fnatic here now. Wunder's TP to
2K.
mid tower, but they have a lot of damage on Nuke Duck. Mickey's still
goes
not level 6
down.
though.
Hostile takeover. Did Mickey get that one? Mickey now walking away? Nope.
No.
Razor got it.
But why is Mickey's trying to steal the Herald in front of 3 people of Fnatic, and they have a smite, so a bit confusing there. Finn TP'd back to try and help. He's found Humanoid now.
Caught out. Should be able to grab this one, or will he? The chains, the outplay. Razork now stepping forward. That's going to be the stun. Just going in for the auto, just for a little bit of extra damage. Picks off the kill, too. That is 2 very embarrassing moments for the side of Excel.
Wherever the camera goes, there's a fight now. There's one in mid. Nuke might fancy it because Marcoon's behind him.
Marcoon over the wall. Wind becomes lightning, but it won't
misses.
connect. Wonder goes in. Absolute mad lad. Bailout comes out. They're waiting for it to tick away. Meanwhile, Herald on the top side. And Fnatic, they're just making too many plays. Every single lane on the map, they're also taking top tower at the same time. They're suddenly 7K ahead.
They're 7K ahead. I didn't even check the gold lead the Fnatic have. They just got this first tower of the game in top. Hang on a second, they got bot tier 1 anyway. Upset got the gold earlier on as they were fighting towards the Herald because he zoned away Patrick. So Fnatic winning every skirmish and translating into so many map leads. Towers falling across the map. And yes, Humanoid's down in CS a little bit, but he's roaming absolutely everywhere. 4 shutdowns on all of Fnatic other than Wunder. And Mickey's still 2 levels down on Hylissang, who's basically been everywhere.
Yeah. Mickey trying to make plays happen, throwing his life away sometimes in the case of that Herald play, but Fnatic. At 14 minutes, when you have a 6K gold lead, the game is over, sadly. There are tools for Excel to come back. They've got a Lysandra. They've certainly got more than enough point-and-click CC that they can find these shutdowns and shut them down. But the way that Fnatic have been playing, despite all that CC, would lead me to believe that this is feeling like a Fnatic win.
You say that, Dracos, but I cast my mind back to yesterday when Fnatic threw the game. And they were so far ahead.
Okay.
And it looked like they were going to close the game. And there was a couple of pauses, but they lost. And
that's true.
That's a bit of hopium maybe for Excel. I mean, it was Misfits. They are the comeback kings. They had a DC. They had 7K gold deficit.
Razor did just get caught, and there is a big shutdown. No follow-up on the Nautilus ult, though, as Finn is ahead on the top side.
He has ult as well. He can drop tower aggro, maybe look for the full-on dive.
Just waiting for his cooldowns to come back up. Knock back from Wonders a bit early, though. He's not taking tower aggro. Rocket goes a little bit wide. He should just be able to finish that one. Solo kill for Finn on the top side. All that top side pressure coming in from Marcoon finally paying off as Finn starts to pull ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Wunder's just been falling behind so many times. Yes, he's there for the plays and he helps out, but he's never really gotten anything from what Fnatic are doing, so they're still really far ahead. The only real winning lane, I guess, right now is the top lane for XL. And I think Fnatic, this game is about showing us that your mid to late game is good. Yes, we've seen it in some games. We've seen a couple throws every now and then, more recent times. I mean, you heard Nisqy talk about it. Their early game is just fantastic. Yeah. We heard it on the desk. Their early game is probably one of the best in the league, and we're seeing it right here. It's just a case of can they transition it into a win? And can their mid to late game be clean? They have the champions to do it. They have the gold lead to do it. They only have 1 dragon at 15 minutes, though. Second will be spawning around 4 minutes, and we'll see how they set up around them.
On the opposite side for Excel, as this is their first foray as an organization into best of 5s, important that you can come back in a best of 5. We think back to Mad Lions versus Rogue. How close were we to a 3-0 when Mad were able to bring it back? Because they were clutch, because they did find these avenues in. And XL have the tools to team fight. They have the tools to find a comeback. Yes, it feels a little insurmountable at this particular moment, but for both sides, for Fnatic, we want to see clean finish heading into best of 5. For XL, showing that your players can be clutch. A lot of players who haven't seen that same success in a long time is a massive thing.
Yeah, and if anyone's going to do it this game, it's probably Finn with his lead over side lane. We'll see if he can do anything with it. Nukeduck is going to use his E to get away. Didn't invest the ultimate. Fnatic sieging this mid-tier 1 now. 4 people here. XL only have 2 for now. Nukeduck's around, but he's chunked out. Marcoon's on the way. And that's just going to be another tower for Fnatic. All 3 outer towers down now on the side of XL.
And the thing is, you have a Jace, you have a LeBlanc, and most importantly in this case, you have a Renata, which means they're going to poke you, and if you try to commit to them, you're going to start hitting your friends. So it's a very difficult situation for Excel to pull the trigger in that instance, because it turns against you so quickly.
Yeah, imagine you get it on the Sinzao Q3 or the Camille Q2 as you ult across, and they just get that last auto attack in. It's going to get the knock up, or it's going to hurt. Finn looking for some kind of dive here. You can see the damage he does already with that Sunderer completed, and this is just the only losing spot on the entire map for Fnatic. So all they have to do is cover it with the amount of pushing lanes they have in mid and bot, and they should be dandy. XL trying to play towards it, maybe shut down any play Fnatic tried to do onto Finn.
Now Humanoid gonna get the reset, has the stopwatch coming out. Everfrost for Nukeduck, there's so much CC and setup potential here for XL, but Fnatic playing with a lot more respect. You can see Wonder learning from the earlier mistake there.
I think the problem XL have now is Nukdak's in bot, and there's going to be a lot of fighting around the top side of the map because, again, Finn is the only strong point, and he doesn't have TP to help them out. He only has the Ignite, and he hasn't gotten a huge lead with the Ignite to the point where he can pressure a side lane. Maybe they can trade this for a bot tier 1 if Fnatic full commit, but Humanoid will always have TP to stop that from being able to happen, so the mid to late game macro is always going to be difficult for XL with 1 TP.
True. We talked about this before. Ignite can feel really good, can feel really impactful. Certainly will help against the healing of the likes of Viego or the
Good TP, yeah,
fights.
there it is. Just TP behind. Nukdak's pushing a side lane. They're going to go for it?
They know he's there.
So,
I guess they just...
Oh, Finn TP'd on bot wave.
Got it.
Okay, didn't see it instantly, but yeah, TP from Finn to cover. I mean, when you TP on a pink ward, you can see it on the minimap. But Fnatic, maybe thinking XL are hanging around bot side too much. Too long. Humanoid. Trying to scout out.
Wall dive being gone means Humanoid can step forward and go for a chain. Won't overcommit here, though, because, again, Nukdak's ult is a pretty big threat. Distortion has now faded away, so Nukdak can go over. Humanoid, double dash back out, though. Low cooldown. One of the more obnoxious parts about LeBlanc as you get later in the game. Very hard to lock down.
Definitely has a stopwatch as well to buy time, and they're just going to go back to pushing out waves. Finn looking to all-in Wunder. Nukdak staying around, try to make the side lane play, but they need to be careful they don't give up their mid-tier 2. Humanoid finds Markoon with the chain.
Markoon just wants to farm his jungle. Doesn't look like it's going to be an option, but he might just be able to one-shot Humanoid. Big damage now coming in. Humanoid running. Mickey X trying to get taken down. The ulti goes wide from Hylissang. No hostile takeover today. But Fnatic with pressure in the mid lane means XL might have to concede this one. Rockets coming in from Patrick. Camille still in the bottom lane.
Wunder TP'd in here as well, so there's no one to match Finn on the bot side. All TPs used in the game, all are down. Now, I think Fnatic are going to try to collapse bot here to stop Finn from taking that bot tier 1. They have objective bounties because of how far behind they are. Nukdak looking for Razor, trying to slow down the recalls. Stop their tempo, of course. 20 seconds on the Dragon. I think Fnatic are just going to base and set up towards the bot side of the map. Fnatic almost getting themselves a kill onto Mickey, but the amount of damage Markoon did onto Humanoid was bonkers. Almost one-shot him.
That was big. And again, shows the dangers of Humanoid overstepping and makes it that much more impressive when he does kind of play on the edge there with those cooldowns, but has to be careful with those risks. Did get away with murder earlier when Nukdak targeted the wrong clone. Fnatic will grab the second Drake of the game. XL going to push in and take an objective bounty, it looks like, on the top side, though. So overall, in terms of gold, much more positive for the side of XL, but it does give Fnatic a later game win condition. Mountain Drake pretty big against the burst damage of Lissandra.
Cross map coming in. Fnatic are going to get the Dragon, of course, top tower full, but they're going to get vision towards the bot side of the map for Humanoid to keep up this push. What they're going to do now is match Humanoid into Finn, it looks like, and try to help Wunder farm up to 2 items before he even tries it again. They're going to take away their blue buff. And that will be that XL we're hovering topside to cover. Finn looking for the 1v1, has ultimate.
I like the tack sweep, well played. Humanoid's to find a way around this, but he knows which one is correct. Flash in for the auto and shut down. And again, this is the risk of the LeBlanc. They got a Camille, they have a Lissandra, they have a Nautilus. There's so many champions they could just point and click CC you.
Yeah, definitely very powerful champions into the LeBlanc. Didn't have stopwatch, but now he's picked up a Zhonya. So when he gets ulted, he can buy a little bit of time and then try to dash out. But the lockdown is, there's no real counterplay for him. Nukdak knows Wunder's here. He has Eclipse for a shield. Everfrost?
Everfrost is slow. Q, a little bit of damage. Ignite now ticking, takes his time, gets the frozen path through, reactivates. Ignite ticking, 100 to 0.
Clean one-shots, winning side lanes for XL, but Markoon
now caught out. Crescent Guard will not be enough. Hylissang laying down the damage. Markoon picked off and just traded kills back and forth on both sides.
So like we talked about from the draft, Finn can win on side lane against both the LeBlanc and the Jace if he's ahead. Managed to solo kill Humanoid. With the Zhonyas, that'll be a little bit harder. And now Nukdak wins against Wunder. So maybe Fnatic have to swap it up a bit. Stop going for 1-3-1s, maybe go for some kind of 1-4 with Humanoid over side lane and have this Jace group up a bit more to push down mid, get a little bit more vision and play for this Baron. Clean 100-0 one-shots from Nukdak with the Ignite. That's the power of the Electrocute, the Ignite, the burst damage you have. Just, I guess, you're a little bit weaker in teamfights if you can't lock down the enemy AD carry, which will be very hard now that Upset's picked up the QSS.
And that's the big thing that we have not seen yet, is a full-on 5v5 with Upset in the midst of the fight, auto-attacking, doing damage, burst firing through people. 2 items in QSS, as you highlighted, means, yeah, not impossible to lock him down. He's got Hylissang next to him most of the time, too, so that's going to be the big difference, is if they can find a fight to leverage Upset. But for now, on the side lanes, they cannot. So Finn can continue to wreak havoc here. Nukdak could potentially get caught out, but Razor won't go for it.
The good news is, for Fnatic, Humanoid has TP up again, so if Finn tries to dive onto Wunder, or if there's any kind of fight down there, he can TP in, stop the side lane pressure, and then the rest of Fnatic can pressure the rest of the map to see how the waves are playing out. For now, they're pushing on to top tier 2. Finn could probably just look for a full dive.
Shot wall dive, big damage. That's the TP gone from there. Finn doesn't overcommit, though. Honestly, excellent play. Has to be patient on the next cooldown, though. They're trying to lock him up. Again, hookshot wall dive, he's next to it. We got a split play coming out here. They're gonna try to lock down Finn, the knockback, but the chain's still connecting. Finn gonna be in trouble. He might have to ult to block the next source of damage. Big shield coming in, but upsets in the area. Meanwhile, on the top side, Razork has been locked up. It might not stop him from getting the reset though, as he has taken it down. Razork now gonna make his way out. It's clean play, and Excel not ready for this one. The extra TP coming in, but Wonder, that was a bad TP. That said, if he has Razork enough space, maybe, just maybe, to find the reset. Can he finish off Patrick? Rocket comes in, big shutdown for the Jinx. It looked so good for Fnatic, but it turned against them in an instant.
As Medic would say, that TP sucked! Wonder TP's in into a Marcoon Q3 knockup, gets 2 kills over to Patrick, but Mickey will end up falling. So despite Humanoid TPing bot, the whole map will turn into a 2-for-3 in favor of Fnatic.
I like it when you quote Medic quoting Kobe. It feels like we're just passing on
yeah, just the chain.
the chain,
It'll
the infinite
keep going.
chain. Iconic League of Legends moments. Great win moments, and Kobe saying that TP sucked.
So, Fnatic still gold lead, still dragon lead. Third dragon spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds. Dropping the ball a little bit here and there. I mean, when you're a team, you want to have one play going at a time. Unless you're winning out on one side lane, winning out on the other, then 2 plays are fine. But the problem is you have Humanoid TPing bot, the rest of Fnatic fighting top sides. It's a little bit disjointed. Just need to clean it up and play together a bit more. But Finn is the biggest nuisance on Fnatic, for Fnatic right now. Humanoid is going to look to match him, but still down a level. Finn 2 items, a little bit of magic resist in his pocket as well. We'll see who wins out because Wonder's on the way.
Chain going in, but he has the magic damage, shield from the adaptive defenses. Again, he can probably win the all-in, but Humanoid can buy so much time with that Zhonya's that it means Finn can't really fully commit to this one. Again, a split fight here. Hookshot wall dive off safety, but Finn will just get taken down. Razor going to be in trouble now, but he does good damage. He got the 2v1 before. Can he get the 3v1 this time? Maybe. Going invisible. The hook now manages to connect, but Upset's in the area, and again, Upset is so powerful, but not strong enough to 4v1. Marcoon now going in, trying to finish the job. Upset flashing out to safety. Marcoon getting dropped. Bit greedy here, and now comes Hylissang. Hostile takeover. He has the flash as well. He can just ulti if he wants to. He's got the handshake to kick things off. Ulti's gonna go in. Oh no, Nukeduck just killed Mickey! Oh, not like that!
It's cold blood! Right in front of his eyes! He killed his teammate! The betrayal!
Wonder now trying to turn it. He's horrified. He's never seen anything like it. His former teammate killed by his current teammate.
He just looks across to his teammate on the right. He's like, man, why are you gonna do me like that? Mickey looks for the hook, but number disadvantage for them because Fnatic is collapsing. So this all started with Humanoid looking for Finn. The reason he's doing this is, of course, he doesn't win 1v1. But in come Hylissang and Wunder. Extended fight is best for them. Finn ends up dying. But again, disjointed. Why is Razork trying to face check the top side of the map? They have a ping ward on Nash already. They have a little bit of vision. And Upset just cleared midway, moving towards the bot side because Dragon's spawning. Why are we walking into top side of Razork? He ends up falling. There was a little bit of hope here for Excel if they can just dive this area and get the kill. Knock up hits, Upset flashes away. Marcoon falls. It's a 1-for-1 in junglers on the top side. But then Mickey just hooks in. Bit confusing play. Because XL didn't really have any damage follow-up, and then this happened. Oh, Nukeduck!
Oh.
He'll even flash forwards to kill him anyway.
Betrayal.
Backstabbed.
By the one who we love most.
Betrayed.
How is he supposed to cope, Gaedril? Oh, yeah, definitely.
Shed a tear.
Reckless with those cooldowns, most certainly. And that's the thing. If you fight into a Renata, it's hard. They, of course, maybe weren't anticipating the Renata, but you can see it's a very scrappy game, despite how scrappy it is, despite the fact that Finn is still difficult to deal with and Wonder being put very far behind. Fnatic are 9K in the lead. They have 3 Drakes. They have 3 more towers. This game is still so difficult for the side of XL.
Yeah, they're hanging on by a thread, and that thread is Finn with the pressure he's putting in bot. We saw it all throughout the game. That's the only pressure point XL have. If you want to just put into perspective how far behind XL are, just look at the AD carry items. Patrick sitting at a Gale Force Rapid Fire. Upset already has 3 items in a QSS. Humanoid just picked up our Rabadons. He's 3 items as well. So definitely in their favor. XL trying to get a little bit of vision for Finn so he can work around what he sees on the map to keep this bot push going. And Fnatic just want to keep flushing it out so Wunder can push out. You can see Humanoids hovering behind him. But every time you commit numbers here, XL can get the push in top or maybe catch a mid-wave safely. So I won't say time is their worst enemy because I think they're scaling pretty fine as well. Jinx is nowhere near at her strongest point whatsoever yet. Needs a couple more items, but Baron will be their focus once they get Wunder to join the team.
Have to see how Excel can execute in the next few minutes as well. We've just seen so many split fights. A lot of Razork getting caught out. Fnatic, when they group, what is their fight going to look like? How will they deal with Nukeduck? We really have just seen Nukeduck in the context of one-shotting Wunder. Haven't really got to see him in any of these bigger exchanges. Evershroud coming out for Mickey at 27 minutes. Obviously not ideal, but does mean a bit more damage in the fights to come.
Definitely does, and now Humanoid will catch top wave after he helped Wunder push out bot. A little bit of hand-holding going on to make sure no one gets caught. I mean, Fnatic can play it slow as well. Dragon in 2 minutes 30 seconds. They have got a lot of Nash damage with the Zeri, I believe, and the Viego. But no need to risk it. XL have really good team fight. And XL ahead in levels. Humanoid just hit level 15. Nukeduck's already sitting on it. Finn's ahead of Wunder. Solo lanes are what's keeping XL alive here. Patrick building towards the Lord Dominix.
Stun going in onto Mickey X, turning. Remember, he does not have Aftershock. He's going to try to get some stun. CC locked down. Nukeduck ulting himself instead of upset, but baiting out the QSS nonetheless. The bailout coming through will not be enough. Humanoid now trying to leap into the backside, trying to take down Patrick. Nukeduck has been chipped away. He's got no ult for the reset. Who's going to come out on top? Finn off to the side. Marcoon going golden in the midst of the fight, but Humanoid looking to finish the kill. He doesn't quite time the distortion, right? But he doesn't need to. Patrick, though, popping off, getting the resets. He's behind in items. But maybe he's got enough power to finish this one out. Scrappy fight in the mid lane. 2 for 1 against Fnatic.
XL still holding on. A lot of things went wrong for Fnatic in this fight because of how split they are. Hylissang doesn't really want to be in this position because the rest of his team is on the other side. They're in mid lane, so 3 members commit onto him. He dies, and Nukeduck just buys time here. Pops the ultimate. Fnatic just running around trying to find the kill. Then pops the Zhonya. Still Fnatic running around. And by the time they realize what's happened, XL are regrouped. They got a kill, and now Humanoid comes back in. Marcoon, stopwatches here. Watch Humanoid. The W doesn't hit in time. He mistimes it a bit, so he lives for a second longer, which allows Patrick to step up and get a kill. And then XL, 2 for 1 in their favor. Fnatic have nothing left to turn because Razork's so low HP.
Intense skirmish. And again, Pilsang getting caught off to the side. First death of the game has been pretty clean thus far. Silvermere Dawn now coming in. Big damage comes in, but that's going to be the lockup now. Humanoid's locked down. He's gone golden, but they know exactly who they need to click. TP coming in, but Nukeduck can't join. He's already in the midst of the fight. Razork now going to the backside. He's stolen away the Nautilus. He's going to look for the reset, and this is a big fight for Fnatic. There's the gold lead. There's the straight-up 5v5 they were waiting for. XL obliterated.
I think they could just run it down and end now. They have a wave, 40 seconds on all of XL, and it all comes off the back of Humanoid. Looking for damage onto Mickey. Upset gets 1,000 kills in the LEC, and he's going to end the game after he gets it.
Fantastic performance from Fnatic. Upset, congrats on 1,000 kills.
0 deaths as well.
Exactly 1,000 kills. He's going to end the season with 11 deaths, the new death record of all time. Masterclass from Fnatic. They will lock themselves in the top 2 and secure Upset. 2 significant moments, a milestone and a personal record. It was an incredible game.
So now Fnatic's eyes are on Rogue versus G2. If Rogue lose, that means that they lock first place.
Fnatic lock first place if Rogue lose.
Yep. Fnatic lock first place if Rogue lose, which means they can choose who they play against in playoffs in the first round in the upper bracket.
The choice would be, of course, between G2 and Misfits. So pretty big. I think Misfits would be looked at as the weaker competitor. They have obviously had a fantastic split thus far, but are yet unproven in best of 5s.
And of course, with Fnatic winning means we'll have no tiebreaker between Fnatic and G2 at the end of the day. So Game 5 will be the last game. There won't be a Game 6 to settle any tiebreakers.
We'll shed a single tear for that one because we were kind of hyped for it.
I kind of wanted that, yeah.
Yeah, but obviously Fnatic just feel like a cut above so often in their wins. Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Humanoid upset Hylissang.
Ooh. As much as I would celebrate upset 1,000 kills, Hilly did pop off.
Hilly did pop off.
He was everywhere.
Yeah. Only got 2 deaths because of 1 misposition
and 1
fight,
diving the Nexus.
And 1 diving the Nexus.
As he always does. Doesn't care about his KDA.
There you go. Bring it down.
Yeah.
The lowest.
The lower
He's
the
going
better.
for it. That's all we want. Taking time, though, of course, congrats again to Fnatic locking top 2. It's big. Exciting to see who will get first. Time to find out. The fight for first, of course, going to continue up next with Rogue versus G2. And after the break, Wunder is going to join us at the desk to preview the last game of the Spring 2022 regular season.
Week 8 already. Last game.
Wow.
I'm gonna go take a break. Cool.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. We're very excited to welcome Wonder to the analyst desk to quickly talk about their win and preview Rogue versus G2 as well. Hello, Wonder. Congratulations.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for having me.
No problem. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk a little bit more about your season overall than about this particular game. But just so we have it covered, you did drop a game to XL last time. So what was the strategy going into this one?
I mean, I don't know if you had like any strategy in particular, but of course this was like a frustrating game, I guess, for me personally, because I was giving him like the shy peak J Season 8 treatment at the top lane. But then I think, like, I don't know, there was a lot of random fights going on that kind of made Camille catch up again, and we didn't play like too well this game. I think this was one of the outliers where we kind of went back to how we played the first couple of weeks with a lot of random face checks, a lot of random fights with like no thought behind it. But I think this is something generally we've been pretty good at avoiding in our recent games. So maybe this was just a one-off. And yeah, I mean, going into playoffs, I'm confident that we'll play better than this regardless.
Okay, well, even if you have those mistakes, but you're able to win the game, that is, of course, not all bad news. I'd love to, of course, talk to you about the Misfits game yesterday specifically, because I can imagine that's really a thorn in your eye. How did you, as a team, talk about what happened in that game?
I mean, there's a few people, of course, who didn't like. They're not used to fighting for first, I guess, in the split. But a lot of these games always happen, like all these random throws. There's always going to be one. I mean, if it's the second last game of the split, or if it's like in the middle of the split where you throw like a crazy lead, for example, like G2 did against Misfits, or basically just any other game, right? It always happens. It's a BO1, and we still have a game. I mean, we still had a game today, right? So we couldn't really. It's not like we should be too frustrated about what happened in the game. It was also a very simple, like, over chase into Jinx, gave her resets, gave them dash, and then the game is suddenly even again. And with all the pauses that threw us off, it was pretty easy to just shrug it off and go into the next game.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And as you say, it happens to any team, and you still have kind of a cushion of protection. And now you won this game, so you're still in the race for that #1 spot. So now let's talk about the final match of the Spring 2022 season. Rogue versus G2 Esports. If Rogue wins if Rogue wins this game, they will be the first seed going into the playoffs. And Fnatic fans would love a G2 window, because that would lock you in to first place, Wonder, which is kind of poetic, seeing your ex-teammates, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think G2 is the better team, and I think they should win. But of course, it's a BO1. Rogue has been pretty strong this regular split, or maybe not like in the later half of the split. But anything can happen, right? I still believe in my boys in G2 that they're gonna pull through.
They've been ramping up, Niski.
Yeah.
Do you agree with Wonder?
Yeah, I think G2 will be. I already said it. I think they will be the team that will join Fnatic in the finals. It's my prediction, at least. I don't know what you think, Wonder, but I feel like G2 has been playing way better, and I think Caps also has been proving that he can still be at the top in EU.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2. I mean, it's also G2 was always really strong. I think they had like a lot of weird picks, which also makes them good, of course. This is also like always what made G2 good. They're willing to like experiment during the split, find out what works for them. But I think when like their serious mode kind of turns on and they want to win a game, I think they are for sure up here with us amongst like the best in LEC. And I think Rogue, yeah, I mean, they have been falling off quite a bit. And of course, in theory, it would have maybe been better for us to be third place. So we either play Rogue or Misfits, because I think G2 right now is for sure with us the two best teams in top 4. So it's going to be interesting for sure. I wouldn't mind playing against them. You have to play against any team at any point anyways. And there's double elimination, right? So if we play against them, if we get second place, or if we play against them in the finals later on, it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, it would be really fun to see that matchup. I do want to come back to kind of the Rogue point you made, and why is it that you don't, I guess, aim or not see them as highly or getting that far necessarily in playoffs?
I think a Rogue thing was something they always do in regular split, is that they get a lot of wins from just playing the really good late game comps. They have like a lot of Jinx wins, a lot of Victor wins, and maybe something as a contrast for example, if you look at Vitality, they rarely play these champions. They are really struggling. They like to play the Yasuo, Diana, Renekton, something that works maybe better in scrims because you get a lot of early kills. There's a lot more action going on. There's dives that are not being prevented as easily and stuff like this as on stage. But Rogue just sits back. Of course, they have Malrang, who is like who is active in the early game and they can win early game. Like they're not a bad team by any means. But I think most of their wins against most teams come from like their Victor, their Jinx, their late game champs that are not going to be as potent, I guess, in playoffs because a lot of teams are going to be playing the same way.
Yeah, I agree. I think Rogue will be one of the teams that you can really analyze and just kind of counter their playstyle, because I feel like they only have like one dimension where it's like Larsen on control mage, Malrang on ganking jungler, helping his lanes, and I feel like they've that it really helped them in best of ones. But I think once best of fives will come, I think other teams will catch up to them easily.
Maybe we'll get to talk to them in PGL and ask them a few questions about that. Wonder, I'd also love to know what you think about Vitality and their chances in playoffs. Of course, they just made it, and Perkz is, of course, there. What do you think their possibilities are and maybe their issues?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, right, that draft is probably their number one issue. For sure, because of that draft, I don't know if they're like missing like some cohesion or confidence or something in each other because they are in the spot that they're in, right? I'm not sure what goes in like within Vitality, but I think like for sure that draft was their number one problem. Yeah, and as opposed to Rogue, I mean, they played a lot of stuff where it's a lot of individual players that have to make the plays, and they can't just win by sitting back and not doing anything. So they always have to look for something, and if it backfires, it's really hard for them to bounce back into the game. But I think, I mean, they're playing Excel in playoffs, right? First match, and they should be able to beat them. I don't think Excel has like much going on for them. Like they're not as good as Rogue as playing at the late game, and they're not as good as, for example, like a G2 or maybe even a Vitality at playing like the other side. So they're just kind of there, I feel like. So that should be a win for Vitality, but who knows?
Who knows, indeed. Anything can happen. There's also 3 weeks between now and then. Thank you very much, Wonder, and good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you very much.
All right, awesome. We're going to head over to our casters for our last game of the spring of 2022. Rogue versus G2. Take it away, guys.
Vibing. This is going to be great. I'm so excited for this game.
I can feel the energy.
I don't know if you've ever watched the Salvatore Ganache video, but I feel like that. You know, you're
just
gliding across the ground. Yeah, it's a great time.
This is the 90th game in spring, the final one. 90 games it's been. 8 weeks.
Marathon.
Final game.
It's hype.
And
it's
what
exciting.
An important one. For first.
We need to talk about this because there's a lot of things going on here. So obviously this is a battle for first. If Rogue win, they are first. If Rogue lose, Fnatic are first and they will get second. But the important thing here is looking ahead towards top 4, specifically for what first means. First means choosing between third and fourth. And this is no offense to Misfits, but at this point, if you get first, you're probably picking Misfits because the other choice is G2. And at this point, Misfits have looked the rockiest. So that essentially means for G2, this game's massive. For Rogue, if they win, they get to play Misfits. That's the assumption. Of course, they can't pick G2. G2 gets Fnatic. G2, if they win this, we assume Fnatic will pick Misfits, and they get Rogue. So essentially, this game will decide our upper bracket.
Yeah, it decides who's playing who. No matter what, G2 can't play against Misfits.
Yeah, no matter what, G2 can't play against
Fnatic.
Misfits. Exactly. And no matter what, Rogue cannot play against Fnatic.
Oh man, have we ever had a game like this where it decides the whole upper top of the table at the end of the split?
It happened. It's so we get so distracted, I think, and rightfully so, by who's going to make playoffs that you forget how important these games can be.
Yeah.
And this is a very intense bracket. You heard Wonder talk about it already. He feels like Fnatic and G2 are 2 of the strongest teams right now. And so it is a bit lopsided when it comes to picking between 3 and 4. Sometimes it's very comparable. Sometimes we're a very top-heavy league and there's only 1 or 2 teams. He's trying to dodge.
He's trying to
dodge.
Look
at that movement.
Clean movement. Yeah, I was speaking to Caps on PGL and they were doing like Yasuo 2v2s, who hits the Qs, and Caps was winning out on them 2-1. They're doing Yone ones as well. Mundo. G2 like their movement warm-ups, and BB's doing it outside the game while doing it inside the game as well.
I wonder if they have a win celebration for on-stage prepared.
Oh yeah, actually I forgot about that.
Yeah,
because
I'm curious.
last time was the Dylan's birthday. The one before that was the basketball. We've seen the Yankos King, we've seen the What will we get for the final one?
That. Yeah, it's a good question.
If they win.
If they win. Because Rogue, while maybe less dominant than in the first half of the season, still obviously one of our best teams. And there's a lot of skepticism around Rogue in best of 5 because of, while they did win some good best of 5s, there was a lot of shaky performances. You think back to the Misfits best of 5 especially. So a lot of questions unanswered. But regardless, their regular season, their best of 1 performance has never been anything less than good. Fantastic even, very often. So need to see if they're going to show up today because, again, big stakes. We'll talk about them again in game. We'll talk about them a lot because this game, while it is just a single best of 1, has so much impact on the coming best of 5s.
Yeah, it's all about confidence, who they're going to play against. Small little fun fact, I think Broken Blade and Targamas have the most unique picks in their roles. So when we talk about G2's drafts, they love to experiment. These are the 2 players where counter pick is their bread and butter, and they've got such a deep champion pool. Caps is tied with the most unique champions as well. So 3 of their players first in that stat. They love their unique champions, and of course it's very hard for Jankos and Flakkit to do it because, I mean, the jungle meta is just kind of like Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, Jarvan, Viego, and then for AD carry, you know, it's the classic.
Well, yeah, so
Jinx,
someone has to
Aphelios.
take the short end of the stick. If the support's playing all the crazy stuff, the AD carry has to play something, you know, a little bit more stable.
When will we get the meta where the AD carry can play a bit crazy? We saw the mages, which is one thing.
Literally never.
Yeah.
I cannot think of a meta where we've had like more than 3 good AD options. Of course, like good is a relative term. Some people would argue that there's been metas where you can play 4 or 5 picks, but usually there's like 2 good champions.
Maybe it changes for 12-5 though, because I mean last year in spring it was all about the Udyr Hecarim. Those were the 2 champions picked every game, and then that got changed and Rumble came, Morgana came. There was kind of some Darius every now and then. Maybe if Jinx and Aphelios get changed, that's what we'll get with AD carry. Some change before playoffs. We'll be on 12.5, and can I say, of course, again, Jankos is the loudest in the studio, as is always.
So, quick heads up as to why you're getting a bit of an extended Euphoria podcast with special guest interview with Shocks Wonder and the desk. It's we're experiencing a delay on stage to work with a player on a client-related issue. League officials are going to get that set. As long as they're doing that, you're going to be with us. But of course, better to get this done before the game starts than in the game.
Because
Don't
if
worry.
your client don't work, you're 4v5, and that ain't good.
And that ain't good. And
Numbers.
if your top laner feed, you're also 4v5, and that's also not good. Wow.
Oh, I saw Odo around 5 minutes ago. He was chilling. His chair all the way back.
Yeah.
He's been here so many times. I won't say in like this specific situation, but he's got a wealth of experience
in the pause,
in the pause, in the pressure, in the
pause.
chilling.
And that's the thing. It's like we're gonna keep the energy pretty low here. This is a big game and has big stakes. But when we get in the game, we'll ramp you back up. We'll get hyped up.
Oh, I can hear you.
And you can hear Jankos is still hyped up.
They
He's
probably
pumped.
hear it.
I'm not sure if you can hear it through our mics. If you can't, hopefully we'll get it on
I
your
think
stream
Trimby
soon.
also hears it. He's
They
getting a
can
bit
hear
of
it.
laughing.
You can hear it.
You know, if you're loud enough, maybe it comes through the enemy team's mics as well. Maybe they're giving each other a bit of banter in the pre-game lobby as well.
That's one of
cracking some jokes.
The great strengths of Jankos is I feel like he's always in such a good mood. You know what I mean? And now clearly the 1v1s are continuing as we wait for the game delay, so they get more time to practice their Yasuo or whatever it is instead that they do.
The Dr. Mundo dodge the cleavers in
Oh
the
my
pit, but it must
gosh.
be so fun. I mean, Flakkit said this in an interview. It's like looking to your right and seeing Messi, Ronaldo, you know, Jankos and Caps.
Yeah.
Caps is always just so bubbly, and he vibes from vibes. You know, if the mood's good, Caps, he said it on PGL, he feels great. And I feel like Jankos is just always a player that'll bring you great vibes. And even if they're not great, all you have to do is hear his laugh, and then everyone's happy again because it's just so contagious.
And it's a good change of pace, I think, for G2 esports fans who saw a very promising roster last season ultimately fail. And everyone could feel the vibes were not great at the end of last season. I don't know what happened behind the scenes. I don't know anything. I'm not trying to put any blame on anybody, but it's good to see so many players smiling and having a good time on stage. And time to see what they can do with it. As we get the seal clap.
Trying to get some more energy instilled in the team.
Yeah,
and then for Rogue, looking across, I mean, they look very serious. Rogue are always serious. We heard about their scrims. They're very kind of like all about the fundamentals, all about not getting sucked into the end, all about being step 1, step 2, step 3, checklist. This is how we win games. This is how we out a game. I mean, I'm sure the vibes are great as well, but on stage, it's just kind of 2 different atmospheres. It feels like from over here, you've got G2 who are just non-stop screaming, playing 1v1s, and Rogue seem a little bit chill.
Yeah. It's funny because Jankos feels like that meme with the one guy like sweating for his life in a game and Jankos just over here having a good time. But he's not. He's not like just like hands off the keyboard just chilling, but he gives that vibe.
And speaking of Jankos, I saw I Will Dominate tweets as well. Jankos is probably one of our best performing junglers in the entire league. Tied for first, maybe,
absolutely.
contesting second. I mean, his early games have been incredible in getting G2 ahead. And although Malrang is always talked about for Rogue as like this dominant jungler who has this very specific style that maybe some teams are struggling in early spring, Jankos is in good form, very good form, as he always is.
And I think this meta where you can be super active in your early pathing, you can go for early plays, has always been so good for Jankos. I think back to his lease way back in the day on H2K, he's always been impactful. That's when he was getting the first Blood King title.
It's crazy to think how long he's been playing and how he's still so good.
Yeah, I feel like I've been here forever, and this man matches me by like 2 or 3 years. It's incredible.
Yeah, 2014, 2013, somewhere there. 7 or 8 years, 9 years down the line, it could be, and still in peak condition. Caps as well. We saw the collapses coming back. G2 looking scary.
Certainly are. I think, again, though, talking about Rogue on the opposite side, while it is, I feel like the G2 stage performance always brings our attention to them naturally. I really want to see Rogue perform in best of fives this year. And again, when you look at their record, people have highlighted this out to me before because we're often very critical of Rogue in best of fives. Their record is not the worst. They made it to finals last year. It was pretty solid. But how they made it was always a little bit suspect. And frankly, with Malrang on the team, we heard from Otawamne. The struggles that ultimately tore Rogue apart were actually not on the Rift, but behind the scenes. He called it, they had these huge conflicts. Was the big thing. Players were fighting and had struggles, and he said a lot of times when it comes to playoffs, the teams that succeed the most are the teams that have the least of those conflicts. G2 appear to be conflict-free. Now, I'm hoping for the same from Rogue in the weeks to come.
It's non-stop. They must be having some kind of 1v1s and 2v2s. Targamas is like the spectator, he's just smiling at the side, like laughing at all the jokes, but those four are definitely having some kind of 2v2s going on. They're probably switching teams to see who's the overall winner of this kind of internal tournament while they wait for the client issues to get fixed. Rogue, Larsen's chilling in his chair, and of course...
I mean, you've got client access. Should we ask if you can join?
I don't have a login. I never asked for one, so I can't actually log into the client. What I was going to say, though, is if G2 win this game, they are probably facing Rogue in the best of 5.
Yeah.
This is a preview. If G2 win, they already have that kind of mini mental edge going into that best of 5 against Rogue in the upper bracket.
Certainly, and I think that's going to be super important. Obviously, its quality is going to be a different patch. Again, 80 carry meta remains relatively the same. It's Hullbreaker, it's Gwen, it's a few of these other champions who've been hit, not the big two in the 80 carry department.
Maybe Fnatic surprise us, Let's say Rogue lose and they choose G2, and they're like, you know what, we'll take you in the upper bracket straight away.
Dang. That's a grudge match. That's the narrative that you can't write. You just have to wait for it to happen.
The teams always pick the best team they think they have the highest chance to win, but I'm waiting for that Giga Chad team to play. I don't care. Just pick it out of the hat.
We have to beat everybody in the end.
Come on, then.
And then if they get 3-0'd, they get embarrassed for the rest of their careers. That's probably why they don't do that.
They will go down as confident,
as legends.
Alphas, legends.
All right, here's the deal. We were experiencing a delay on stage to work with the player on a client-related issue. League officials were getting that set. You're with us for now, but not for much longer because it's fixed. So you'll stay with us, our voices, but action will be on your screen shortly. So it's time, ladies, gentlemen, everybody, whoever you are, you're welcome here because we have 30 seconds. I kind of built that up a little bit too soon. You're getting the play-by-play on the production talk.
Keep it. You can hold
Here we go. Everybody at home.
The final game.
I want you to slow clap, and I want you to build the pace up slowly.
I'm joining you here.
Here we go. I don't know if this sounds like trash on my mic.
What if the client crashes again?
Just keep going.
Okay, keep going.
Like Wolf of Wall Street.
8, 7.
Clap. Let's go. Let's go. Last game of the split audience. Let's go. Let me hear you in Twitch. If you went away and took a bathroom break, that's a fair call, because that was a bit of a long one, but it's time for Rogue G2 Esports. If Rogue win, they are first place. If they lose, Fnatic are first place. We expect first place to pick Misfits, which means it greatly affects the best of 5 matchups. What happens here? See who comes out on top. We'll keep you informed as we get later as to what those stakes are, so I can explain them even clearer and even more. But in the meantime, we are into draft, and 80 carries are hitting the bench.
Definitely are. Jinx taken away, Caitlyn taken away, Ryze TF still up. Zeri and Aphelios still up. Are we going to get a lot of AD bans, I wonder, because there's only 3 bans left. Jace taken away from Broken Blade. We know G2 love their Ryze Jace early rotation, playing for top, getting their top side rolling. Ryze taken away now already. Those are the 3 champions on my mind. TF, Zeri, Aphelios.
And the big thing that makes G2 interesting as we head into playoffs is they're one of the few topside teams in a meta full of Aphelios and Jinx where it feels like it's a guaranteed win if you can get that champion ahead. G2 are the outlier, the team that will play towards Broken Blade, that will give him the wild, crazy counter picks. Rogue potentially ready to fight through that. Already taking the Jinx away limits some of the options here. Aphelios taken off the board too. This is a pretty big call, I feel like. What is the priority going to be?
Yuumi ban. So are they going to give them Zeri and trade it for TF, or are Rogue going to take TF and give G2 Zeri? I feel like TF would have been the better call, but they're going to take the Zeri because TF enables topside so much. Ryze down, but it does give counter pick to Larsen. They could look for something like the Orianna into it, but that's going to be an insta-lock here. Are they going to pick up the Xin Zhao here? Maybe the Jinx? Would be the safest early rotation in the draft. Thinking about mid jungle AD. With Yuumi being down, they preemptively banned this champion because they knew they were giving up Zeri. They don't want to give away the Yuumi Zeri. There's the TF Xin Zhao. Are we going to get a mid match here? Maybe something like Hecarim Orianna could work well for Rogue.
I like the global pressure that comes out from the Twisted Fate, though. A lot of pressure on Larson now to have a big lane impact in the lane against Caps. If he goes for a more scaling, slower option, certainly the TF can start to take over elsewhere on the map. And again, this sets up so much success for Broken Blade on the top side. Rogue will have the luxury potentially of banning away 2 more top laners in the second phase if G2 want to save last pick for him. But G2 already feels like solid draft for what they want. That said, Hecarim, super powerful pick in the meta. See it banned away in the eastern regions all of the time. Potentially now going to have Sylas come out as well.
Teamfight, I think, is maybe what could be better for Rogue here. Orianna Victor comes to mind. Orianna Hecarim working a little bit better, though the Victor has a very good lane phase into the TF. But of course, TF Xin Zhao, really good gank setup. TF really facilitates his jungler as much as possible. They could also drop mid here and pick support. I feel like Larson has enough champions, but Orianna Victor bans will come through. Gonna go for the Victor. The strong lane phase will be vulnerable, but there's an insta-lock Tristana from G2. We see Tristana picked into Zeri. We also see some kind of Samira lanes being picked into it. All in the early game. Keeper on the tower. I'm guessing some kind of engaged support here for Targamas is what they're thinking.
I like the buffer for the Hecarim knockback as well. A lot of slow CC between the Victor and the Hecarim, so easy to react with the rocket jump. Renata also going to be taken away.
So it looks like G2 are targeting supports. Rogue could do the same kind of thing or ban out counter pick tops. Things like the Irelia or the Akshan or the Akali Gwen for when they do blind pick Oruamne's top laner. Maybe they're looking at something like Graves. And the Gwen already taken off. G2 last support ban. Nautilus up, Leona up. Could ban out one, kind of trade it.
You expect the 4 pick to go to support naturally to save counter pick for Broken Blade. Could mix it up though. Targamas again. These are the 2 players on the team with the biggest champion pools from what we have seen. So either one could take the luxury of last pick.
Yeah, it's very common for G2 to just do mid jungle AD in the first 3. Rakan banned away. I don't expect any brown blind picks. Rakan of course does well into that. Maybe they're thinking of engaged supports. Last ban for Rogue.
Really love TF Pyke. Want to put that note out there depending on the support matchup. Again, gold card into all of Pyke's damage, makes kills and picks so easy, dives as well.
That spells a Graves blind pick to me with Tryndamere Gwen being taken away. Maybe G2 want to take it from them. But I mean, Broken Blade has such a deep champion pool and maybe has another counter to it.
He's taken the Yone into Graves a few times. I don't love it in this draft, I'll be honest, but it obviously has been something that's worked for them.
Oh, there's the engaged support we're talking about. Alistar would work very well with the Tristana. And now it's up to Rogue to finish up their last rotation. Could go for some kind of range support with the Zeri.
Sylas support into Alistar.
Oh,
I'm just gonna mention it because Sylas support is something that has been played. It is still very, very fringe at best.
Our blind pick could come in for Odoamne. Broken Blade will have a plethora of counter picks available to him. Starting with Irelia. Yone, I presume, is something that he's in his wheelhouse. Camille could also work with the TF. Play over side lane is what G2 wants to do. Play to top side, get stacked waves, get dives going onto Odo. And now last pick here for Trimby. Nautilus could make the comp feel well-rounded. Could also go for a range support like we talked about earlier. Poppy would do well. Tristana, Alistar jumping forwards or backwards, whatever it may be, combo can be cancelled if he has confidence on it. There's a lot of pocket picks here. Poppy support, Sylas support could work into their champions. Does he want to go for something a little bit different? Confidence.
I like the Poppy. Galio, not bad. Of course, the taunt's certainly good against Xin Zhao in the 3rd Q. Can't do a lot there. Taking the time hovering over, what is the option going to be in the top lane for Broken Blade going up against the Gnar? Anything is possible. And remember, this is really important because G2 Esports frequently draft for Broken Blade, so him coming into playoffs, playing at a high level is big. And if he wins here, this is the team that Rogue will most likely play in a best of 5.
Okay. Sorry.
Akshan.
Locked in.
You have to talk about it because he brought it up on Euphoria. Vayne, Hullbreaker top. We've hit it.
Yeah, I mean, into Gnar, Hecarim, Galio would do pretty well, but against, of course, Victor, it would struggle in fights. There's Broken Blade's Akshan. It's his most picked top laner of the split. 2 wins, 1 loss on it so far. Did pick it against XL in their win as well earlier in the week. So, G2's comp, a lot of side lane. A lot of playing for top. Bot lane has a lot of all-in potential as well, so both sides can be played towards. But a lot of single target damage as well, whereas if you look across the Rogue's team fight, a lot of zone control, Hecarim ult, Victor ult, Mega Gnar, Galio ult, Taunt, the E's. There's so much engage, so much AoE damage, good scaling, and a very well-rounded teamfight comp.
Rogue's draft looks super solid. Yeah, they don't have the same big side lane threats and the potential of Akshan if he does snowball, but you're right. The sheer amount of CC, every single champion except for Zeri packing a huge amount of CC in this draft is a terrifying prospect for G2 if they fall behind at all.
They're gonna have to be very careful of how they pick their fights. Always have numbers advantage. Always look for side lane plays, look for picks, and look for the first target before Rogue can unleash the amount of damage they have from their ultimates.
Keep track, of course, on the Zeri. Tristana lane plays out as well. Something to watch as we head into playoffs if there are going to continue to be Aphelios and Jinx bans. 12-5, I think. Playoffs match? Not sure. We'll confirm.
Saw some Xin Zhao changes.
Small Xin Zhao nerfs could take him off the meta. Of course, is showing up in this game in the hands of Jankos, but not going to stop a lot of these high-impact early-game jungles. But now it's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Rogue versus G2, the final game of the regular season. Oh man, I love that song. The part where it goes wah wah. Does it for me every time. We're getting ready. Rogue versus G2 Esports. Again, really quick while we have a brief moment of respite before anyone starts killing each other. Last game of the regular season, there will be no tiebreakers if Rogue win. Rogue are first, Fnatic second, Misfits third, G2 fourth. If G2 win, Fnatic are first, Rogue are second, Misfits are third, G2 are fourth. So no matter what happens, Misfits are third, G2 are fourth, but Rogue and Fnatic first is going to be what's at stake here in this game.
They swap around, and it decides who gets to pick who they face, and the other will face the one who was not chosen. The chosen one.
And I'm sure in PGL we'll break down, we'll maybe have some sample brackets for you so you have a visual example. I understand if you're struggling to follow along just verbally, but don't worry, we'll keep you guys posted. We'll also find out who the teams are going to pick, so get ready for that. In the meantime, let's get in game.
I like what Trimby's doing here. He's hovering towards the top side. You have a Hecarim. They have Akshan, Xin Zhao. That could be a level 1 invade. And Malrang did get invaded on in one of the games previously where he played Hecarim. And I think he decided to just go for an early bot gank and it worked out. So Trimby's just here to protect. He's going to stay here for quite a while. G2 are walking in. They haven't seen Trimby yet. This could be very dangerous.
Definitely could be. Trimby waiting in the darkness. It looks like they're ready to take the 2v2, but are they ready to take the 3v2? Malrang took a little bit of damage. Immediately the taunt. Jankos has been caught out, baited, and potentially outsmarted. Jankos goes down and tries to smite for a bit of health, but it will not matter. Well played by Rogue.
Such a good read by Trimby. He knew they'd go for this level 1 invade. It would make a lot of sense for G2 with a ranged top laner like Akshan. So much level 1 damage, and then once you push the Hecarim out or force his ghost or get the kill, you can split the map topside and look for dives onto the Gnar, but now Jankos is the one on the back foot.
Broken Blade, of course, still big health advantage on the top side of the map, but Caps suffering a little bit in the mid lane matchup, trying to extend the trade here, making maximum use of the E passive, but Larson could maybe flash forward and go for the Q. Caps forced to flash early. Lot of small mistakes here, but again, I just want to really quick praise Trimby. Alistair level 1, notoriously useless. He leverages that time so well to make an impact elsewhere on the map. Flash forward! Avengerang won't do it.
So close for both these solo lanes. Broken Blade getting the upper hand in top, forcing Odoamne's flash. He's going to have to TP back already. Caps forced to flash as well. Level 1 in favor of the Victor with the Q shield. He was scared that the cooldown was coming up again. He thought with the attack speed level on E that he could win it out. But this is the invade again. Broken Blade wins out against Odoamne. Basically can 1v2 them if they walk up. Jankos will be blast coning over to help out, and Trimby just smart positioning. Doesn't want to give away where he is. Flash over the second Jankos ease in, and there's no escape. Even if he flashes here, I think he's pretty much dead.
I like it. Really solid.
And first blood to Malrang as well in a jungle matchup where Xin Zhao can't farm as fast as Hecarim, wants to get a little bit more done. So now not only does the Hecarim have first blood, and will get boots in the first base after the full clear, Jankos is also on the back foot, still not level 3.
And that first base is so important because, again, 2-camp lead, recall now, see what he gets with all this money, because obviously he has the first blood gold as well, debating on what his options are.
Doesn't want to go for lucidity, just wants to get a little bit of tankiness.
Makes sense. Wants to get closer and closer, maybe do an early chem tank. just for the extra engage and playmaking. But we've talked about this a lot with AP junglers, like Nidalee, how getting early itemization just exponentially increases your clear. And Hecarim is one of the few junglers where I think that's also true, because boots are not only AD, they're faster movement between camps, and this is going to make it so easy for Malrang to either get more ganks off or build up a larger CS lead.
Has Basin gone towards the top side? Jankos just hit level 3. And they got vision of Jankos, so not... I think they saw him out on towards the bot side of the map. We'll see if Malrang decides to walk into their top side or just go for a full clear, which would be the safest bet, because important to note here, if G2 don't do anything in the early game, I feel like Rogue is just favored if the game is even at 20 minutes. They have to stack up these dragons, get an early herald, maybe force some kind of dive or play with the TF ultimate. Yes, they can play over side lanes and punish Odoamne, which will be their main target throughout the game, I think. But if Rogue are even, I think they're just going to run over them in fights.
And a good thing to recognize too, because I think for me, I'm a 1-0 Hecarim with an item advantage. I'm running into the enemy jungle every time, but that's the discipline we talk about with Rogue. They will take risks on occasion, but for the most part, they have a battle plan. They know they outscale. There's no point in trying to over-aggressively push an advantage when it could turn against you.
Yeah, Larssen running the first strike on the Victor. Will scale very well. That rune, of course, he's into TF, so he'll win out on the trades anyway. Has a little bit of CS lead. Still hasn't TP'd back just yet, and G2 have had this bot push the entire game. You can see on the minimap the amount of vision that they have on the bot side, so they're going to spot out Malrang wherever he is if he enters this river. I think the ward spots out these on Raptors. G2 get information. Jankos still yet to base after the Krugs. We'll see if he chooses to do so, because top has no flash.
And so far, pretty smooth recovery. I think the big question is, what can Jankos do now that he's been put behind in the early game? Yes, for the most part, it feels like he's just obligated to farm to clear out some of these camps.
He's spotted there.
Broken Blade. So trading aggressively on the top side of the map. It looks like it's going to be early tabbies for Odoamne on the next recall.
Larssen has mid push here, I believe, and Malrang spotted Jankos walking into his top side jungle. He has no flash. He has a blast cone to get out.
Who's baiting
Caps
here?
is here first.
Malrang already ghosting. They're going to turn on Caps. They see Caps exposed in the 1v1, and he knows he can win out on this one. Caps is just going to go down. Oh, man, that was rough.
Yeah, they didn't know where Malrang was. They knew he was in the river somewhere, so Caps thought, well, I'll collapse first. Hang on, bot fight.
Empowered auto, where's it going to go? Taunt now coming in. Targamas, of course, has the aftershock. He's pretty tanky, but now has to flash into safety. Flash ignite. Comp going in for one more auto. Going to finish it. And Rogue are bleeding G2 out. Caps, one death already, forced to have that early flash in the mid lane. Malrang with 2 kills on the board. Comp getting the 2v2 kill. This early game from Rogue is devastating.
Definitely is, and the comp is terrible if you fall behind early. I think G2 single target damage, have to play over side lane. Hecarim's already accelerated. Bot is winning. Mid is winning for Rogue. And Broken Blade hasn't found any real advantage in topside. Jankos got spotted out when he entered the topside river. Broken Blade still even with Odoamne, has the TP advantage, but that's about all that G2 have got going for them.
Yeah, and again, you talked about it, Odoamne evening it up. Caps now has level 6, but Larssen, if he gets far enough ahead, is going to have very real kill pressure, already 13 CS up. Now, normally, of course, Twisted Fate passive would balance out some of that discrepancy, and certainly this wave will, but with first strike on the Victor as well, it feels like he's going to be able to hold on to that gold lead, even despite that passive.
Definitely, and Rogue should have 3 pushing lanes now as they come out of base. G2 first into bot side river. Caps has got the ult, like you said, but he also has the ignite, so if he does find any play, does have a lot of damage despite only having boots just now. Jankos trying to catch up still to Malrang. Yes, he's even in camps, but these 2 kills are really hurting the inventories.
And remember what Rogue are fighting for here. It's the choice between G2 and Misfits. If they win here commandingly enough, they can always pick G2. Most people would expect first seed to pick Misfits, but definitely the options on the table. And Rogue, good to see this level of consistency. There's a reason that they are fighting for first in the regular season.
I think if Rogue do win here, it's going to be G2 Fnatic in the first best of 5 if they pick Misfits. So we'll see what G2 can do to come back. I mean, yeah, again, 3 pushing lanes. Targamas hovering around mid. Larssen still has flash, so I think he's maybe just here to cover. There's no real kill pressure. He has Hex Flash to go into the river brush, but that's already pink warded. Larssen just poking Caps at max range.
This is just going to be a difficult game if Rogue keep this lead up, because we've highlighted it for the compositional reasons, but also on top of that, you have a Galio who can maybe respond to some of Caps' roaming plays. Targum is fishing for something here in the mid lane. Luckily, they have the vision laid down, but it is going to force Larssen to play a little bit safer. Only has that last stack of the Corrupting Potion.
So the early game has slowed down a lot. Both jungles will be getting closer and closer towards level 6. Herald spawning in 20 seconds. Malrang is hovering around mid. Should be very close to having that ultimate available when he levels up. Gonna do Grump, and then maybe they look for a Herald start because Trimby has bot push now. He can move towards mid top side because Targamas was hovering around for so long. Rogue got the bot push. He has to stay here to make sure Flacket can't get dove. So that allows Trimby to either zone them away, keep them on the tower, look for poke, or be on a roam timer for this Herald spawn.
And I think the big thing here for me, Casual, is you called it out already that Rogue just outscale, so they don't have to do anything crazy. And if you think about it, all 3 of their kills are them punishing G2. They punished Jankos for moving to the top side, or for Caps rather for trying to move up. They punished the early level 1 invade, and of course they punished on the bot side when Targamas got over-aggressive in the 2v2 engage. So I feel like Rogue are chilling. G2 keep making plays, and if another one turns against them, this game is going to get out of hand so much faster, but credit to Rogue. They're just staying the course.
And that's what they need to do. That's what their comp wants to do. Just try to cut as many losses as possible and punish mistakes, and they've been punishing them, and they've got themselves a pretty hefty lead at 8 minutes into the game. Jankos is the one to take over the Herald. Broken Blade is going to try to get top push to be here first, but Odoamne is ignoring the wave and he has Meganar. Jankos could be sandwiched here by a Hecarim and a Meganar. Trimby's not level 6 yet, but he's going to join up with Malrang. Targamas is far away. Jankos, he might be in danger of might be Caps.
They're just picking on this Twisted Fate. The Ignite goes down. Caps is not really a way out of this one. Gold card, maybe can flash over the wall.
Flash ult away, maybe?
Now can ult to safety. Jankos in the meantime gets the Herald. That is big. That's going to be a little bit more gold in their pocket. It looks like it might cost Jankos his life. Targamas, I don't really think he can come over the wall on that one. Jankos giving his life up for the Herald. Caps his flash as well, but definitely not everything Rogue wanted from that in trade.
Yeah, that was a very risky play from Jankos because Targamas was late. Flakid wasn't rotating whatsoever, and Odoamne had Meganar, so that 4v4 would have been horrible for G2. Luckily, Caps is almost like a bait for Rogue. They tried to collapse onto him. They forced him to flash away, but he doesn't die, which is important. I mean, look at the setup right now for G2. Caps is literally face-checking the enemy jungle support. Odoamne has top push with Meganar. Targamas is late. Comp has cleanse.
So you can cleanse that one out. Get that cooldown down. It means they're going to have to go bot again if they want to punish that summoner being missing. Trimby, though, with level 6 is going to make it that much harder. Or not level 6 yet, but on the way to level 6.
Biggest question is, what can G2 get done with this Herald? I guess you just have to pop it top and try to get Broken Blade ahead, because even that lane looks like it's struggling.
Odoamne is winning. Can he find the solo bow? He'll throw the rock at him. Broken Blade going. Pick the rock up. Throw the rock one more time. Rock. Not going to go in. It's a space shuttle. Sorry, I got to keep track of the skin.
Was very close to hitting. If that hit, Q slows, flash auto attack, he's dead. Solo kill top, the only lane that's quote-unquote should be winning for G2 would then be losing. It's still a little bit of bot push. Trimby fails a Hex Flash to look for the taunt to force Flakid to jump away, but it won't surmount too much. Trimby should get level 6 off this wave. Targamas moving towards mid, trying to shut down Larsen's push. Look at the CS lead in mid, 30 CS lead for Larsen right now, level lead. G2 really need to find something. They don't have the TF ult, they use it bot, and all they got was Comp's cleanse.
And it's wild to look at the in-game timer, because it's only 10 minutes and it feels like G2 are just have been being bled out for like a half an hour. This has been super clean from Rogue, and every time it feels like G2 try to make the play, they just cannot get much from it. The only thing they have really succeeded in getting is that Herald. And again, that's the point that you talked about. That's the thing that we have to look on. But they don't have a winning lane to use it in. So it feels like it's just going to have to be one of those Heralds where it's you either force a man advantage and give something else up, or just throw it down and get 2 plates and be happy with that little bit of gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they just need to do. Find some kind of Herald gold plating. And the problem G2 have is their whole comp revolves around Xin Zhao in the early. Like level 1 to 6, yes, Rogue might have pushing lanes, but they have to be very scared of where Xin Zhao is. Very scared of where he's clearing towards, where he's on the map. Kill pressure in mid, no cleanse on Larsen, try to unlock, get his flash, and then Caps can look for a push. That's how they play the game. Maybe then bring Caps up towards top, but him being put behind at level 1, giving up a kill, and having him at level 3 in like 3 or 4 minutes into the game is disastrous, because one ward, he's found, he's behind, and Rogue can just keep pushing in. Broken Blade's trying to help out the mid push, which is what G2 need to find something on the map.
Oh. Credit to Larsen keeping that pressure up, making sure the roaming options are limited, and really for Rogue in general, just punishing Caps anytime he takes a step out of that mid lane. They are looking for the kill. That said, they're waiting in darkness, but Trimby just wants to fight. He knew that they were there. He was ready for it. Malrang now going in. He hasn't even used the ulti yet. He doesn't even need to. Getting knocked back. Now trying to make it out to safety.
Trimby just blind dashing into it. Did they have any vision on G2 there? Maybe he knew they were looking for some kind of pick. I mean, Caps might be in trouble as well. No
Taunt
flash.
Goes in, gets the gold card. Larsen can now step forward. Jankos can get the fight kicked off. Chaos Storm already going down. Larsen fishing for the solo bolo, but what's it going to cost him? Knock up Galio, not going to make it out. May have overstayed. Luckily for him, Jankos is going to get stunned up there, but Larsen, I think, a little bit blindly chasing after Caps there. Costs his support's life.
Yeah, definitely was. He tried to find the kill, but Caps had Ghost because of the spellbook, so even though Larsen flashed forwards, he popped it and ran away. There's a Dragon, gonna throw an auto attack on the Flakid, and that's still not been taken whatsoever. 12 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Jankos has the Herald. Is he gonna drop it top on this pushing top wave? Caps has ultimate. He could run from base to top here and just look for just some kind of dive, get G2 rolling somewhere on the map.
Back, Broken Blade. Odoamne saving that hot. Malrang on the way up, about to have Meganar as well. Broken Blade now has to run. Jankos, they know he does not have the ultimate up and available. They can try to collapse onto him there. You're going to force the flash out early. Caps going in, but this is risky. Yes, he has a gold card, but he doesn't have a lot else. Naram back into the wall, look to finish that one. Malrang trying to get the kill done. Trimby on the way in. Keep your eyes on the taunt. No, keep your eyes on the bottom lane. Targamas going to go down, but it's a 1-for-1, and it means Flakid gets uncontested time on the bottom side. Meanwhile, back to the top lane. Jankos gets shredded. Broken Blade fishing for one more, and disaster starting to strike for Rogue, because Broken Blade
trade is just too clean. It is indeed a heroic swing, and he'll get the kill trade in the end.
So many kills on both sides of the map. When the camera panned away from top, I thought G2 were losing it, but somehow they found kills. The Herald won't crash. Very awkward fight for Jankos because the second Caps arrives, I think the Herald was about to run out, so he literally had to stand there and place it while his mid laner was dying. Eventually he rejoined. Broken Blade gets a few kills. Flakkit gets a lot of plates in bot. Unfortunately, Targamas got the kill in that dive exchange, but still, something for G2 is important.
Flakkit the big winner here. You can see at least individually he has that gold lead. Cole now completed as well. He's going to have a decent shot when he does go back. Can look to match the Berserker's Greaves that Comp has already picked up. G2 slowly finding a window back. Yes, it's still a 3K deficit, but now they have some stronger points on the map. Really a big struggle game for Caps, though. Has been a rough one.
Even though it was sort of an even trade, I think slightly G2 favored. Them getting their first items is very important. Hullbreaker, Kraken Slayer, get Tristana on one item. Make it so they can at least force somewhere before Rogue gets to 2.
Certainly. Now we take a look at the bot side play. Of course, we saw this one earlier briefly, but we can see how it will played out entirely.
Yeah, Targamas not level 6 here is a bit painful. Does hit the W on the flash of Comp, so is able to follow up with the Q. If he had ult there before, maybe he could have got the kill. There's no point leveling up and ulting there because he's going to die anyway because the tower is ramped up. And G2 somehow win out on that top fight. Getting kills onto Broken Blade. 2 kills on him, Hullbreaker complete. Maybe he can start pushing in Odoamne, who's matched the Hullbreaker. Stragon still up, almost 15 minutes into the game. Rogue gonna look to set that one up now.
Ready to start that one. I think Rogue may be confident they're outscaling, don't really feel the need to push that objective. Knockback though, Broken Blade caught out, that's the wall up. Again, it's about how many of those little space shuttles he can hit, or whatever they are. I guess it's Elderwood Gnar. I have no idea what he throws. He throws something, can he throw something else though? Because a gold card's getting thrown at him. And that means one dead little Yordle. In the meantime, Rogue will get a dragon back, but Broken Blade getting that kill is pretty big.
This is how G2 want the game to be played. They want to ult top, get Broken Blade ahead, get him kills, get him some kind of push. They might fight bot as well, G2.
Targamas now kicking things off. He still has the ultimate available from the previous fight. Immediately going to use it. Trimmy just getting shredded through. Malrang going to be in trouble. Double TP used. Jankos continuing to step forward. Has the damage reduction. Unstoppable, yes, but Caps on the way forward. Use the Summoner's Spellbook, just trying to land the gold card. Just wants to get something done, but Comp is fearless. He's already ulted.
So
the
many
movement
stacks.
speed is ramping, and they might not have great options. If he doesn't get hit by the gold card, he might be able to kill everybody. Comp keeps it going. Plays just outside of Caps' range. Comp, you absolute mad lad. He goes golden, but he's got so much damage. The stacks are still there. He's like lightning. He just keeps moving. The stacks are still coming. The rest of Rogue is on the way. Comp, the absolute hero play. Zeri, so damn fast, and it looks good. Comp makes it happen.
The glimmer of hope for G2 fades away in an instant. The Zeri was so stacked up, and G2 were trying to chase Lockdown, Compo, Malrang, at least get a kill or two for those double TP investments, but they get nothing, and they all die. Over chasing into Rogue, they collapse down, and they get themselves a couple kills. We'll see that one again because it all started in the bot lane. They got a kill on top. Caps with the ultimate, then TP's down bot. It looks so good for G2 because they single out one target, which is how their single target damage composition works. Targamas with the ult survives through it all, and the tower being so low means they can chase, but Caps flashed on the top play earlier on, so he can't lock down Malrang. All the meanwhile, Comp stacking up, emoting at the same time. APM is through the roof, and G2 quickly realize, how can we stop the Zeri? Answer is, they can't.
They can't. 27, 28. I've just been counting the auto attacks. 29, 30. This man is just doing work. That's so many stacks.
The problem is, if you run away, he's going to chase you. And if you turn back, he's going to kite you. So it's a catch-22, and Rogue collapse.
I mean, yeah. The thing is, you have to turn on the gold card. You have to hit it at the right time, and everyone has to go in. But you can see the grin on the face. Comp knows he just did work in that fight. He just played Zeri to the absolute maximum end of her potential. That is the dream scenario. Now he goes back, he gets the Tiamat, he's getting further ahead, and Rogue looked a little shaky in some of those exchanges, but they are well and truly in control of the game again.
And the cleanse is like the cherry on top because he just knows the only lockdown G2 have. Because there's no creeps for Jankos to stack up his Q3 is the stun card. So he's confident enough to peel for himself. The Everfrost almost caught him off guard, but still got away from the Tristana explosive charge and managed to live. So now Rogue get 2 towers for themselves, mid and top. Broken Blade looking for Larson, who has flash.
Good poke, but just zoning him away. Larson gonna give them that respect and walk away from the wave for at least a moment because he doesn't have vision on where G2 are. Odoamne keeping up pressure in a side lane.
Can I just say, look at mid lane CS. Caps is almost down around 80 CS right now if Larson catches another wave. 17 minutes in. He has been sacking so many waves to play for his team. He's 2,000 gold behind.
And I said I was worried about Rogue, but I'm also very excited for Rogue because this performance is amazing. From the team as a whole, from Larssen as an individual, and across the board. Trimby, massive playmaker. Yes, got caught out a little bit on the bottom side there, but Rogue are looking fantastic. Almost Flame Horizon and Caps is no easy feat, and it is a team effort, but Larssen, massive in this game.
2 levels up as well. All lanes doing so well. Broken Blade last picking top. And yes, the jungle early did negate a lot of the pressure that they would have wanted, but still 30 CS lead for Odoamne. Comp is ahead. All these lanes just with the push and in favor of Rogue.
And this is a big thing for Odo, I think, again, beating that counter pick. The fact that Broken Blade seems to have infinite up his sleeves and Odoamne is comfortable just taking a blind pick champion into it is so important, especially for the best of 5, because even if G2 somehow win this game, Rogue are probably feeling okay about that potential matchup because Odoamne seems to be the rock you need going up against a team like G2 with a player like Broken Blade, who's the guy who's getting counter picks every game. G2, a top-side team. They know it, we know it, everybody knows it.
Yeah, look at the stats. The main carry for G2, get him ahead, and that's their win condition the majority of the time. But when you're up against such a veteran, such an experienced player like Odoamne, that becomes extremely difficult. Safe Gnar, blind pick, 2 bans for him. That's it. You don't really have to play topside. Happy days for him. He's actually getting a lead in this lane. Of course, the jungle early really did affect what Broken Blade wanted to do with it. But nevertheless, still Rogue handling G2 very well. We'll see what they can do over side lane, though, because they need to cover them. And this is the importance of the Galio pick on 5 from Rogue, because if Caps decides to ult for Broken Blade, Trimby joining Odoamne, I think that 2v2 is still pretty even despite it only being a support. Trimby can lock them up, CC them, the chain CC from the Mega Gnar as well. So I think Trimby's idea behind this game is just to track Caps, follow him where he is. If he's top, he can only ult mid. If he's mid, he can ult to either side, but he never really will be. So he needs to make sure, where is Caps? What can I do to shut him down? I need to match my ult with his every time they look for Odoamne.
And for now, I think that 2v2 is favorable. They have the CC, and Caps does not really have the damage yet at this point in the game. Level 13 damage is not going to be bad. And certainly once Rapid Fire Cannon and another item comes online, damage will be pretty dang good. But for now, with just the Everfrost, the potential is there. Rogue continuing to just get scarier and scarier. Comp working on Runance. Going to have a Tiamat item after that. This is a very powerful Zero.
And like we said, scaling favors Rogue. If the game is slow and they keep this lead, G2 are just going to bleed out. They have to fight this. They see Odoamne on the Drake. He's going to have to jump away.
Odoamne knocked up, gets canceled on the knockup, but he's going to go for it. He steals the Drake. He gets it. There's no jungler in the pit. Now it's the flash forward, the taunt, the Mega Gnar. He knocks him right back. It's the bounce house. It is absolute dunk town. G2 just the ball on this one because they are getting knocked around.
That's how the team fights play out if G2 don't have an incredibly good setup beforehand. Rogue, so much AoE damage, 20 minutes in the game. 3 members of G2 dead. That's going to be a Baron start for them. Jankos is alive. Smite might come off cooldown by the time Rogue get it low enough. Broken Blade is as well. We'll see how they dissect this Baron play, G2, because if this goes, I think that's it. You can't play over sides whatsoever. Jankos on Grump. It is gone.
Dang. That was huge. Odoamne even wanted to leave. He was like, thank you for stopping me. That worked out.
It was a slaughter, honestly. I mean, G2, they know they have to do something. Giving up a dragon just gives Rogue even more scaling conditions. Good cancel on the jump, but that came back to bite them when Odoamne gets the dragon with the passive Q on W as well. And then the flash-in taunt, Odoamne Mega Gnar. I mean, what can G2 really do against those champions in a river fights when they're this far behind?
Look at Comp. 1v2 zoning them away. It's not getting any easier, that's for certain. 8K, ooh, math. 8K gold lead, 2.5 item Zeri. And it's, is it Dunzo? Are we at the Dunzo threshold?
It does feel Dunzo, doesn't it? But we've said that about a lot of games in the LEC in recent weeks.
Oh, pause.
And a lot of them have backfired. Pause. Cool. Interesting, because there's no team fight or anything, so there's no real instant issues, I think.
Sometimes you have to wait for a dead ball state, depending on what's going on here.
Larssen's looking at me and giving me a wave. He's happy.
Larssen. Oh, maybe we're not supposed to do that. Might not be professional. Anyway, reminder of stakes. Rogue win. Rogue first. Fnatic are second. Misfits are third. G2 are fourth. G2 win. Fnatic are first. Rogue are second. Misfits are third. G2 are fourth. As a reminder of how our playoffs format works, all 4 of these teams are in the upper bracket, but the first place team gets to pick their opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams, which regardless of the result of this game will be Misfits and G2. So hopefully that's simple enough for you. You can check a look at the standings or the brackets and understand it maybe a little bit better when you have a visual example. But in the meantime, have a break. Have a Kit Kat. I did a Kit Kat ad.
Yes, you did. I was in it as well, briefly.
Yeah, we were in it together. They were very excited when they told me that I was the first person with tattooed hands to be in a Kit Kat ad. So
record breaker.
Bam.
World's first.
Bam. World's first.
Just like that.
I got my first tattooed hands. You got your first playoffs with Excel. We're record breaking.
This year, a lot of record breaks.
It's a lot of record breaks. Upset, at least deaths in a single split.
Well, we'll see if Rogue can break their losing streak record in playoffs when it comes to playoffs. Because what I want to say is a lot of people think of
like the amount of times they haven't lifted the trophy.
They haven't lifted the trophy, which was once, I guess.
Like, are we tracking that?
No, but what I was going to say is a lot of people, when they think of Rogue, they think of like, you know, the playoffs suck, right? But they think of like choking, I will say. You know, when the pressure's on, that's when they really seem to fall over. Because in regular season, fantastic. In best of fives, in the early stages of playoffs, fantastic. But when the pressure's on, they don't really show up the occasion. But this time around, I think this is a lot of a pressure game on stage, fighting for first. They're showing up. Larson's happy. He's swirling around in his chair, smiling, waving around.
It's good to see them rewarded for that mentality, because we've heard from every team that plays against them, they're fantastic scrim partners because they're so consistent. It never gets crazy. It's always disciplined and focused. And the fact that we also see that on stage means I think they're seeing a lot of success and replicating scrim results into stage games, which we hear from so many teams is a massive, massive issue. It's a hard thing to do. We'll see now what Rogue can do with this lead. Rogue can do with this Baron. Thought. Trippy now stepping forward. Mountain getting the engage kicked off. Targamas dead. Targamas gone. TB now coming in. That's a Mega Gnar. Odoamne stepping forward, leaping into Broken Blade to flash out, but Odoamne waits on the Gnar ultimate. On the backside, though, Comp going to be in trouble now using his ult. Everfrost has locked him up. Flackhead going down. G2 lambs to the slaughter, being picked apart one single member at a time. Comp now dashing over the wall, dealing a bit more damage. The siege will only continue for Rogue, and it's feeling impossible for a G2 win.
What just happened? G2 were looking for some kind of pick on top lane, but Rogue were there. The whole team was around, and they just shut it down instantly in a blink of an eye as we come out of the pause. And they're going to get this top tier 2. They should get more as well. Mid tier 2 is probably going to fall as well. Odoamne is running bot with this Baron buff to buff up the creeps to look for the bot tier 2. And G2, yeah, the longer this goes, the worse it gets. Over a 10k gold lead now for Rogue. Maybe they just want to dive them.
Yep. Step forward. Mount right now going to look to knock Jankos back. Caps has to wait on that gold card because there's so many targets that he needs to stun. Larson is massive. Comp is massive. It's going to be a difficult game. And Odoamne continues to split push up. It's a full court press from Rogue. G2 trying to find a single exposed member or an exposed flank while Rogue are split like this, but there's just not a lot of options.
Basically the perfect Baron play. No one gets caught. You get a couple kills when they try to do so, and you get all 3 inner towers. 6 towers to 1. Rogue don't really have to risk any kind of siege. They don't have ultimates up. Let's just back off, spend our gold that we got, plus 6k on this Baron play, and then we come out of base, control the map, look for dragons, and punish G2 if they walk up too far. As I say that, Rogue are going to stay around. Trippy has ultimate after having base. Maybe they do fancy themselves this mid-tier 3.
I'm going to keep the pressure for now. As long as they have this cannon, again, it's hard for them to clear that wave. Caps is their wave clear, but he's pitching for the flank. That's the knock-up into 2, but Trimby's on the way in. They don't have the damage. They don't have the tools to win this fight. That's at Comp. He's trying to go for the Zinsec, but it will not work there. Cap stepping forward, locking him down. That's Comp dead. That's a big shutdown. That's 900 gold for Jankos. And suddenly G2 are turning it, but just as suddenly it's turned against them. Odoamne comes in. Double kill for the Gnar. Cap's running. Maurin going to keep the chase up. Keep him away from the base. Keep him away from clearing the minions, and they can keep the pressure in the mid lane. But instead, just chasing for the kills here as Odoamne uses his teammate's head to jump in. The knockback comes out. Caps goes down. Rogue set to end the game.
Yeah, they used everything to kill Comp, and then Odoamne collapsed. Larson was still alive. The fight gets turned on its head. Larson so close to Flame Horizon Caps, and if you told me that this would happen today, I would doubt you incredibly high. I would have so high doubts because it's Claps. Claps is back. Fantastic performances over the last couple days, and now he's being Flame Horizon in 24 minutes by Larson.
Rogue unleashed certainly in this game. From the level 1, the genius play from Trimby, to the bot side 2v2 where Comp and Trimby came out on top, the top side skirmishes as well. It has been a fantastic game.
Look at how many things Comp has to dodge. First a flash knockup, and then everything and everyone G2 want is Comp. So they all dive onto Comp. R flash from Jankos to knock 2 back. Of course he can't do it because the passive is on Comp already. Caps ult in, Akshan ult across. Everyone's going on Comp, but Larson's still alive, and look at the side of your screen. Odoamne is arriving. Broken Blade jumps in, ult into the wall, and that'll be that.
So hard. Maybe if Odo is further away, maybe if Odo cannot join the fight with Mega Gnar, that could have gone in their favor, but it just does not work out. We're looking at a Rogue victory lap right now. 13k. Feels impossible to come back from. Miracles have happened, crazier things have happened. G2 have certainly had a tough time against Misfits closing out with this kind of a lead, but Rogue have been clean, they have been clinical, and there is no reason to doubt them now.
Yeah, it's just a Hail Mary play bolt for G2. They just have to engage. There's 2 inhibs down. If Rogue get this, that's it. 26 minutes into the game, 3 inhibs down. You've basically lost. So they're going to have to defend it with their lives. They've got summoners up on a couple of their members. We'll see what they can do with it. Targamas might need to look for some kind of Hex Flasher over the wall engage. Caps maybe a stun card, but I think Rogue at this point are just way too strong. They're going to get the tower. Are they going to get the inhibitor at G2?
Manganar on the way. Odoamne about to go in. Knock back on the Alistair, keeping away from the rest of the team. Victor ulti alone, zoning the entirety of G2 as Targamas is cut to pieces. Larson flashing in. Absolute confidence. Death Ray will not connect. Targamas tries to buy a bit more time, but this should be it. 5v4 G2. Can they hold the Nexus? Seems to me the answer is no. They're out of cooldowns. Caps is out of space to maneuver. Comp now stepping forward. Caps going down. That is the ulti from the Zeri, and it does not stop there. Flacken gone too. G2 slaughtered in their own base, and Rogue fighting tooth and nail. But after a long, hard-fought season, Rogue will be your #1 team in the regular season. They take their time with this win. They savor it because it feels damn good.
Great bounce back from Rogue. They lost to SK. There was a lot of question marks. Dominant game versus BDS. Dominant game versus G2 from start to finish. Ever since that level 1 play, the game was in their hands, and they never dropped the ball, not even a single time.
Fantastic. Individual landing from Larson. Massive CS lead. Trimby with the heads-up play around that early engage. Comp on that bot side fight. Felt like the final nail in the coffin. Brutal, brutal game.
He was untouched. So many stacks. Broke their ankles a bit.
Yeah, and now Rogue get to choose. Who will they face in a best of 5? They can choose between Misfits and G2. They have a choice. On paper, you would assume Misfits are the weaker team, but Rogue also just went to town on G2. So really, the world is their oyster. They can pick who they want. Fnatic, of course, will get whoever is not chosen. Shout out to Rogue. Round of applause. Fantastic regular season again. Excited to see what they can do in the best of 5s. But key player of the game. At LEC on Twitter. Odoamne, Malrang, Comp. Those are your options. No wrong choices.
I feel like the pop-off was Comp. But Odoamne, he was so consistent, useful in every fight, always where he needed to be, and he was the man that G2 tried to shut down, but they did the opposite. He was ahead.
Yeah. Dang. Intense. I'm just impressed, honestly. And I know we said this so many times, but we just didn't expect this much from Rogue coming in the regular season. Comp has been fantastic. Trimby has grown so much as a player. Malrang has been a great fit. And the fact that Rogue have so consistently been this good in the regular season is fantastic. That said, bit of a tone shift here for a moment, but while this is all fun games, there's still some serious stuff happening out there in the world. And before we head to the break, Riot Games is supporting and donating to the International Medical Corps, and you can join us in the effort to provide relief to those in Ukraine and the surrounding regions. The IMC teams are responding by expanding access to medical and mental health services for those living in the affected areas and working to help refugees. Your donation can help more people receive the life-saving care that they deserve. Please go to riot.com/donate to learn more. We'll be back after this with Trimby joining us for the interview and Odoamne in PGL.
to the LEC for the last interview of the regular season. Rogue defeat G2 Esports today. And Shrimby, thank you so much for joining me after this game. Congrats on taking them down. Such a master play from you on level 1 also. Maybe we can start talking about this. The fact that you went straight top lane, covering for the invent from Jankos and Broken Blade. How did you know they would come?
Okay, so first of all, hello. Very nice to be here. And yeah, it's really nice to win against G2, actually. We managed to win against them twice in this year. It's already more than any time before. Best of one, so that's pretty nice. And second of all, well, we had pretty bad, I would say, like level 1 in terms of champions. Like we had Hecarim, who is easily punishable, E-level, so at least that's what G2 used to also do. So, and they have a strong one. So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit in the brush, see what happens. They came really late. I was a bit surprised. I thought they would come much earlier. And yeah, also I was playing against Alistar. This champ doesn't punish level 1, right? He's like pretty useless. So I was like, yeah, I'm fine giving up my 3 minions and Zeri will farm it up anyway, most likely, because Alistar cannot punish. So yeah, I just decided to do that. It felt like they would do that because they're really they tend to be, G2 is this kind of team that is pretty aggressive and they try to do as much stuff as possible. So yeah, we just flipped it. If that didn't work, I would be like 3 minions behind, which is pretty bad, but I'm playing against Alistar, so who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't matter so much in terms of the laning phase, but how much did it impact the early game for your jungler specifically?
Well, it for sure helped. I think it helped him out because we already got Zinzao, not like out of the game, but he had to focus more on the farm, right? And trying to back up to the game when Hecarim is already clearing faster than him. So that was already a big plus. I guess for top lane it was not the best because he got really chunked, but I think he survived on 1 HP. I was like checking out. And yeah, he survived on 1 HP, which is huge from Odo. And yeah, everyone stepped up and it looked pretty good.
Yeah, it was a really well-rounded game on every side for Rogue here today. You get the first place, which is a pretty great advantage. I want to say, I know the rest of your team is talking about who you're going to pick. It's going to be down to whether you pick G2 or Misfits. I know you can't say much as of now, but what are your thoughts on having to choose between these 2 opponents? As you said, you beat G2 twice. Misfits is a bit lower than them in the standings, but yeah, tell me your thoughts about having to choose between these 2 opponents.
Both teams are good, right? One team is the one that always like comes back even if they look bad, which is G2. Misfits is this kind of team right now that looked scary in regular season, right? And everyone had problems against them, at least in official games. So yeah, both teams look like not the easiest choices, I would say, but for now, I said to my team, because right now they're having a meeting, right? And I have to do interview. I'm sorry about that. I mean, nah, it's fun. It's not your fault. I said that, yeah, I don't really care, because if the team thinks that one team is better to face, I'm fine to agreeing to that, and that's just it.
All right, yeah, it's a group decision.
I obviously said what I felt, and that's it. But I'm not gonna really share what I think about it.
We will see in a few minutes. Anyway, we will have the brackets. You finished first once again, and how do you reflect on the season overall? You had such a great start to the split. Talking to Comp, also, he told me that things went a bit more complicated towards the second half of the season. How do you reflect on the performance from the whole team, but also yourself?
For the whole team, it was, it was pretty good. We had a little bit of doubts, at least I had, in terms of how we play as a team and stuff like this, because sometimes we play really well, but sometimes it ends up being like a messy game that everyone does something really, not like bad, but it just shit happens, right? And it's just not much we can do at that point, and we just have to like trust each other. And that's the games when it's hard to like process it, right? Because you want to win every game, and then you like lose to those teams that are like lower in the standings. So that's for sure some of the trust and like fate issues that come in. But yeah, from my point of view, like I'm trying to like figure out how to work around it, and yeah, I try to help this out and try to trust more and more my team, because we're doing great and we have games that I'm really proud of. I think this game was really nice from us, and I was really happy from the game. And I just want to have more of those and not really think about the games where, yeah, it just feels like we didn't deliver. I want to deliver every single game, and yeah, it would be nice as a team to do that and be able to do something this year.
It will be a nice challenge. Also, during the playoffs, I know that you guys maybe have a revenge to take on playoffs and best of fives in general. How do you anticipate this new phase in the season?
I mean, we won more best of fives than we lost, so I don't really care what people think about the playoff thingy. Obviously, we tend to not play the best in some of the games, but it's just sometimes it just happens. You know, one player is not able to deliver the way he wants, but they need to step up. And last year we didn't manage individually and as a team to step up for people that couldn't really deliver at certain day. At least sometimes. Sometimes we could, sometimes we couldn't. So yeah, I just want to figure out and try to make it possible that even though we will have the worst day possible for every one of us, we'll be able to close out the game and be able to step up for each other.
All right. Well, nice to hear that things are going good for Rogue ahead of playoffs. My producers just told me that you chose your opponent, so this is safe for me to reveal. You will be playing against Misfits, I hear. You were telling me actually that this is the comeback team, the team that manages to win games out of what may seem impossible on the first side. What makes you believe that you won't? I mean, that you won't let them the opportunity to come back in a best-of-5 scenario?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's gonna happen like versus Madlands. Like I can't really tell you exactly, but I think that Misfits is not as experienced as G2 is, right? Let's say in playoffs. So maybe that's gonna be our card to win this best of 5. And overall, I think we're better individually and as a team against Misfits. So yeah, I hope that we're gonna be able to showcase it during the best of 5. But they're good players, so. And they were showing really good the split, so you can't really underestimate them. So I'm really happy to see what we're gonna do against them.
And you have 3 weeks to get ready for any opponents. I mean, when I look at the brackets and the teams we have, this is gonna be stacked. And your ADC was telling me yesterday actually that it's super hard to predict who's gonna take it home this time around. No team absolutely dominating the league. What are your thoughts on playoffs in general and how stacked and the surprises we may have?
I think overall I would say this lower standings, like 5th and 6th place, look much more stronger than previous year at least. I don't know if for sure in spring. I don't know in summer. And overall, the level seems quite neutral, like in the way that everyone seems pretty good. So. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen with all of those games. I'm not sure if like there's. I mean, obviously, Fnatic was looking the best like at the end of the second split, but I think every single team can deliver for playoffs, and that's what matters, just playoffs right now. So no one is gonna care about who did what in regular season when they're gonna smurf in playoffs, right?
Exactly. Best of ones are so different, and who knows how much teams can progress within these 3 weeks that you guys will have. Trimby, I don't want to hold you for too long. I know you want to get back to your team's access.
No
so
problem.
thank you so much for the interview. Once again, congrats on taking first place, and we'll see you back in 3 weeks for playoff.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, as always. And Shocks, back to you for the last PGL of the regular season with Odo Amne.
Thank you so much, Lore. I think Trimby still wanted to answer some questions. I always love interviews with Trimby. He's so precious, and he put up a great performance once again. But we are here in the LEC post-game lobby with Goldborg and Odo Amne, because how could we not have Odo Amne on PGL for the last time this spring?
As always, it's an honor to be here and hang out with you guys on these fancy couches.
People do really look forward to the Odo PGLs, you know. Is it stressful? Yeah.
I mean, it's newest Netflix series, I guess.
Yeah, would maybe be good. All right, let's look back at this game. Rogue versus G2. I gotta say, Odo, I was a bit disappointed in that we didn't get an as close game as expected. If we look at both of your levels recently, what do you think it was?
I mean, killing Jankos level 1 definitely contributed to the game. But I also feel like, I don't know, they were kind of predictable with most of the plays they were trying to do, because we killed Jankos level 1 when they're kind of doing the same level 1 that they've been doing for like the whole split, and they keep doing it, and it was a bit bizarre that they keep trying to do it. And then we killed Caps on rotation to top dive. That was very telegraphed as well, and he's walking there without sums, and I don't know, it just felt like they're just kind of autopiloting their plays. And also draft was a massive diffy this game, I think. I don't know, I mean, looking at meta picks right now, the champs we got were complete prio champs. Zeri, Hecarim, Victor are perma-pick or ban in pretty much almost every major region, especially in EU, because we do love these sorts of champs. And I don't know, it felt really weird to get all three of them on blue. You know, we went to 2-3, and then we were like, why should we just pick both of them? Because we were like, you're not used to having both of them just open like that. And we're like, well, I guess we take them, you know, because we had like something else planned as well that we were gonna go for, and then we were like, I mean, it's just stupid to not take the three most OP champs in the meta right now. So yeah, I mean, all of these factors were kind of the reason why they lost so hard.
In that regard as well, because up towards the laning phase you had against Akshan, which is a ranged top laner, it looked a little bit dire. You almost got solo kill there, level 1. How did you feel about the matchup in lane?
Jesus, Goldberg.
I mean, almost doesn't mean anything, no? It's like, if my brain is on, it's like, if either, like, I was like, okay, he's gonna Q flash, and I'm gonna flash, and then it's fine, and then he misses CS this whole time, so it was like kind of, yeah, that's the way the matchup will go, especially after the level 1 where I was forced to take E and just fight for the level 1 invade. And I mean, overall, I did say that going to this game, I knew that I was gonna play Nart into Akshan most likely, and I was like, yeah, we just need jungle to path to top, because they're probably going to look to dive on third wave, and if I make it to first base, then this matchup is completely free for me, which is kind of what happened, you know, because, I don't know, the volatility that happened level 1 was actually good for me, because he was forced to take an early base, and then I got to just straight slow pushes, which is kind of a dream scenario for me to just farm it up, and then, yeah, I don't know, at like level 5, 6, 7, I can start contesting really easily, and he just runs out of damage to kill me, so.
And you were definitely more useful in the team fight situations that you got into as well. You played them very well, but it wasn't enough to get Kia player of the game.
Yeah, that's rigged. That's rigged. That is rigged.
Comp with 40% of the votes. There was a bit there where he was literally zooming 1v3 in the bot lane. Were you watching?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it. Honestly, it's just what is it? It's the year the champion was made diffy. Kind of. I'm playing 2000, not as
champion release.
2016
release
champion, or so 2015 champion. Even older than that, I think. It's 2014, I think, because I was playing my promotion game in LEC.
Yeah, Nar's been around for a while.
Yeah, and he's playing 2022 champion. So honestly, yeah, you just look at the champion, you're like looking at the release date, and it's like, yeah, that's the champion I want. That's the flashy
Do you know
champ.
our stats people actually do have a ranking? They have like a release date difference ranking, and they look at if it's actually the case. And I believe that the first couple of weeks in the season, or like by the halfway point, all the newest ones were losing a lot.
Really?
Yeah, but then Zeri came out.
But there's also just the stuff like you get champions like Twisted Fate that's been in the game for the longest time ever. High elo, or high win rate, the likes of Rise.
Perfect champion,
so high prior as well. Like some of the season 1 champions, you don't want to sleep on them either, because they're just so binary that they're quite kind of broken.
But I hear you about the some of the champions that get released. Do you think Renata is
Copium.
crazy
He didn't
too, or
get
is she
the win
balanced?
I mean, the thing is also with Zeri, if we look back, when she got released, she wasn't really prior for a week or two, and everyone was like, this champion is too weak, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, after 2 weeks, she becomes the most OP champion in the game. And I feel like that might be the case with Renata as well, but I'm more inclined to believe that it's not. It's not going to be the same level of OP, but for me, Renata right now is a good support champion that is maybe good to pick late in the draft, like maybe 4 or 5, or use as a counter pick. But I mean, I don't know, the way it's going to be is like we're going to have 3 weeks on the same patch, I think, because I don't think the patch is going to change, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there's one coming, no?
And that's what I heard as well, but now that there's the Riot week off thing, then I think that they're just going to postpone everything, so this is going to be playoffs patch.
I don't know. Let me ask if production knows and if they can tell me, but go ahead.
Yeah, so that's, there's going to be 3 weeks on this patch, so, I mean, even if you look at Worlds is like 1 month on the same patch, and by the end of Worlds, there's always a different meta than compared to the beginning.
Yeah, 12.5 in playoffs.
Yeah, so it's the same patch that we have right now. So, I mean, things might change. Renata might become really OP because most of the team's opinion is pretty high on Renata, but we need to see how high it can get.
So now you're on 12.4, by the way, but not on live.
Or like the live patch.
Yeah, the live patch. Indeed, sorry, just to clarify, Goldberg.
How often do you feel like the scrim culture kind of changes when you're picking champions? Because we had like the TF nerf that came through, then 1 week no one played the champion, now it's Prio again. Like, do you feel like it's a team mentality thing where you sometimes just try a champion too hard or don't give it a chance enough?
I mean, it's weird because I feel like it's mostly a bubble kind of meta because what was it? I think last year when we played Mad Lions with the Rogue roster and we got 3-0'd, that kind of happened because our main scrim partners for, or like our bubble of scrims for prepping for them was G2 and someone else, I forgot who it was. And we kind of made our own scrim meta, and they had their, like, and Matt had their own scrim meta, and their meta was just better, and we just got 3-0'd, and I think G2 also suffered, or Fnatic suffered, I don't know. I think something happened where like both, like our bubble was getting completely stomped in playoffs, and then you're like, oh, well, you're kind of messing up real time, like big time. So what they're doing is obviously better. So that's why sometimes you see, like we had comeback in the playoffs. I mean, we still lost finals, whatever, but our performance after getting stomped 3-0 by Mad was like a lot better, just because we got to get out of that bubble, you know? So I feel like the same will happen this time, probably, where teams just get the main scrim partner and everyone just experimenting. And for example, TF is going to be really OP, and then we're like, oh yeah, we're just going to try, let's say, I don't know, Orianna or Victor into it, and we're going to be like, oh, this is really, really good, wow. And then the other part of the other team with their bubble finds a different counter, and then we're like, in our opinion, TF is going to be useless, but for them, TF is still OP because they just pick whatever, I don't know, jungler, let's say, or whatever. And stuff like this might happen. So I feel like meta will be reliant on what the bubbles are going to be about.
And I guess you can't avoid it because you can't scrim everybody. So
yeah,
it's just about who can adapt the most.
Well,
after
the thing
they
is,
see.
we made a mistake last time where we were kind of screaming. We're like, oh, G2 is really good. Let's just scream G2 all the time. And we had G2 maybe 3 out of like, or like 4 out of 5 blocks. And we're like, yeah, they're the best team. We're going to scrim with them. And then we made a bad meta read because we were just screaming the same team. And I feel like it's just better to... Realistically, you can scrim everyone else except the team that you're playing against. So it's probably better to not pick a team where you're like, oh, they're really good. Let's just scrim them.
I got him. Do you have another point?
I was just going to say, so that's why playoffs ended that way last year.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much. Oh, suck. Anyways, let's take a look at the standings after the Spring 2022 regular season. They're all locked in. Odo, what is the biggest surprise of how the standings ended up for you?
I mean, Misfits is pretty high. Coming into the split, I expected Misfits to maybe be not so high, maybe like 4th, 5th, 6th. Obviously, Vitality being where they are is a big surprise. But honestly, the biggest surprise is that Excel made playoffs because, I mean, it became meta for the LEC for Excel to not make playoffs.
Meta, lol.
And right now, it's like, I'm really happy for Excel that they finally made playoffs. Mad Lions also a tragedy, honestly.
Yeah. So are you surprised Team Vitality is as high or as low as they are? What do you mean with that?
I mean, Vitality, everyone's like super team. Yeah. Everyone's like riding on a copium train, like Nirvana, all of this stuff. They're like the messiah of League of Legends in Europe and all of this stuff, and then they end up 6th, you know? I mean, granted, I think G2 also was like 2 years ago, they ended up 6th, and then they won LEC, so it's like, all of this might backfire, you know, in 2 or 3 weeks, because like right now it's even playing grounds. Everyone's back to 0, and everyone's just gonna work hard and kind of try to iron out their mistakes, and honestly, it's everyone's game at the moment.
So you're saying getting first place this time around in regular season will mean you'll get first place in finals?
Maybe. I mean, if you lose, sucks. That's life.
Sure.
Can't really do much about it, but I mean, it would be nice. But I don't know. That's what I mean. Just because we're first right now doesn't mean anything. We were first last year, and we ended up losing super hard. And yeah, that's what I say. Just even playing ground, just start from scratch and just do everything you can, do your job.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Starting with Misfits, that is the opponent you have chosen. I think all information that was available to you, considering that is very acceptable choice. Knowing that you now also condemn Fnatic or G2, no matter you want to look at it, to a match versus each other, which is really cool. And of course, we have XL Vitality. You are, in fact, also the first game on Friday in 3 weeks. So, or the first match, rather. Trimby already talked about it a little bit, but what went into the motivation of picking Misfits?
I just feel like Misfits, when they play right now, they're kind of showing all of their cards. You know, looking at G2, I expected a different game today, a harder game where, I don't know, I feel like they didn't really play to their standard today. And I feel like that G2's potential to, like their gameplay potential is a lot higher than Misfits, in the sense that they're also quite unpredictable and they're a lot more aggressive on how they play around the Broken Blade, I feel like, because Caps, Yanko's Broken Blade kind of have this dynamic of just playing around each other very well and being very aggressive. While for Misfits, I just feel like it's VTO one-man army, and it's, in my opinion, kind of easier to prep against something like that than G2's unpredictability.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yamato gave an interview 2 days ago, so on Friday, where he was asked about kind of his ambitions. And he said, we're going to be #1. If we're not #1 at the end of, so basically after playoffs, that would be a huge embarrassment. Then, of course, promptly that game versus Misfits happened right after. And I think all of us have been riding that Fnatic train as well. I mean, of course, you know, we are the LEC crew, so that's what happens. But what's your vision on it now that they've like dropped a couple of games here and there, and especially that game versus Misfits? How strong do you think they are?
I mean, definitely. Even coming to the split, Fnatic and Vitality were the two teams to kind of look at. Fnatic made, my opinion, big roster improvements with the pickups that they had. So I felt like they were a clear contender ever since the beginning. I thought that they were better than Vitality Super Team, you know, even from when they made the roster. So I feel like those are fair ambitions, even though it's kind of a very generic PR answer.
That's fine.
In a way, it's true, you know, like a team like Fnatic that has like a pedigree or whatever the word is, and they have like, they made roster improvements as well. It's only natural for them to aim for, you know, the #1 spot. But I do feel like they still have things to work on, just as we do and every other team. No one reached like this level of like being one step ahead of absolutely everyone in the league. So, yeah, I mean, definitely a worthy contender, and I feel like their ambitions are real.
Now, you talk about Misfits being, okay, you didn't say necessarily super easy to prep against, but maybe easier than G2, because they might have shown all their cards just right, like, already. You're famously known on Rogue for only performing in best of ones. You're finally going to be moving into the best of 5 stages. You quite often draft the scaling, like the Victor, or Jinx down towards the bot side. Do you feel like as Rogue that you have shown all your cards yet, that you have shown all the potential, yet moving into a best of 5 where you may say that some of your styles may be a little predictable as well?
I mean, even if the answer is yes, it's not like Misfits showed anything else, you know, that is like out of this world. They're kind of playing similar. You could say that they're even more predictable because they're like, yeah, if mid collapses, then yeah, that's it. I mean, they're drafting the same for bot. Most of the time, for the same for mid. They also have maybe, you know, Akali that is super behind early game, and then she collects some free kills with the Yumi on top, and then they win 10k gold behind games. But realistically, those games should have been lost even with like picks like this. The reason we're playing the picks that we are playing is that they're just the best in the meta, and they guarantee us a lot of leads, you know? So even if we showed all of our cards, doesn't mean that, you know, it's bad or teams figure us out, because right now there's also a new patch, you know, there's Hullbreaker changes that are coming through for top lane. Maybe there's stuff happening for mid, that's why. All that we showed so far doesn't really matter anymore. Like all that everyone showed so far doesn't really matter anymore, because with new patch and 3 weeks to prep, you know, we might be the team that ends up playing Akali in 3 weeks.
So with the short answer, you feel like moving into the best of 5, you have the adaptability for a best of 5 now as well?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I feel like the thing that was crippling us last year was not really the predictability or the fact that we're, you know, playing the same stuff. I feel like it was just, there was no harmony in the squad. There was like, everything was so reliant and on us winning, you know. I felt like it was kind of like that sort of team dynamic where everyone is really happy with each other as long as we win, and the moment we lose, everything collapses. So I feel like the dynamic definitely changed now, and I feel like that's more important in a best of 5, because I feel like there's a different level of trust between each other now compared to last year. And yeah, I think that was the main thing that made us, wouldn't really say choke, but like underperform when when losses would start stacking in playoffs or whatever. That's why we collapsed, just because we weren't really, you know, best teammates with each other.
Yeah. Oh, I love that insight. Thank you so much for that. Also, I think people sometimes use choke too fast, when like sometimes if you have a close series and you end up losing, that just also happens. It isn't always choking, you know, but I think people love saying that.
I mean, 10k gold ahead, game 5 of the series, into losing, that's a bit of a chokerino if I've ever seen one.
Okay,
it's a difficult case here, I'm not gonna lie.
That one's probably true, but let's not think back of that. Oh, I also wanted to just congratulate you, because I think so often we go rightfully into Goldberg's questioning here now about like best of fives and whatnot. But it's really incredible what Rogue has done the last couple of years in general, and also since you have been on the roster. You guys are so good in the regular season. You get #1 again. I mean, I just wanted to congratulate you for that, to reflect on that for just a second, because that is something that does get you in like the history books in terms of great European performances, right? Although I know that for you, it's probably not finished until you get to lift that trophy, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a while, you know. I've been in this position where I win regular season. Not sure if many times, but definitely a couple of times. Yeah, I mean, it's on us to kind of change the narrative now from being a good best of 1 team, because honestly, best of 5 is not really that different, I would say. It's just when you have such a negative stigma attached to yourself, it really takes an extraordinary like deed or effort to kind of change it, you know. It's like, I feel like the only way that is going to satisfy the people that doubt Rogue or like the haters or whatever is Rogue needs to win LEC for the stigma to disappear, you know.
Yeah.
And I feel like up until the point, no matter the performance we will have, if we have like heartbreaking 2-3 losses that we played really, really well, people are still going to be on this negative stigma until we win.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the case. I love that, changing the narrative. 1 best of 5 at a time. Now let's take a look at the final ranking in the Kia Player of the Game leaderboard. No.
Oh, man.
It's not even close, bro. It's Viteo. He's smurfing it. He wins.
Yeah.
And Viteo and Hylissang are both actually miles ahead of the competition, which brings us to our final topic, which I'm not going to keep that long. I'll let Goldberg start. Who is your MVP, Goldberg?
I mean, for me, and I will be biased because I'm a support player, so yes, now you can rule me out on Twitter like you did with Medic. I think Hilly, the pressure he brings to Fnatic
Don't let the mob get to you.
Oh no, that's free exposure. Any exposure is good exposure. I'll take it. Just go to my Twitter and give me some. But I genuinely believe that Hilly's pressure that he actually has on Fnatic is absolutely incredible. And it was hard to feel like that Hilly from last year was going to evolve and become even better. But I feel like this split he actually did.
Odo, what do you think?
I mean, I am somewhat on the VTO hype train. Even though like Hylissang did incredibly well, I feel like there's also this thing where people want something new because they're like, Hylissang won MVP a couple of times before. Everyone knows how good he is. And I feel like this narrative of pushing someone else than Hilly is kind of also the result that people want something like new.
Oh, so you're thinking about the whole narrative, right?
I also feel like, yeah, I mean, there's implications.
He's getting ready for broadcast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not only like the narrative.
Retirement plan covered.
But I don't think it's also, it's from the cast, you know. I don't think it's like the cast that is pushing it, but just like people like when there's something new and fresh. So I feel like the community would really, really want VTO to win just because it's like this underdog story. He's one-man army in Misfits and all of this. And yeah, but I mean, Hylissang is like, when you play Fnatic or when you play Hylissang, it's like there's always something. I'm more scared playing against Hylissang, you know, than VTO, just because, I mean, Hilly just proves time and time again that he's a complete psycho, you know? So it's like, there's that factor in it. I mean, I don't know, it's a tough call, you know, because I feel like both really deserve it and both have like incredible contributions towards there's like team success. I mean, saying that, I still, I'm one of the plebs that wants something fresh, so I would hope that VTO gets it, you know?
I can see that. I think I mean, it's so cool also that this is like the discussion, right? It's not like 2 ADCs or like whatever. I really like that it's support and mid, and that's especially someone with the story of VTO. It's
weird how we don't have any top laners.
No top lane. You only had 2 Kia Player of the Games, unfortunately, apparently.
Only 2?
Yeah. Don't know what's going on there.
Yeah,
Are you not mad about that anymore? You used to be.
I mean, that's just life. I'm just going back in my top lane cage, and I'm just waiting for a miracle to happen, you know?
Okay, I'm gonna take a selfie before we sign off. Wait, I can't hold these both, so you guys have a chat.
How are you doing?
Great. Yeah. Lovely weather.
Was it? I feel like it's been kind of cold lately. Is that the kind of weather you like? Are you summer or winter person?
I mean, I kind of like. I mean, it's nice. It's all right.
Okay.
Oh, look, I'm over there. Wait. What is? Oh,
it's
wait.
over there.
What that one? The red dot. Hey, stop looking at me. it's really awkward because now we're just like all posing there in the camera. It's like, hey, look at how they're taking a picture and stuff. It's really bizarre.
I'm forgetting that my mic is not glued to my face at the end of this. Anyways, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. That's all from us here in the LEC Spring 2022 regular season. We hope you enjoyed the shows. It was plenty of fun. We'll be back in 3 weeks. Mark the date in your calendar, March 25th. That'll be round 1 of playoffs, Rogue versus Misfits. Until then, though, there is Liga Legando over in the LCS.
Boo!
Don't do that.
Immortals versus Team
Oh,
Liquid.
Team Hans.
Have a good night. Bye, everyone.
See ya, nerds.
Welcome everyone to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC for the final day of the Spring 2022 regular season. Today, we will find out which team will follow the footsteps of Excel and lock in the last remaining playoff spot. Is it going to be the super team Vitality or the back-to-back champions, Mad Lions?
You have TP'd in the Gnar, who's finally going mega as Treats trying to make this fight work. Double kill going in for Jezu, and he is just free hitting now on the backside. Triple kill for the SK80 carry as he gets himself a Quadra as well. They're saving him. They want this. They know they can get it. Penta kill for Jezu. Zanzara taken down. They can't get the Shadow Surge onto the backside. It's going to be a double knockup. Kobe has to go off, but he's just not got the damage. Vitality get themselves a full, clean ace. Alfari now on the backside here will be going mega very, very soon. Zanzara, though, will not fall down just yet. The Cataclysm comes in with the Gore Trigger. He hasn't fallen. Now he does. Alfari, though, left in a very precarious position, and the rest of Vitality have come to save the day at the final port of calling. Lock the last remaining spot in playoffs, and they will face Excel in round 1.
And Man are probably they're gonna end their entire split on a win, but this win unfortunately won't do anything for them.
Bit greedy here. Now comes Hillisang. Hostile takeover. He has the flash as well. He can just ulti if he wants to. He's got the handshake to kick things off. Ulti's gonna go in. Oh, no, Milk just killed Mitty. Oh, not like that.
It's cold blood. Right in front of his eyes. He killed his teammate. The betrayal.
Wonder now trying to turn it. GG. Range. Comp. You absolute mad lad. He goes golden, but he's got so much damage. The stacks are still there. He's like lightning. He just keeps moving. The stacks are still coming. The rest of Rogue is on the way. Comp, the absolute hero play. Zeri, so damn fast, and it looks good. Comp makes it happen.
I had my fun.